Oh my lord, I forgot my title. I did so much setup. I did everything. I got all this stuff set up for the dual stream, and I literally just forgot to do my Twitch title. Oh my god. Hello folks, let me get set up. Hello YouTube chat for the first time ever. Oh my god, it's only been a decade since I started streaming, and here I am. Alright, hold on, let me do my title. Okay, there we go. I fixed my title. Sorry, I had to focus. Hello, how you doing? How's the test? Did it pass? Well, so far, things are looking good. I can see both chats. You get a little neat logo next to you, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, so I get to see each of you and where you're posting. I think when I post in chat, can we do a test? Testing. Can both streams see this message? It says it posted on Twitch, but I'm not sure if it also posts. Oh, wait, no. Yes, it does. Oh, I see it on both. It dual posts. I only have to type once. Oh, my lord. The technology. I'm glad I waited so long to dual stream because the plugins and stuff make it so much easier now. We'll have to see how net and stuff holds up because I do technically have to send twice as much data to two different places. The only way to avoid that is to use like restreaming services, which I don't want to do because they basically like capture your stream and then split it off to two places themselves. That adds a delay, and I like to be able to talk live to everyone. But I have to say, we're waiting for pre-rolls and things like that. Oh yeah, I still have to familiarize myself with the YouTube dashboard. Look, you'll have to bear with me. This is a test stream. We're doing this today so that I'm not doing it live tomorrow while trying to play PoE 2, okay? So we're doing this today for that reason. I see people on YouTube. Very nice. Okay, yes. One thing I did was I set it so that it would be manual ads on YouTube, so it shouldn't autoplay ads for you, because I hate that. So that should be good. Let me test the manual ad running. So normally the way, for you fine folks on YouTube who don't get to catch my Twitch live streams, the way I normally do things is I run an ad break every hour when I physically get up from the PC so that you don't miss anything. I hate when ads interrupt the actual content, right? It's probably not as bad on YouTube because you can probably like rewind or something, but still, I still dislike that. So I should be able to manually run an ad. Let me test that now because I'm doing pre-rolls on Twitch right now anyway. All right. So it's just a little button, and they don't have like the auto ad thing like Twitch has. So that's pretty amazing. That looks like it's working well. It says excellent connection on YouTube. I think an ad just played for some of you maybe. So I will try and take breaks tomorrow. That's gonna be my plan. I'm gonna try and stick to my hourly breaks. Maybe what I'll do is I'll do 2 hours at the start and then hourly after that. People already playing the game on console? They certainly shouldn't be able to. I saw that people were able to queue up on console, but I'm pretty sure they'll get booted and forced to re-queue anyway. There'll be a patch, like, on the day, I'm sure. Hey, Helldragon, how you doing? I'll give you mod for sure. You're a long-term moderator of mine. I don't know if I can do that from here. All right, we'll actually go live in a moment. Where is, oh man, that chat's going crazy. Where is, oh, it's because it's like catching up. There you go, I see. Sorry, I know you guys don't see anything at the moment. We're still on the stream starting, just while I get everything set up and try to get everything working here. I'm actually impressed that so far nothing has caught on fire. That's amazing. I'm adding you as a mod, Eldragon. Hopefully we don't really need any mods, but, you know, I appreciate you volunteering for that. Thank you. Yeah, we've got a few of our long-term Twitch mods who are also on YouTube as well. I appreciate you fine folks for that. Hello. Okay. Oh my lord. Hello. This is exciting. Let me take a drink. Hold on. I'm a little bit excited. I'm a little bit excited, okay? I gotta do this. Ready? I gotta do this. How does it go? Line? Oh, right. Yes, of course. G'day, Ziggy D here. Hello. How you doing? Now, my Twitch viewers are like, what? Why? Why is this a big deal? So I'm testing for the first time ever a dual stream to Twitch and YouTube. People have been asking me, Ziggy, why don't you do that? And I'm like, you know, I don't know. That would be really good, especially with Path of Exile 2 coming, because Twitch VODs are garbage. So unwatchable, pretty much. I do have a lot of dedicated VOD viewers on Twitch. I love you guys, but you guys don't have a great experience with the interface over there. Way better on YouTube for that side of things. And preserving that stuff on YouTube would be amazing. We were talking about, like, should we, like, cut up and post my Twitch content to YouTube, and why don't I just stream to YouTube, right? Why don't I just stream to YouTube? So it's kind of funny because maybe like a bit more than a decade ago, right? A bit more than a decade ago, I was in love with making YouTube content, in love with interacting with you fine folks through comments. And I was like, I need that fix more immediately. I need that gratification of interacting with those comments in a live setting. So I tried to do my first ever live stream on Twitch TV. It was like 140p, 10 FPS, Path of Exile 1 passive skill tree. There was like a new passive skill tree released. I'm trying to remember what league that was for, or maybe it was launch? Something like that. It was a long time ago. And it was so scuffed, and yet I was hooked because I got to interact with everyone live. It was so exciting. I don't know how. I probably went live for like 100 viewers or something, and it was it was so fun that I moved across the country to be able to live stream. And now, only 10 years later, which is hilarious, I'm finally able to stream on YouTube as well. It seems like it's working okay, right? Like, it's not dropping or anything. I was a bit worried about that because I don't have like the fastest internet connection. I probably only have like 2030 up somewhere. But doing about 8,000 kilobytes to both of those two should be able to fit, hopefully. We'll see if it like causes any issues when I'm like playing in a game or something, but so far it seems alright. Right? Yeah, cool. Excellent. Well, welcome, you fine folks. Very much appreciate it. Dark Agent with an ahoy on YouTube. Aw, it's almost tradition for Dark Agent to say ahoy every day on Twitch. Ahoy on the YouTube, mate. Thank you. It's good to see my scuff notifications working as well. Thanks very much for the $5 you do, mate. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Well, normally I would welcome everyone who was like early arrivers by name, but there's actually too many of you already. So I'm just going to give you a global welcome to the Twitch folks rejoining us today, and the YouTube folks maybe joining us for the first time. Hope you've enjoyed my videos over the years. Hope you also get a chance to enjoy some live streams or live stream VODs, as the case may be. Now with this new moment in our history, which feels so massive. One of my family members was like asking, can we come around and do some drilling on your wall this weekend? And I just said, for the first time ever, hard no. This is the most important weekend in my career in 10 years. So that's a hard no. I negotiated they can do some drilling on Monday afternoon. So welcome back, folks. Appreciate it. Drive, thank you for the sub. Not dead, thanks for the sub. Appreciate it, folks. Thanks for those resubs. Very cool to have you here. Oh my lord, appreciate the hype. Are we feeling a little bit excited, perhaps, folks? What do you think? Are we feeling a little bit excited here? Let me bring myself up like this, a little bit bigger. Yeah. Feeling a little bit, just a little bit excited, just a little bit giddy, just a smidge of excitement. I'm ready for my every first day of League. Oh man, chat's moving so fast. Good heavens. Watching Mr. Ziggy D, so hyped? Yes. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that it's like, it feels so much bigger than a League launch, because I mean, it really is ultimately. What's happening with the pre-download? I imagine that too many people, so it's up now, right? Because it was supposed to be up sometime around now. I have to imagine there's just too many people trying to download at once, right? Servers are on fire. Look, it'll be a good test run for tomorrow. I'd far rather the servers be on fire now for the pre-download than for the servers tomorrow. They're also going to be on fire tomorrow. We know that, right? Like, that's a given. There's way too many people. It's been topping the streams charts since the early access keys went on sale, right? Crazy. Nearly holding that top 1 position, or top 3, all week. Wild. Yeah, just the pre-download might not be up yet. Give it a little bit. We'll see what GGG says, eh? I'm not even gonna try yet. I'm gonna do it later. Whew. This play is only for streamers, right? No, this is everyone. This is everyone. You could play tomorrow. But you do have to purchase or have been given a key by them. So tomorrow's stream, when I say tomorrow, that's for my time zone. It might be different for some of you. I know some people like starts at 10 p.m. or something. Sucks to be you guys. I'm sorry. Time zones are pretty rough. We can all play. We can all play. Not just me, not just streamers. But you do need to either buy the $30 code or have been given a code because you've bought a lot of stuff in the past. I think it's if you've bought $480 worth of total, that's I assume US dollars, total of supporter packs in the past. Basically, if you've ever bought one of the top tier supporter packs or a bunch of smaller ones, you'll probably be in. You can go to your account page and it'll show you if you're in or not. Just trying to get the website up. They also had to take down console servers because they went live on accident. Oh, they did actually go, like, I saw people were like able to queue or something. Oh. A day early. They're putting up pre-download today. I have some pre-recorded footage that I can commentate and showcase today to help us with our waiting room efforts. So my plans are for today's stream, primarily, firstly, to test multi-streaming. Seems to be a smashing success. Let me show you. I actually just last minute did this at chat's, one of our lurkers' suggestions. I got this joined chat. Look, everyone's in there. Hi. How cool's that? I get to see. I might I don't know if I want to make it a little bigger or a little smaller. Yeah. Look at you folks. You're zooming. Look at you go. Ahoy. Oh, you're just saying hello to each other. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, that's so sweet. I don't know if there's an easy way for you folks to do that. Because I know some of you want to combine chats potentially as well. I'll have to look into that. If there's like an easy way for you to do that. I know some people do like their own site feed out to an IRC or something. I don't know, but Inner Mercury, thanks for the sub, mate. Appreciate it. Yeah. But that's pretty cool. So that's working. That's phenomenal. Stream seems to be live and working and not on fire. Computers going well. Excellent. So that was objective 1 today. Maybe check mark. We'll see if any problems come up over the course of the day. Yeah, just wait on the pre-download, guys. It's hopefully going to be a thing. Is muling a theme playing crossbow ranger start? Your stash and everything works the same, right? So you can get a gem or whatever and then put it in the stash and then change characters and do that if you want. I guess like that would give you a slight increase in flexibility at the start. Like let's say you wanted to play a Deadeye crossbow character, potentially a very good choice. You could roll a mercenary, put your crossbow and other things in the stash and then make a ranger, swap to it and then grab that stuff from the stash. You should be able to do that, just the same as in Path of Exile 1. Yeah, no issue there, I don't think. You mean Titan crossbow grenades? or Titan crossbow? I've seen a lot of Titan X, Titan question mark, Titan of different types. It's pretty wild. I just looked over to my dashboards and I see that like there's actually almost a pretty even amount of viewers on both Twitch and YouTube. That's pretty wild. That's very cool. Welcome, folks. Good to have you here. How about that, eh? Bit over 400 on each. That's pretty neat. Yeah, excellent. Pretty even split. How cool is that? I really had no idea what to expect with whether this would even work, let alone whether people would be able to tune in or interested or get notified. Or I've never done anything with this. So objective 2, I have some planning to do. Prepping for tomorrow. So my content plans are to really immerse myself and take my time with my first playthrough, and also take regular moments to take notes of things. So I want to set up like a canvas to do that. This is Obsidian Grub Box is this theme. Fun. I want to do like a nice canvas layout of places for me to take notes and kind of pre-plan that a little bit. So we might do that, and that'll be, you guys will be able to help suggest kind of what sort of content areas I could focus on. The idea being that, like, if I take really good notes as we go, we'll be able to fill in things and take note of stuff over the course of our gameplay with Path of Exile 2 when it comes out, and that will make it a lot easier for me to make beginner's guides on things, because there's so many new players. It's really exciting for me because I love making beginner's guides, but you know, Path of Exile gets a few new players every league. The number goes up every league, right? But it's a lot of returning people, it's a lot of stuff like that. So I really enjoy doing like the new league guides, because that is interesting to everyone. But it has been hard to be motivated to make like truly beginner-oriented content with Path of Exile 1 for quite some while. But Path of Exile 2 is such a cool time to do that. We got a lot of new people joining us, so many. I don't know what the number's going to be, but we were taking bets earlier in a chat I'm a part of, and people were guessing just for Steam between like 600k to 900k were the guesses for Steam numbers alone. So that puts it over 1 million, if that's even wildly, you know, close to being accurate. But 1 million is the limit. They were preparing slots for 1 million. We'll see if they have to go beyond that, right? Spanner, thanks for the 3 years of sub, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you. So that's one thing today as well that I would like to do. General Path of Exile discussion and planning, and a little bit of build planning. Just light. I really don't want to overplan my build for this go around. And I saw people asking, my plan is indeed to do explosions. Yes, it is indeed to do explosions. We're doing explosions. Yeah, I'm gonna do some Mercenary Grenadier action. I know a lot of you love that video that I put up on YouTube, and I'm gonna go with some Mercenary Grenadier action because the best line of defense and offense is explosion. So we're gonna do some. We're gonna do a little bit of planning for that. Like maybe just look at the ascendancy tree. We'll see if any sort of passive tree stuff comes out today. We shall see. YouTube screen looking crisp. Excellent. That's good to hear. Yeah, I haven't been able to like look at what that looks like yet. Oh, I mean, I've got a dashboard here, but it's like set to really low quality. We 1080p it. Oh yeah. Wait, why is it still in stream starting? Oh, it's like I'm watching the replay. Oh, because you can rewind on YouTube, right? How about that technology? How hasn't Twitch done that yet? Unless my green screening is a little scuffed on my chairs. Oh well. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. I can probably pause that. Nice. Save my limited internet. So do a little bit of build planning. I also have a special treat for you potentially as well. I know this one you might be a little bit excited about. Where is it? Rendered. What? Oh, what has Ziggy got here? What has Ziggy got in store for us? Oh, I don't know. 28 gigs, 3.3 hours. What could this be? Oh. Oh, what's this? Oh. Oh, good heavens. Oh my. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh my. Oh dear, oh my. Yeah, I have a thing. I am preparing my body for the billions of questions of people just dropping by chats and being like, how come you're able to play right now? Some streamer priority queue. You're breaking embargo. Ziggy, what about this is a guide, you're explaining things. You can't do this. Just to be clear, in case you're wondering, this footage was recorded when I was in New Zealand at the Grinding Geek Games Studios recently to host the Q&A. You may have seen me. You may know me from such things as the live stream reveal day, where I recorded some hours of Mercenary gameplay that I've turned in some videos. GGG has looked at all this footage and pre-approved it. I am not part of any press early access. I do not have access to the game currently. I do not have review access. I'm not a traditional games media journalist. And the various things you've seen, like, you know, that stuff is intended for reviews and not for guides, and then allowed to post it to this stuff, and, you know, they have an embargo and all that stuff. That's the press review access, right? I'm not, that's not me. I don't have that. This is footage that I recorded separately to that. And have different rules. But I do respect the spirit of what GGG is trying to achieve by limiting guides and stuff from that sort of thing. For a whole bunch of different reasons. So I have done a lot of reflection on content that I was doing and decided to, like, change things up and not put some stuff out because I felt like it was against the spirit of that a little bit. Does Ziggy read this chat? No. Not until you log out. Just kidding. Hi, Hardcore. How you doing, mate?
This tomorrow on the celebration
Whoa!
of such a pivotal point for your career and for the game itself. Sadly,
What?
I won't be able to join everyone at the start, so here it is a bit early.
Oh my god.
Enjoy the launch. He'll be joining in later in the night.
Did that come up on stream? Good heavens. I feel like I need to turn that notification volume up. Oh my. Ahoy, Dark Agent. That's quite some ahoy there, buddy. That's quite some ahoy. If only I could read. Dark Agent, oh my lord. That was a $500 tip. That is absolutely crazy. Thank you very much, mate. That makes a huge difference to myself, Amy, and Tully, and my family here. Thank you. Very, very much appreciated. I enjoy the launch. I'll be joining in later in the night. Honestly, very good plan. If it's a ridiculous hour for you, I would actually just say, like, let's say it's like 10 p.m. start for you, just sleep and then play a few hours later. You probably will wake up and people are only just getting in, okay? Not a bad idea. Go spend some time with your family. Go for a walk. Go, you know, extinguish your cat that is on fire, etc. Dark Agent, thank you once again, mate. That is exceedingly generous of you. Very much appreciate it. Thank you. I'll be working, so it's going to be worse. Yeah. Hope you're not too tired when you get home. I hope it's a nice, relaxing day for you. You can come home excited and giddy to play some Path of Exile action. Will you wake up to a 12-hour queue? After 12 hours? Hopefully not. It could be an interesting day. I am fully expecting, like, in my mind, I am already accepting that it's going to be like 6 to 8 hours of not really being able to play. So we'll, you know, hopefully we have access to, like, passive trees and we can tinker around with that stuff and plan builds and mess around and chat, and yeah. I will do my best to entertain you all if we're in that situation. So we have some of this, and there's one more thing as well today that is on the agenda for today's stream. I was in Barjo's stream recently. Barjo was a TV man once upon a time. Now he's old and washed up and is forced to stream on Twitch TV for pennies. But he used to be a famous TV guy. If you know Barjo, this is a joke that he often tells. I love Barjo. He was doing a stream for he was on Good Game TV, a fantastic games show, on regular television back in the day. Anyway, I went by his stream and he was doing a thing where it was super cool. He was doing a thing where you could look at satellite imagery from 2023 and 2024 and compare them and find illegal tree clearing, like illegal deforestation. I was like, that's a really cool idea. So that was for the ACF, the Australian Conservation Foundation, I think it's called. I should probably know that. I told Amy about it, and it turns out we actually know someone who works for them. So they ended up getting into contact with us, and I also want to volunteer to help that and promote that today as well. So we're gonna try and save some koalas and catch some tree murderers. It's very cool. There's this. I have it open here. Like, I'll show you, ready? We'll do some later. So we'll just do a little bit of this out throughout the day, right? In between looking at some Path of Exile stuff and doing other planning. So, like, here is the before, 2023, ready? Here's the before. Let me shrink myself down a smidge. And then here's the after. And you're like, oh no. Yep, I see trees gone. Look at all those trees gone. Some koalas lived in there, man. Not just koalas. They got a whole list of things here. Gliders, spotted tail quolls. I don't know what a quoll is, but it sounds really cute. Hastings river mice. Oh, I bet they're cute too. Parma wallabies. Wait, is that right? Is that a typo? Parma wallabies, like chicken parma. Apparently there's some schnitzel wallabies as well. Pink cockatoos, tree frogs. Oh, stuttering frogs. Oh, the frogs have a speech impediment and they're killing their habitats. They're killing their habitats. Stuttering frogs. Poor stuttering frogs. If you're on YouTube, in the description is a link to this site where you can volunteer and help with this. And it's in chat and below the stream on Twitch. Yeah, so it's basically they catch illegal deforestation through satellite imagery, and they need gamer eyeballs to help them. So we'll do some of this later. But you basically, what you do is you just go spot the trees and then mark the boxes, right? So like these trees have been removed here. This one's a training one to like show you, make sure you're kind of doing it right. You do like 3 training ones. It takes like 2 minutes to set up. This looks good. Is there anything up there? This like trail's grown, but I don't know if I'd... It's still... No, it's actually like regrown. Okay, that's fine. That's good. I think that's all of it. Wait, on the left? Oh no, there's some on the left. For sure. What about that bottom left? Maybe not. Top left looks good too. It's all that middle section mostly. The very bottom left, you reckon? Some going in there. Maybe, I don't know. It's also a little drier, so it can be hard to tell. I mean, this one's a training one, so we'll find out if I'm wrong. I don't see any missing from there. Maybe you're better at than I am. This is normal for Australia. This green to brown transition is normal for Australia. You drive around the countryside here in Australia, and it's only ever green if it's like rained recently. Most of the time it looks like the grass looks like that. Now grass is brown. Is there a lot of illegal deforestation? There is. Australia is unfortunately #1 for like illegal deforestation or something like that. What was it? It was there was a very disappointing factoid that I read. We are topping the charts, which is really disappointing. Where was that? It might have been on the main page of the site, I think. Why does it happen? Various reasons. People cutting down trees to like take old valuable wood for sale, clearing to farm. Like this looks like actual logging from the looks of things, maybe? Money is the answer, right? Money. Generally money. Oops, please try again. Oh, look closer at the first square on the left, the top row. You can still see trees on the paddock, but it's noticeably sparser than its neighbor. Top left one. You can still see trees on it. Huh? Oh, no. This one here. Look at the top left corner of the bottom left. Oh, top left of the bottom left. Oh, you mean over here? Oh, I see. Oh, right. Yep. I see what you mean. Yeah, there's been some clearing going on here. Oof, tricky. This is why they need gamer eyes, right? Like, they're specifically... So this is like a Conservation Foundation. They're like, we should get gamers to do this. It's cool. I've seen some of this stuff before. It's like, you know, there's like a folding thing and stuff for helping solve like DNA stuff by making it into a little game. Top left corner and then down middle of it. Look closer at the first row from the left on the top row. Oh, I see. From the left. Oh, right. It's like thinned through here. Oh, okay, so we want to look for thinning like that too. That's trickier, isn't it? Wait, where? No? I don't see it. No. I was the wrong way, because this is before and this is after. Let's say what class and ascendancy you want to play most. I mean, I'm gonna start with Mercenary. Mercenary, Witch Hunter, Grenadier. But also Monk, but also Huntress, which isn't out yet. But also, like, the others. Top left, then bottom middle of it. Top left, then bottom middle of it. Oh, yep. This chunk here, I see it. Maybe I was looking at the wrong one then, in general. All right, submit. Oh, yeah, nice. There we go. Okay, cool. So we'll do some more of that later, but it's really cool. Really cool. So I'm absolutely going to use this opportunity when everyone's desperately. I told them, they're like, would you like to do a stream to show it off next week? And I was like, this was last week. And I was like, you know what we should do, actually? The day before beta launches. And I don't even know if they're gamers, but the person I was talking to at the time, the day before this beta launches, we should do it because everyone's going to be like really desperately waiting to play the game and have nothing to do. And they're going to help look for some tree cutting. So I'm like, let's do it. We'll do it today. That'll be way better. So I'm absolutely abusing that situation. Oh yeah, and the other announcement, if you didn't see on socials, is I joined Maxroll. I looked at a bunch of different content aggregators. I'd kind of been curious in the past, never had the headspace to really investigate. So I kind of looked at all the playing field and settled on Maxroll as a perfect fit for me to make written content, basically, to go alongside my YouTube content, my live streaming. So I'm going to be focusing on beginner's guides and mechanics guides, basically filling out like this getting started section probably will be a bunch of mine, hopefully. Big contributing factors, they have a really hard stance on some of the like not abusing journalist access and things like that. So there's and it's not been spammed with tier lists and build guides for a game that's not out yet. I love that. We just had a meeting earlier today that was like going over like, okay, seriously, there will probably be data mining. How should we approach this? What stuff should we show? Which stuff should we not show? Should we show the passive tree? Should we show uniques? I was like, no, we shouldn't show uniques. We should let people find uniques for a while at least first. And they were like, yeah, no, okay, yeah, I hear you. so good. So that was a really big factor, as well as like being established in Path of Exile 1 with tools and stuff. If you don't know what these sites are, they're basically like content aggregators. So they get content creators together and put content in one place, written content to go alongside their other things. Hey, Natso, thanks for paying for free content. That's what my sub is called on YouTube. Thanks for paying for some free content, mate. Thanks. So I particularly like the layout and stuff for the Path of Exile 1 build guides. Is this wait, let me go to, we can go to like, this is Lacerate one. Lacerate. This one. This is like a recent one by Ziz here. I quite like their stuff here with these tools and things like that. They're pretty excited to develop tools for PoE2 as well, so should see them do some pretty cool stuff with that. But yeah, people seem to think really highly of them. And I was feeling very confident in my choice, but then I announced it and people were like coming out of the woodwork to be like, yes, I love Maxroll, that's amazing. So I know I made the right choice just based on that. You like look at my look at my Twitter post. It's got so many comments and likes and everything. It's amazing. Yakuza-chan banned themselves for 24 hours. Oh, get a mod, get Yakuza. Oh, poor Yakuza. Bye. I'll see you tomorrow for Path of Exile. We might be playing by now, maybe, hopefully. So yeah, what does it mean for you folks, viewers, the Maxroll thing? Probably not much unless you like prefer written content, in which case you'll have some access to some written content. That's pretty much it. I'll like probably link alongside my YouTube guides or in my descriptions or whatever the Maxroll, written version of it when I post one. Yep. I even paid for Maxroll. You paid for paying for free content, right? That's good. Good on you, mate. Yeah. Good on you. That's pretty good. Less time for telehuggles. Yeah, I might be stretching myself too thin in some places because I don't have an editor and I still do all my own content and edit all my own videos and everything. And that definitely is a little taxing. But I think doing content on Maxroll is going to be not too bad because it's content I've kind of already made a lot of the time. And it helps me be more organized in my note-taking and stuff anyway. So it's kind of just converting for the most part. So it shouldn't take too much longer. I'm hoping. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. I'm excited about it though. I've already done some stuff in the background, but looking forward to making plans and making a lot of like beginner's guides and things like that for it. And it catches a lot of people that I don't normally catch as well, I think. Like people who wouldn't necessarily find my YouTube or Twitch, but are like, really confused about how crafting works or whatever. So I can make that guide on there. Bunch of I posted a bunch of other stuff about it on Twitter and Discord and things like that. You can check out if you want. Do I want any soft drinks? Amy asks. Maybe a little ginger beer might go hard. Thanks. No Coke. I should stay off the caffeine, I think. Any word on how low the graphics settings can go? I don't know about that one. Can't answer to that, I would say. Can't answer to that. Yeah, I've only heard that the PoE2 site's been down so far. Yeah. Hey, Korath, welcome. Wonderbird ginger beer, a classic. A classic. I could be your editor. I can also do motion design and GFX stuff. I've not had any shortage of like people offering to volunteer to do editing and stuff like that. It's more of a me problem. It's not you, it's me. Actually, I'm just like very controlling in particular and anxious about the idea of like getting other people to do that stuff. I like that artisanal handcrafted scuffedness vibe, and we'll probably stick with that for now. If I do any sort of editing, getting an editor to do stuff in the future, it will be for supplementary content that I wouldn't normally do. And Amy's going to maybe dabble in that. Like Amy is interested in maybe doing some highlights and stuff. So we'll see. We'll see if we can manage some of that in the future. But for now, I want to do my guides, my core content. I want to do my stuff there too. Using DaVinci Cloud, you can outsource some work super easily. Wow. It's so specific and niche though, like... I can't imagine someone who does like general video editing kind of doing that, right? Especially because like the ask is big, right? If I was like, oh, I want someone to edit my live streams into summaries of my build progress over the day, for example, then they need to be a watcher of my stream and already know what happened that day and know what's important and know what's major to the build and know how the editing and follow the style guide and everything that I have. And that's a big ask. I also have thought, up until maybe recently, we'll see if this changes in the near future, but I always thought the economics didn't quite work out too. Like, I think it works when you get like to 2, 3, 4 times my size, but to me, like, I see how much my YouTube videos earn, and I'm like, that's kind of okay for me. But if I was to pay an editor enough to be worth their time, because it takes a lot of time to edit a video. My Mercenary video took probably 30 hours to make, right? So if you divide how much that earns by the $1 hour, it's not a great amount if I give them a 100% cut, right? So I always thought the economics were a little weird until you get kind of a bit bigger. But then again, there is, I guess, the argument that you start doing that and then you grow bigger. I guess that's an idea. Good heavens. What build are you thinking of doing? I'm going to do some Mercenary Grenadier action following on from my video I posted just recently and the footage we may commentate and have a look at today. I will play keyboard and mouse and probably WASD WASD action for sure. I'm thinking, yeah. Simones, thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate it. I'm number 133,000 out of 130,000 in the queue to download the client. Sweet. Oh, there's a queue for the pre-download. That's wild. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That's amazing. Sounds like it's starting to work though. That's good. Co-op stream? Not initially. I know Amy is super keen to do some couch co-op, as am I. But not initially. I'll be soloing tomorrow and taking my time and taking notes and listening to dialogue and exploring and finding things and not rushing. Yep. So if that's the vibe you're looking for tomorrow, that's what I'll be doing. We'll be exploding things and taking our time and immersing ourselves deeply into the experience that we can only have once, right? That first playthrough. Even though I played bits, like, it's not the same as tomorrow. Hardstock, straight aim, thanks for the subs, folks. Appreciate it. Pre-download does seem to be happening now. There is a link. Oh yeah, I put it in my notes. This one. Well, actually, for Obsidian, I need to copy the link. Copy URL. Apparently, this one should be working. That one's US. There's an EU version. If you just change the US to EU, that might work for you instead. Thanks, Mav. Appreciate it, mate. Yeah, I was just explaining earlier, but we were like, we've had all these discussions over the years of people being like, you really should, you know, export your Twitch VODs over to YouTube. And I was like, I don't know. and then it just got to the point I was like, well, yeah, why don't I start streaming on YouTube as well? Like maybe it's actually not that bad. Like not that hard. Wasn't that hard. I did it last night and this morning. And it seems to be working, so that's very good. Steam preload is working. That's surprising, impressive. Steam's often quite delayed. With Western and click to move, can you swap on the fly? With PoE 1, I like using controller, but the interface was hard locked in a control state. I believe the current state of that is, and I think they're looking to improve this in the future. Current state is from the escape screen, you can swap, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, if they've changed that. But when I played in the past, you could just press escape and then change, or I guess the start button or whatever, and then change between controller schemes. I think that was at least for click to move versus WASD. Maybe for controller, you might have to log out, I'm not sure. But, so not like seamless transitions, but pretty easy, pretty quick. Yeah. 83 gigs? Oh yeah. It's good they're doing a pre-download, eh? I'll try and do that overnight. Hopefully it works. If I buy on Steam now, I can use the standalone as well, right? I actually don't know the answer to that. Does anyone know the answer to that? I don't know that one. Going through PoEDB yesterday to get an idea of what to play. I thought PoEDB guy was taking a break for a while. Maybe after this. And found Summon Row Mount. Any info on that? You've missed the rower stuff? Yeah. There's a rower mount. It's just a skill. It's not a whole system. It's not like a whole system where everyone gets mounts, a la like D4 or something. It's just a skill that is kind of ranger-esque, and it's about not necessarily being like way faster or anything. It's about being able to shoot while moving without a slowdown. So it allows you to kite, do some Cantabrian circle action. Oh my god, I need to make a rower strategy guide about Cantabrian circles. A 6-person party Cantabrian circle ranger action. I mean, we gotta do that. That's where the horse archers go in a circle, and it allows them to keep up a steady stream of fire while keeping their distance from their enemies. It's a classic Mongolian horse archer strategy. Or something like that. Any ideas if they plan to do spear mounted combat? These questions have been asked, and so far the answer is very much not currently is a thing. I know Jonathan said he would love to do some stuff like that, but it's obviously not in the works yet from the sounds of it. Yeah, often when it comes to Steam downloads, you have to restart Steam if it's been open. Give us boat racing, not jousting. What about boat jousting, right? Boat jousting? How many hours till play? There should be a countdown on here, right? Actually, is there not a countdown on here? What? That's weird. Must be on the regular site. It's approximately, I want to say, 17 hours from now. You know, in theory. In theory. Maxroll has a countdown? Oh yeah, I should be doing that, shouldn't I? There you go, Maxroll's got a countdown, 17 hours. That was pretty close. Oops. Watching the stream at 360p as my download starts. Yeah, that's why I'm not downloading as well, because certainly Steam, but those downloads tend to hog the bandwidth a bit. Yeah. How good does this gear page, I just keep looking at it. How good does this gear page look? God, I love the look of the gear and the mods and everything. It gets me so excited. It activates my neurons so hard. Especially the jewelry. I get really excited about the jewelry in PoE 2. My lord. They seem to be nailing the keeping jewelry feeling very, like, valuable. Because, like, I don't have, like, this massive nostalgia for D2. I played a lot of D2 back in the day. You know, I loved it, but to me, it's not like some gold unbeatable standard. It's well beaten by PoE 1 at this point. But one thing I really liked that they did that PoE lost was making jewelry feel really valuable. They seem to have got that back a bit, where those ring drops are very exciting. Getting a rare ring is like, whoa. They even made it so like the gold vendor costs, like when you vendor things for gold, like rings and stuff are worth way more. So they're a really good source of early game gold if you've, you know, sorted your jewelry already. It's quite cool. That's a guide, Ziggy. Oh. Do you know if PoE2 supports HDR? I don't even know what HDR is. High dynamic resolution. High? Heralded dynamic resolution. That's like it's technology that comes out and plays a bugle before the dynamic resolution kicks in. Something like that. That's my guess. Should stream D2 and pretend it's PoE2 at launch? Yeah, that's the thing when you when the servers aren't working, right? or I whip up the gameplay footage and play it and pretend like I'm playing. Just go like on my keyboard. HDR, high definition radio? That sounds right. Sounds pretty right. Find download link is saying the resource doesn't exist. I think the servers are just being slammed. High dynamic range is the HDR. Yeah, I don't know what that is to be able to answer that question, sorry. How good's Camel's music? I've got PoE soundtrack playing. Where is it? It's a little loud, maybe. It's pretty great, though. What's this? The mystery box trailer music. Nice. Cool. Very nice. I have 4 days off starting tomorrow. Oh, so good. Love it. MSI wants words about you not plugging the features of the new monitor you got. Oh, wait. Is that a thing? Oops. Oh, yeah. You guys see my lit 4K monitor? It's got features I apparently don't know about. Yep. Oops. Probably should learn about that, huh? I'm an awful hardware sponsor. I'm like, oh, shiny. That's the extent of my hardware knowledge. For me, I plug it in, it works, and it looks awesome. That's me. I'm sold. I am sold. So part of my planning is to think about what stuff we really want to take special attention and care to make note of tomorrow. So that probably didn't make much sense. Basically, let's do a canvas, I think. Don't know what this is. This is obsidian. It's no taking out. It's free. We will name this. Early access launch loggers. We could drop our EA launch prep in here as well, I suppose. Just so it's nice and convenient. And we'll work on some of those things. Started using Obsidian mostly due to you. Been loving it. Yeah, it's been a good one for me. I'm glad to hear it. It's being a lot more organized, and too often I let too many things be taxed on my brain, right? To me, it's been very liberating because I'm not like, oh, I have to remember that, I have to remember that, I have to remember that, which the way my brain works, and maybe some of you, is if I do that, I have to basically constantly spam that in my brain or I don't remember it. Which inevitably means most things get forgotten. Can tab row and circle build? I like it. I like it. How do I download the standalone client? You maybe don't for a minute. There should be a news post or something, but I think maybe the servers are getting slammed. Any plan for higher resolutions to YouTube streams since they allow much higher bit rates? Currently not, because I'm not sure how I would go about it. The way I'm doing it right now is I have a plugin called Item Multi-Stream, which lets me just duplicate my settings, which are for Twitch, over to YouTube. I think the other way around doesn't work very well. So you'd need like 2 instances of OBS for that or something. So right now it basically has to be the same settings, which yeah, YouTube can handle higher. It's unfortunate that Twitch can't. I don't know how much more my internet could handle anyway. Curious whether it'll affect me, my ability to play tomorrow. Pre-download has been off and on. It's maybe not working just yet. Dragged at, well, let's go. Oh yeah, well let's we will do some cards because I want to. So a card is a note that hasn't been turned into a file yet. It only exists in here. Whoops, not what I want. But these are perfect for reminders like this. drink liquids for one. And another one is stream markers. Amy and me both really want me to use stream markers so that I can like go back and look at my VODs and be like, yeah, there's a highlight that I want to turn into a video or something. Drink liquids. Also, posture check, which I need to do right now. Oh, okay, that was, my posture was crangled. Okay, we're gonna have some of these up here. Reminders for us. You're now breathing manually. No, not that reminder. I hate that reminder. Don't forget to poop. This ad break is brought to you by water. It's what, like what in the toilets? That stuff. And then, okay, so what do we got? Here's stuff I really want to focus on. This is, can we do new here? Oh, we do a card and then turn it into a new because this drags a pre-existing one. Yeah, right. Makes sense. We will convert this to a file and call it, what are we going to do? Trading. I want to go in and document and see if trading and the currency exchange are different or the same to Path of Exile 1, and then eventually make a guide for new players joining. Because if it's the same as Path of Exile 1, presumably there's going to be a lot of new players scratching their heads and being like, huh, how do we trade gear? I heard you could trade in this game. Or maybe they won't even think about it because like they're used to most games not having trading. D4 did get trading, didn't it? I don't know if it's like super popular though, or super common. Trading, gear, and currency exchange. So we'll do some notes on those. That's a little bit later on. We'll put that over far on the right. This one can be... well, we need to make one for our build, of course. So this will be Mercenary, Grenadier, Witch Hunter. Why is that? Oh, it's... I'm guessing it's a... Is Witch Hunter a single word in the official? This is Obsidian, this app, yeah. Ziggy misses my chats 102% of the time anyway, so now I'm at 204% chats. Uh-oh. Except that one. I only ever notice the ones where you're like, Ziggy always misses my chats. Those are the ones that I notice. Sorry, I'm writing notes. It's hard for me to read chat and write notes at the same time. I'll go cross-eyed if I do that. What do you want my eyes to peel apart separately? 2 words. Which under is 2 words? Thanks. Should make sure I write that properly because people are searching for it, you know. Also, Wish Hunter. Witch Hunter is different from Witch Hunter? There's probably a node called Witch Hunter. Single word like that, right? Hunter, Witch Hunter. Okay. Uh-oh, no. Oh, no. Don't call me Shirley. What application you use currently? This one is Obsidian. Yeah, that's also one that needs to be a reminder. We had this problem last time, right? Where we were like, oh, did I not save that? Oops. This one is... This software is Obsidian. There you go. Because that comes up a lot. People are curious. What is Ziggy writing in? It looks neat. Also, this theme kind of looks Path of Exile-ish to me. Like the notes especially. When you format them correctly, they start to kind of look like Pee-wee Wiki or something. It's cool. How do I download it? You Google Obsidian. Sorry to be a smartass, but it's free. It's free. You just download it. It's on PC and tablet and phone, and that's, yes, all the places. All the various things. It's very popular open source. Well, is it open source? I don't know if that's right. Don't quote me on that one. Anyway, it's very popular free note-taking software. Not open source, closed source. Yeah, it is open source. Yes, open source. Okay, I'm getting conflicting answers on that one. Anyway, it's pretty good. People like it. Convert to files. Mercenary. Witch Hunter. 2 words. Grenadier. We'll say, we'll just go build notes for this one. Oh, well, no, build journal, because I don't want to use that kind of concept of journaling our character, because that can lead to some pretty cool kind of like daily, here's what's happened, action going on. So we should probably try and make sure I'm taking notes kind of at the end of each, or maybe like each major new gem that we get, and we could come up with a little bit of a methodology for this one. Like, I've done some of this kind of like character progression, like even just that video I just posted recently on the Mercenary. People really liked the fact that I was like, you got this new skill, here's how it plugged into the build and how things changed and how it, like, that was pretty, so people seem to really like that, so we can apply that idea here. That red is illegible on phones. Yeah, I should probably, maybe I'll edit that one. For now, I can just use H2. Yellow is probably a bit better. Red is a bad color for visibility in general. I don't like that about this theme. I can probably customize that. Computer upgrade parts came in today. Grats killed it. Epic. People will ask even if the text is literally on screen. It happens. So just methodology wise, I think like I'll just make sure I document gems added plus thoughts. We'll say plus supports. Nice spelling, Ziggy. Plus thoughts. Major gearing changes. Make sure I make note of things that were challenging. Challenging bosses, etc. Problem. I like this idea of like problem, tool, solution kind of view towards things, where we like seek to identify what problems are we facing, like have that kind of critical analysis of it, and then seek tool, identify various tools, and note which was the solution for them. I think that's a really good approach. Reroll cosmetics work for EA. It's unclear as to how much will work initially. Their plan is to make everything that they can ported forwards and be viable. New loot filters. So loot filters are apparently able to be done, but Neversink's taking like several weeks before they do filter blade up. They probably want to play the game, right? And not just spend all their day coding filter blade stuff. How possible it will be for us to go in and make just simple filters that just highlight stuff, because I don't think you really need to hide too much stuff initially. Like maybe when we get to end game it'll be a bit different, but simple, just hide, you know, maybe just like items, any ones, whatever, hide them, or just making currency bigger and shinier and have a drop sound and stuff like that. How possible that will be, I don't know. That seems like it would be possible, because, you know, back in the day, we used to make our filters in Notepad, and we liked it. No, we didn't. I hated it. That's a lie. That's a lie. Tyrol. Thanks for the sub, mate. Appreciate it. Leveling path plus tips, please. Yeah, passive progression. Leveling path. And reflection on that as well. So it'll be like, oh, this is how I progress, but actually I think it'd be better to do this way. So these are just the things we'll want to document there, and I'll probably just break it into like acts or something. Act 1, Act 2, so on. Hey, no mature content, thanks for the sub, mate, appreciate it. I was starting to think no filter be nice. I think it's like the game will be viable with no filter initially, at least, but I don't think it's going to be nice. I get the kind of the feeling, and I feel the same way about like, oh, you know, they're not being a part of the building at the start, for example. They're not being like optimized software right away. That I think is cool. That's cool. But the no filter thing is a bummer, not so much because like there's going to be too much gear that we have to sort through. Like Path of Exile 1, unplayable without a filter right now. Unplayable, not viable. Pee 2, viable. We did on a bunch recently. People have been doing it, right? It works well enough. But Exalts look the same as, you know, an alteration. And I know Exalts are more common now, but they shouldn't look the same as an alteration. They should be bigger and shinier and have a little glow to them, make a sound when they drop, right? So yeah, just getting those little ooh, you know, pa-cha things dropping is too exciting. We don't want to. I don't want to miss that part. So I think we're gonna miss that. Hopefully we can do that ourselves, even without Filter Blade. You in the queue for PoE2? I mean, there's not a queue for PoE2 yet. It's too early for that. Unless you mean pre-downloading, in which case, no, I'm gonna do that after stream. Hopefully I can get it in time. Why does it say tomorrow 1 AM on my completed stream download? If you don't know, the game is not out yet. The game releases in a bit under 17 hours. And when I say releases, just a reminder, this is early access, okay? It's very easy to forget that. I did a tweet about this earlier. With how cool everything looks and how much content they announced, which is like more than any game's releases generally, it's very easy to forget this is early access. Stuff is going to be broken. In fact, just today they announced that Spectres, sorry, some of the players, won't be in at the beginning. They run into like a critical issue that they're not able to fix for tomorrow. So there will not be Spectres. Also, you might be playing the game and be like, why are there no swords in this game? What the hell? There's no swords, okay? There's no swords because it's not a finished game yet. There's only 6 of the 12 classes. Only, what, 12 of 36 ascendancies? Ooh, crazy. And is that right? Something like that? 12 of 36? Yeah. Literally swords, flails, spears are not in. I'm not sure about daggers and claws. Not sure about those ones. No daggers. Axes? Axes not in. Yeah, no axes. Claws? Probably no claws, because they'll come alongside Druid most likely. Daggers are daggers and primal. Yeah, primal weapons they're probably called or something like that now, the claws. Claws will probably be like druidic weapons, I imagine. Yeah, you can pre-download now. In theory, it's been struggling a little bit. So yes, just remember, it's early access. So remember to approach it with that mindset. It probably won't feel like it in Act 1, because Act 1 is quite polished at this point. But you know, maybe later parts of Act 2 and certainly Act 3 will probably have a lot more unfinished stuff in it. So you'll get some reminders at some point. Just try to be prepared for that. And you know, you see a problem, you submit a bug. You do the feedbacks. That's the point in the end. What does Melee even have? Sticks? I mean, yes, that's one of them. That's so funny. What am I supposed to melee enemies with sticks? I mean, literally, yes. Literally, yes. Amazing. Yeah, so one of them is quarterstaves, indeed. There's also clubs and hammers, yes. Quarterstaves, clubs, and hammers. You gotta think of it in terms of like class archetypes. So warrior is hammers, so there's a bunch of hammers. And monk is quarterstaves, so there's a bunch of quarterstaves. And the hammers kind of include like clubs and stuff too. But yeah, that's the predominantly melee stuff for a moment there. You're joking, right? No. Sticks. Quarterstaves, right? Monk is one of the core classes right now. It's the quarterstaves is the thing. Monks technically quarterstaves and unarmed. They do and can blend between both of them pretty organically. All right, I have to take a short break. I'll be back in 3 minutes. If for those of you on YouTube who don't know how this works, I only ever run commercials when I'm not at the computer, so you don't miss anything. Not that you're missing much today. I'm just here, being here. It's not like I'm doing anything interesting right now. I mean, soon I'll do some cool commentaries and stuff for you. Maybe I'll do a bit when I get back. Mix it up a bit. But yes, I only run ads when I'm not at the PC, so you don't miss anything. So I do those suckers manually, and usually about 3 minutes while I go get a drink. Pee. Not that you need to know about that. Alrighty, I'll see you fine folks in 3 minutes. Go back. Do, 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 do. Why am I getting a default ad? I mean, you might need something to play until tomorrow, right? I don't know if it'd be worth downloading D4 to play for 12 hours or something. Welcome back, folks. Welcome back. Just a reminder that if you have a question and I don't see it in chat, please just wait a minute and repost it, and be patient with me, especially as I'm currently adapting to an unfamiliar chat interface, which my brain is not trained for currently, so I'm trying to keep up with things, but I'm noticing some little gaps, and chat's going pretty fast, so I'll do my best to keep up with y'all. Like, I realize now that we don't have all of my emotes active in this chat, so it's a slight bummer. It does post my bots, doesn't it? Yeah, cool. Does this actually notify you? Does what notify me? Sylvanas? Yeah, I'll show you. See? Red. It goes red. But as you can see, there's a lot of red in chat. Whenever anyone adds me, it's red, so the red does tend to just blend into the chat. Like, it's not much more notifying than not doing it, to be honest. Yeah. Integrated chat might know. It is, yeah. It does work on there as well. It's actually pretty good, but it's just unfamiliar, right? So I'm still getting used to things. Download failing for everyone. Yeah, a lot of people have been having that issue. It's hopefully going to get sorted soon. Alright, let me take a drink, and I do have a little bit of a cold, unfortunately. I'm hoping that it is just mild and doesn't get any worse than this tomorrow. So I might have to do like a low commentary style where I don't say as much as I would normally, which is talking constantly. Let you listen to the game sounds and whatnot. Yeah, I saw Nene's Nene, right? Oops, sorry for the flashbang. Nene's emotes look amazing. I'll definitely have to add those to the global emotes or something. They're very cute. Sorry about the flashbang. Sorry. LeGraham Cracker, thank you very much for the sub, and also Chryson, appreciate with a big tier 3 sub, mate. Thanks for paying so much for free content. Thank you. What's one tip you'd share with a group of friends trying to play Path of Exile 2 together? Oh, a group, so specifically for co-op. That's a good one. That's a good question. That's not one I have a pre-prepared answer for, because it's not one I've considered specifically. I played a little bit of co-op, not a ton. I played a bit of co-op with Jonathan, actually. It was quite cool. We did a bit of I did a bit of melee bonkage with Jonathan. It was quite fun. I think my advice would be, since I can't think of something specifically PoE 2 mechanically for co-op right now, would be more the general advice of playing with people is try to ensure each other's fun, you know? So keep an open communication and try and find like a playstyle or a speed or something that matches for each of you, because that can be the hardest thing. Thankfully, they've done some really good stuff with where you can, you know, open menus, you know, separately and still do stuff. It doesn't like pause the game for everyone. It's great. So that's kind of oh well, that would be couch co-op even. You might not be playing couch co-op. Oh, I didn't even think about that. I was thinking couch co-op. Oh man. I mean, still, that advice still applies. Short allocation, exalt stealing. Yeah, I mean, that's one. Look, it's about finding what works well for your party, and if that like cackling as you steal stuff from each other is the right vibe for your party, then that's what you do, right? You just make sure that everyone's on board with that, and that's fun for everyone. Oh, you know, I totally forgot. I actually have a ton of keys to give away today as well. I didn't even mention that. One thing I'm not sure is how to do that with YouTube chat. I could do my old school strategy of just scroll randomly and whoever I land on gets a key, but that's not a very good way of doing it. How do I even, because I don't even know how can you even DM people on YouTube? Probably not, right? Let me see if I click someone's. I don't know how to do that one. I do not know how to do that one. I just put it in chat, let the gods of speed decide. Yeah, but then a bot gets it though. Unless I do like a anti-bot measure for that, maybe. I could try that. I could try that. I'll have a think on that one. Yeah, that was one I haven't had a chance to figure out a solution for. But I do have some keys to give away later today. We'll do that a bit later though. Join my Discord and PM me. Interesting. Join my Discord and PM me. I mean, Discord based is a thing I could do. Most dual streamers just don't give away on YouTube. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's just because it's so hard to do there. Like, I can't just get my bot to pick someone at random from YouTube, right? And I don't even see like a way to message you guys. Like maybe if I go to your channel or something, I may be able to send you an email. If you have your email listed. Oh, I accidentally subscribed to you, Monkey Lord. You better put some good content up for me, mate. I was testing on your channel to see if I could message you, and I subbed to you instead. Okay. Well, that's what's happening. All right. Yeah. Sorry. I'll have a think about it, but it might be, if I manage to do some giveaways on YouTube, it will be less and it will be scuffed. That's the best I can maybe do. Where is this music? There it is. Okay, let's turn that off, because you know what? Let's do some mercenary commentary Okay, spoiler warning. There will be spoilers because you will see zones and enemies and bosses. I have edited out most, not all, of the dialogue. So sometimes I keep like the start of a sentence, just to like as an establishing thing to say what's going on. But for the most part, a lot of the dialogue's edited out. So, but expect boss spoilers especially. Let's do like the first half hour or so of this 3.5 hours I have. Of Mercenary, played at the Grinding Gear Games headquarters a bit over a week ago. And again, if you have questions, feel free to ask them, repost them in chat if I miss you. I'll try and get to them and pause every so often to answer some questions. For the spots in campaign where an uncut gem is supposed to drop, do you know if multiples will drop for group gameplay? I do not know that. It seems like it would, right? That's a good question. We might have to see tomorrow for that one. Do you support the truffle extension to combine YouTube and Twitch chat for viewers and allow 7 TV emotes on YouTube? I have a different one. I have StreamerBot, and I haven't looked into all the settings available. I set it up literally right before stream, so hopefully I can figure out some of that stuff. Why did the chicken cross the road? To say ahoy? With $500 dues in their beak? Dark Agent, perhaps? Thanks again, mate. All right, let's go have a look. Stop distracting me, chat.
Hired hand. Wanted in Oriath, you fled like a coward.
How's that volume?
Every life has a price, and your crossbow has kept your coin purse full. Here
Definitely a
you are
crossbow.
judged and found guilty. What say you? Quickly, stop it! Take down the degenerate!
How come Ziggy can play right now? Let me put myself over here.
I can't believe that actually worked.
Crossbow time.
Back to the grave!
Definitely a crossbow, not a gun. So, you didn't see my Mercenary video. The crossbow is truly a unique playstyle. I liken it to how summoners are so different to regular builds, right? It's other builds. The ammo system really makes it play quite different.
Since I saw one of these little beauties.
Ooh, one of these little beauties. You have one fire button, which I put on right click for the most part. And then you have different ammo buttons, which are load or reload or swap. So even default attack is an ammo type you can see down here in the middle. I put my middle mouse button there.
Satisfying.
And the fragmentation rounds we just got, which is shotgun. The fragmentation rounds is also an ammo, right? That one only has one round or one bolt per magazine. We're just gonna say round per magazine. So after every shot, you reload, and reload is automatic. So unless you interrupt it by dodge rolling, which I do a fair bit at the start, because you have to get used to that a little bit. So there I dodge rolled, and then I have to do a reload by either trying to fire or do a manual reload or change to a different ammo type. But once you've loaded a magazine, swapping keeps it stays loaded. You can just swap to it pretty much instantly. It's like a little, you just cock it. The bloated Miller. So satisfying. This. Oof. Ouch. The reload scaling with attack speed that's an interesting question that I actually cannot answer, because I had a crossbow that dropped with attack speed and the reload speed was highlighted in blue, indicating that it was being affected, but it actually wasn't changed. And Jonathan had said that they had been kind of like discussing, and he wasn't sure where they landed with that.
Not dead yet. I fought some big buggers before, but blimey.
Blimey. What a big bugger he is. Yellow bar under the name of enemies is indeed a stagger bar.
A particular dark power stalking us out in the Farin. Now, if you could channel your violence against this devourer as fit.
Kindness will get you killed in times
It's the
like
4
these,
years,
old man.
Thorborg. Appreciate it, mate. Thank you. We pick up some permafrost bolts. Such a fun skill. So good. Freeze is, and most crowd control in Path of Exile 2 is amazing, and every build is probably going to use some of them. It's not so binary like Path of Exile 1 is, where like an enemy just doesn't get freeze because you don't break through their like threshold, you know? Everything builds up. So even though I didn't freeze on that first hit, he got 50% of the way towards a freeze, so the second hit, frozen. Amazing. So brilliant. So good. Freeze is phenomenal. I'm just messing with the reloads here. Just practicing the ammo swap, seeing how fast you move between them. So the way the permafrost bolt works is it has a huge multiplier to freeze chance. Well, not freeze chance even, to freeze. Because it's not a chance, guaranteed. Some explosive grenade action. So it freezes enemies very well. It's also a shotgun. And then fragmentation rounds on a frozen enemy explodes the freeze, stripping it off the enemy, but causing an explosion that does pretty good AoE damage. Great for clearing packs. Explosive grenades were a little weak at this point, but they might be balance changed tomorrow. We'll see. Because it had just undergone some changes when I was playing with it here, where I think it was 1 charge originally, and it was changed to 3 charges, and they split the damage across the charges because it was too front-loaded, and there was discussions back and forth about that, so we'll see. The explosive grenades felt a bit weak early on, but were quite good later. Yeah, so Permafrost says 17% attack damage or whatever, because that's per fragment, per bolt, per shard, and it shoots like 10 or 12 of them or something, and they can all hit the same target. I'll pause here for a second, actually, because there's a pretty interesting thing about shotgunning in this game, is that some skills are literally shotgun skills, so they obviously had to think about shotgunning. They made it so that some skills multi-hit enemies, and others don't, and others yet combine to a single hit. So the shotgun, like Permafrost and that, when I believe those are examples of that, when they hit the same target, so like let's say 10 of them would hit it, it doesn't count as 10 hits because that would be really busted for certain things, like for example, life gain on hit. It gets combined into one single hit. Very clever solution, right? How cool is that? Ooh, an anonymous gifter gifted to Ermin Fireball. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Just a note about, I don't know if the drops are active, probably not till tomorrow, right? The drops and then the gift subs for the pet tomorrow, I think anonymous gift subs don't work for that. You might want to double check just tomorrow if you're going to try and get that pet. Don't do it anon. I don't think that works. I think you can actually just sub to do streamers. I'm pretty sure that works. But yeah, if you do gift, make sure it's not anon because then it doesn't work. Hopefully you weren't baited just now by that. Do you know if grenades are affected by accuracy? Yeah, I really don't know on that one because I was flashbanging and blinding myself constantly and I didn't really notice any accuracy issues with my grenades, so unclear. Unclear. You would think an explosion wouldn't be, but you never know. Chryson, thank you for gifting subs to Icarus and Ha. Appreciate it, mate. Oh yeah, I forgot. Got to keep in practice for tomorrow. Okay, thanks, mate. Good job. Yep, your subbing clicking finger is nicely warmed up. Appreciate it. All right, let's continue. AoE effects equals not affected by accuracy. Yeah, that kind of makes sense with what they were doing, right? With the idea that your evasion doesn't work on, say, like slams. Well, I don't know if slams is the right word, but you know, like an AoE skill. That's they made this like distinction between like forward firing things, which can be blocked by a shield, the like manual shield block. And then things like AoE skills that aren't evaded or are evaded. The idea is that you're supposed to be able to see an attack and instantly know if it's evadable or not, or blockable or not, just by what it is, by the nature of what it is. So that actually makes sense. That's pretty cool. It's funny because OG evasion was for dodging AoEs. Yeah, like what is it, the evasion on rogue in D&D or something? Yeah. No, D&D Ranger evasion, improved evasion? No. Well, I mean, you do have improved evasion with your dodge roll. Dodge roll is what is for that one. You can purchase or gift 2 subs for the pet. Yeah, I think they just have to be... I just don't think it works if it's anonymous, though. Just be careful of that. Hi, Andy. All right, let's do a bit more. I'm just kind of getting a feel for the explosive grenade here. It was a little expensive and a little bit too long of a fuse and a bit too weak right at this very early part. So it's only really good when there's like a big group of enemies that you can kind of pre-stack the damage on. There was only like probably a very brief section of gameplay where I ever really had to use the cult attack. just kind of just swap to for mana management, and that was only when I was really spamming like explosive grenades. Using just the shotgun skills a lot early on, like this. Felt pretty good on the mana side of stuff. Honestly, mana on Mercenary was pretty easy. This is nasty. Visuals look good. Game looks so good. I do want to point out that the render of this VOD, because it was 3.5 hours, isn't that crisp. It's a bit blurry, even for me watching it. And it's only 1080p and then it's being streamed at only like 8K bit rate, so it's thrice compressed what you're seeing. You'll enjoy tomorrow. You actually get to see it first person. I do appreciate that they made even the default attack feel pretty chunky though early on. Nice. Oh, that shotgun blast so good. We get ourselves a medium life flask, always a big upgrade. Some boots that we can maybe craft. And if you don't know, anytime there's like a unique boss that's kind of optional in an area, it probably drops something important. Some of them are permanent buffs like that, is 10% cold res just from that point onwards. They might change every season too, apparently, which is interesting. So you'll want to hunt those down. The cool thing is now on the world map, it actually shows these things at least kind of after you've found maybe the waypoint of a zone or cleared the zone, or there's certain triggers for it that I'm not clear on. Yeah, one thing I want to note about the Mercenary visuals in this gameplay is there was actually a bug that was not a thing before and then was broken in the version I was playing, and then it was fixed immediately after. So unfortunately, you might notice it is that the Mercenary doesn't aim when they're reloading or channeling a skill to fire. So it makes the Mercenary a little bit kind of flick, flick, flick. It didn't really affect the gameplay too much. It was just a visual thing, but it looks a bit weird. Galorga Shack, thanks for the sub, mate. Appreciate it, buddy. So yeah, they fixed that afterwards. It was like something broke when they changed something. I helped bug fix something for you for launch. As satisfying as the explosive grenade blowing up the frozen enemy there. So I dip back to town after a little bit there before I progress onwards, because I picked up a little bit of gold and stuff, and harvest the vendor for some upgrades. Don't neglect the vendors, eh? That was a legit little crossbow I got right there. Fizz, and I think it was a touch speed, wasn't it? Yeah, you want to use the gold vendor a lot early on. I actually don't disenchant right at the beginning. I found I didn't disenchant at the beginning, and rather sold stuff for gold initially, so that I could use that vendor to kind of kit out my missing stuff and upgrade my floss and things like that. Yeah, you want to be able to buy a bit from the gold vendor initially, I found.
Not yet.
But, you know, you'll work out your own strategies, obviously. I changed back and forth a bit. You know, I started kind of focusing gold initially and then swapped over to disenchanting to craft up the gear that I had. And then I swapped back to gold every so often when I needed like better socketed gears and things like that. The vendors do change, but it's not on level up as far as I can tell. It's kind of, because I think they changed that for PoE1 as well, right? These mud simulacrums have always given me grief when they do their little out of the wall slam. I don't know if they changed them to make them a little bit less nasty, but permafrost bolt freezing them is pretty amazing. I do love that. The rawhide belt, is that the life recovery one? Oh yeah, very nice. That also unlocks the first charm slot. So charms, if you don't know, new replacement for flask. That's why there's only 2 now. Charms you don't have to click, basically. They're like flasks with defensive triggers on them. So you can get like fire resistance if you get hit by fire damage. And they charge up kind of like flasks, but you don't need to click them. It's amazing. Fire grenade explodes 5 to 7 business days later. Yes, the explosive grenade has a very long fuse, which means you want to use it very tactically early on. So only when there's like a big group of slower enemies, or when you can kind of fire it. It doesn't alert the enemies when you first fire it. So you can fire it on a pack that hasn't been alerted yet, and then have the explosions kind of like wake them up. And you can kind of like pre-stack bosses and stuff with it, but generally I didn't find it too good just yet. It gets much better later on when you combo with things. And there's stuff you can do to reduce the fuse timer. have a pretty good fight with the Devourer here. You can see both decent stun build up from just regular crossbow shots, being physical, and then the excellent freeze there. But you'll notice what I did there is I used fragmentation to detonate the freeze. I don't know if that's actually worth it for bosses right now, because then they just they go back to fighting, right? It's probably better to keep them frozen and just keep shooting them. Let the freeze wear off naturally. Because the detonation is more useful for clearing packs, I think. Really good for packs though. See, that's a good example of where to use explosive grenade, right? I know the Devourer is coming up there, so fire some explosive grenades for when they pop up. So it has a use, but it's not main skill material just yet. Do life bar seem to be getting green screened? No, that's poison. Oh, when you got poisoned, which made it look like you had no light left there? Wait, green screened? You mean like it got chroma keyed out? That shouldn't be the case. Hold on. Surely not. I don't think I have a chroma key on here. Oh, I do have a chroma key on my monitor. What the heck? Why do I have chroma key on my monitor? Sorry, that's weird. Okay, yep. Strange. Thanks for the note on that. That's very weird. I must have... I don't even know why that was the case. I did that for maybe I was doing puzzle box or something weird. So you can see here the option to use my... I pick up another uncut skill gem. So I get a choice, right? I get a choice. I can either upgrade one of my pre-existing skills a level, increasing most of the time their damage, but in some cases other things. Like I think the grenades would occasionally gain AoE every, maybe every second level or something. Their explosions would get bigger. Or I can say, all right, let's take a new skill instead. So I got 2 new skills or upgrade my previous skills. Now, right now, it's like not much of a choice because it's like not that many skills. Still a choice. It's tuned so that you get enough, in my experience, of these uncut gems to probably unlock all the skills you want pretty easily, but not level up everything unless you're farming or, really exploring for it, it's just a good catch-up mechanic. I found, like number 1 goal was to unlock new skills to like solve problems. So it's like, oh, I need AoE clear, so unlock an AoE skill, or I need something to crowd control. I need single target, so I go for those. Here I'm like, yeah, I mean, let's explore getting some more single targets. So, and also I just wanted to try new skills. So we pick up armor piercing rounds, I'm pretty sure. But then I was like, what's my best, most impactful skill? That's the one I'm gonna like level up every time if I can. And then there were other skills that I would leave for a while. So, and then level them up several levels at once. Because the cool thing is if you find a level 5 uncut gem, and then you do it on level 1 explosive grenade, it just takes it to level 5. It just skips it straight ahead. So you don't need to level them up one by one. It's amazing. Great system. Ziggy is real. Footage is video. Yes, I'm real. I mean, it's all video in the end, isn't it? Yes, I am here live right now. Shoe on head. No, I don't have a shoe in here, sorry. No proof. You'll have to take my word for it. This footage was recorded about a week ago at GGG Studio. Can you make Mercenary shotgun only, or is variety mandatory? I think variety is not going to be mandatory, but it's very well supported, and having a variety of skills is a lot of fun and gives you more tools to deal with more situations more better. So can you inefficiently kind of brute force a one button build? Probably. I'm sure people will. We'll see tomorrow, eh? We'll see tomorrow. Yeah, it's very well supported that you get a variety of skills and use them in different places. I encourage you to try a bunch of them and, mix and match them and just naturally find which ones you feel like you use or don't use. Because if something's not really having enough impact for you, you just won't use it, right? You'll stop using it naturally. You just let that kind of happen organically, maybe. You'll notice I'm doing a bit of gold vendoring here. Even the rare, although the rare's probably a mistake. Because I want this. There's that fizz attack speed crossbow there. I'm like, oh man, I want that. I couldn't afford it though, so I was like, oh, we'll get the mana flask upgrade, which probably didn't even really need.
Bye.
It's pretty wild. The reach PW2's gotten light and easy. Is the first uncut support gem system. So it took me, let me save you all some time and embarrassment, okay? It took me, oh my lord, like 75% of this run before I realized, I don't know if that's the right number, but before I realized this button down here, show recommended gems. I was like, this feels like less support gems than I remember. I thought, I don't know, maybe it's just Mercenary. Okay, so this thing, you can uncheck this, and then it shows you every support gem that can work on the currently selected skill. So right now I've selected frag rounds. So it's showing me, okay, we think, GGG thinks, brutality, double barrel, and leverage are like the best choices for this. You know, so it like shows me like 6 support gems. If you uncheck that, you can see literally every single support gem that could possibly work on it. Many of those won't be good, but there actually was many of them that were. I know for a fact though that their recommendation system in this footage was like, it was very slapped together. So they probably have improved that for tomorrow, I dare say. Like someone's probably done a pass to do more recommendations. So hopefully there'll be more in there and it won't be as much of an issue. But yeah, don't miss that little feature because it made a big difference. Because there was definitely like good freeze supports, for example, that I wouldn't have seen because they weren't in the recommended. So we'll see what we take. I think I just take double barrel here because I'm like, oh, double barrel shotgun. I actually didn't love double barrel. It increases the reload speed, but gives you an extra shot, right? So for the shotguns that start on 1, that's 2, right? That's pretty good in theory. But I didn't find it super amazing. It was alright. Alright. Just that reload speed did feel just slow enough that it was a bit awkward. That's the armor piercing, which is like a little chip away kind of automatic fire machine gun. Let's not beat around the bush here. That does armor breaking. It chips away armor each shot. The amount of armor break that they do per shot goes up as you level them. It starts at like 2 or something, and then it's like way more after that. So it doesn't do a ton of damage, but it does ramp. This encounter is really interesting. So this is a rare monster, right? This is an example of them. They kind of made a rare monster that was unique. Like it's actually kind of a mini boss, but not actually a mini boss. They're like, this isn't cool enough to be an actual mini boss. So it's just a rare, right? But this is actually a handcrafted encounter you'll be able to find. And it's a really important one too, actually. And a good example of like the exploration stuff they're doing. And I'm glad to see they toned it down a little bit, because the first time I fought her on an earlier build, she was so rough. She was very scary. So she drops an uncut gem and a ruby charm. So these are the new charms. I can show you this. So they build up charges as you kill enemies or whenever you'd get charges otherwise. So checkpoints and wells. I will note as well, for people panicking about the well thing, I think I clicked the well once in 8 hours. So what this charm does is it goes in that little slot there, and as long as it has charges, if you take fire damage, it gives you 25% fire res. Anything else, so I would get 3 mana back and get 25 fire res for 4 seconds. At the cost of 33 charges, so I'd be able to use that twice before I ran out. So it's just, yeah, it's like little programmable kind of defensive triggers. Utility flasks for the PoE1 players without the need to press a button. Very cool. And you will find fire, cold, and lightning ones pretty early on. And it's kind of cool to just keep them in your inventory and swap them around if you need them. Or you stash if you prefer. You know, manage it how you want. But you struggle on that fire damage boss, you know, go chuck a ruby on instead. Does 25 trigger before the hit? That's a good question, Booth. Cannot answer that one. Used when you take fire damage from a hit. Pretty hard to say, right? Whether it would affect that hit or not. Not sure. You would hope so, wouldn't you? But maybe not. Maybe not. I also found like ones to deal with stun. I think there was a bleed one as well. And I don't think they trigger if they're currently active, which is nice. I didn't get to look at that too close. The way it's worded does sound like after, doesn't it? So I'm looking at more supports here. So she also dropped us uncut support, which I'm pretty sure is guaranteed that she'll drop an uncut support. So you get your first one from like a quest, basically moments before this, assuming you've killed the Devourer already. Then you come out this way into the woods with the with all the werewolves and such, and she's in there, and then you run into her pretty soon after you get your second support. So that's quite cool. That's only if you kill her, right? Like if you just ignore that encounter, which you totally can. you'll, you know, not have that power. So I pick up Pierce, top tier pick. So good. Explosive, no, what is it? Explosive fragmentation rounds actually has built-in piercing, but this skill does not. Permafrost bolts does not have piercing. Pierce is quite neat in that it doesn't lower the amount of damage dealt to the first target, but only subsequent targets. Very nice. So it doesn't, you don't lose any damage using it. And it makes it so that your permafrost can freeze the whole pack. Amazing. Oh, so good. You'll see that it's almost night and day. Permafrost is great without it, but so good with. So her cauldron drops guaranteed medium life and mana flask. So these drops, no accident. I don't know about the wand. It seems also on theme. So it could be too. So this one little kind of secret encounter, it's not, this one's not super hidden, it's pretty obvious, is designed to drop an uncut gem, maybe a charm. I don't know if the charm was just an accident. It also seems appropriate. So let's say uncut and a charm, and then one of each flask if you haven't got an upgrade by this point, and then potentially a wand if you haven't gotten a wand yet. So like that one encounter is kind of handcrafted to give you these things as like a catch up, because you might have made it through a couple zones now and not have found a flask upgrade yet. So, you know, you get it here. It also means once you know that sort of stuff, you can, you know, not buy that from a vendor if you don't need to. I don't think there's any vendor recipes anymore. So no 3-to-1s. What else? Yeah, that's it for now. Ammo does reload automatically, yeah. Yeah, look at that. Freeze is pretty long too, right? Like I freeze that werewolf, freeze the other pack, swap to my shotgun, and then blast them away. It's pretty good. Permafrost is so satisfying though. Those explosions make a pretty nice little pack clear if you freeze a couple mobs within the pack. Want to play Merc? I don't feel like playing grenades? Then don't. Play any of the other crossbow bolts, of which there are many choices. Feel like regular crossbow skills are viable? I literally cannot speak to that, right? Probably yes. People probably just gravitate to grenades because they're cool and exploding. And maybe a little bit more obvious as to how they'll scale. But it's highly likely regular crossbows without grenades is going to be just fine. Or, you know, use some grenades as support skills like flashbang. What worries me is the fuse time. They're all different. The skills are different. Explosive's really long. Flash grenade is almost instant. And you can change it. There's passives and supports that change the fuse duration. I'll get my bow upgrade here, although I had actually found one already that was a bit kind of like pretty similar, so it was, I think it was a higher tier, this one though, so it should have been a decent damage upgrade. I really felt every time I got like a new damage upgrade with things like permafrost instantly becoming way more effective. Very satisfying. We'll probably watch the rest of this zone, then save some trees maybe. Is this what you're gonna play on launch? I think so, yeah. No shadow sound effect. Not the very loud kind of chunky one. It's got its own new effects. It's a little bit more kind of, I would say a little lighter. It's not as chunky as PoE 1's shadow. I think it's good, but I do feel like it's not quite as that kind of level of satisfaction PoE 1 has with Freeze Shadow. I agree. Herald of Ice is very good though. I'll get Herald of Ice later. I don't know about widescreen. Does ammo reload automatically? Yeah. Ammo reloads automatically, unless you interrupt the reload. Like, you dodge roll while you guys are trying to reload, you'll stop reloading, obviously. This is PoE 2? Yep. The crossbow does sound very good in general, doesn't it? So here I'm like trying to freeze some of them so I can shatter them with the that shotgun there, but I keep accidentally killing them. Another reasonable spot to use some explosive grenades. The cross gun. The devs aren't even like dancing around on that whole thing. During the Q&A, they literally just called it gun and shotgun. Yeah, crossbow and Deadeye should be good, honestly. For grenades or regular. There's no reason crossbow has to be Merc.
Should have expected a trap.
But Merc also has Witch Hunter, which is sick. I get my first transmute and chuck it on the boots and get the move speed. Oh, if you already have a weapon of some kind with any amount of damage on it, then boots are always going to be my go-to after that. Easy clap. Get myself some move speed. I will say, my RNG balances out though because I never upgrade out of those boots. I don't think I'd... Maybe like right at the very end, like I could not upgrade those boots. I was stuck on 10% move speed the whole time. So, yeah, you know. You win some, you lose some. Any class restrictions in the game? Nope. Not really. Well, I mean, Ascendancies are class restricted. That's the main thing. The tree, the starting points on the tree are even like, I think closer than PoE1, right? Hi, welcome back. How you going?
Well, can I get a hand for a moment?
Yeah, sure. I was just about to finish up here. Well, like, you know, take a break. I can do that. How's he playing? I'm not. This is a VOD. I pre-recorded it a week ago. And then showcasing and commentating today. Get another Ruby Charm. Unfortunately, the one I already have, though. So satisfying blowing up those frozen ones with the fragmentation rounds, though. Get our first rune drop there, a Glacial rune. Added cold damage to weapons, or I believe cold res on armor. And our first ring drop too, Lazuli ring. As a PoE1 player, you're not going to feel 20 mana is that exciting, but actually reasonably impactful. More so if you're struggling on mana or really early game, but also more so for the fact that you can put other affixes on there. Especially as we start to get ourselves some more transmutations. This zone is a really good place to get weapons if you haven't upgraded yet. There's these like weapon piles everywhere. It's a whole battlefield, right? So it's a good place to get weapons. To do some scavenging. So it's guaranteed to have one of every tier 2 weapon in there. So like if you're still on the starter crossbow, you can go into that zone and get yourself, you know, a tier 2 crossbow. Spirit's for reservation skills. You don't reserve mana anymore. You reserve spirit. I get a double-socketed crossbow there, and I'm like, ooh, yeah, well, we might see if we can get ourselves some extra runes. +1 melee skills, gloves, eh? +1 skills is not as strong as PoE1. You can get a lot more of them, it seems. But still pretty good one. Cool to get on gloves like that. What level are you? We probably can see when I level up. Not sure. It's not like I can open my character screen. What are we leveled up, like 5 times? It might be like level 6 or something. This is pretty early. This is basically, not counting the starting zone, 1, 2, 3, 4 zones in? Or did I sidetrack? This might be a sidetrack. It's 3 to 4 zones in, roughly. Yeah, overleveled? You're always a little overleveled unless you're speedrunning, which you should probably aim to play slightly overleveled, honestly. It's pretty normal. I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be back in just a moment. We'll do some tree saving, we'll do some more commentary, do some more planning, all that good jazz when I return. Maybe I can give away a few of those keys too. See you soon, folks. I see Telly had a little visit. She was so excited about climbing onto my chair. She loves coming in here, and I got this like LED light remote that like changes the sliding. She loves coming in and playing with it. Little Telly. Do you know if you can wield shield with two-handed giant's blood? I'm pretty sure you can, right? There's another point of it. So either use a shield or a second two-hander. Yeah, preload seemed to be going. All hype for the early access launch? Absolutely. Early AM? Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily that hype for that aspect. The 5 AM wake up to... Even though I know that like I'm probably not going to be able to play for hours, you know, as the server catches on fire, most likely. I'd give it a 90% chance of 6 hours of server issues. That's my guess. And that's knowing, like, having actually a lot of faith in GG's abilities to manage it. It's just too much. It's just so much. Like, how are they not going to be having to deal with that? They're inevitably going to have to put out some fires. Anyway, yeah. Even though I know, I still have to get on at 6, right? I still have to. Like, in theory, I should just sleep in, but there's no way I'd be able to. Oh, because you know I'm going to be on there like singing, oh, is it up? Is it up? Should I get up? I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't even sleep this morning. I woke up at 5 AM this morning. I was like already too excited. It's not even up yet. Oh well. Oh well. So we will do some more of the commentary actions in a moment. We're going to do a giveaway of some keys on Twitch though, as well as do some ACF investigates and hunt down some tree murderers. So let me get things set up for that. Where is my Moobot? Where are you, Moobot? Oh yeah, Moobot's hiding in here. Come over here, Moobot. Where I can see you. Yeah, so as I was saying, unfortunately I don't know a good way to do the YouTube giveaways yet. I'll try and figure out something for that. To get you folks some keys, because you deserve some too. Well, have you been watching me for even longer than on Twitch, right? But yeah, there's just no real easy ways of doing it on YouTube. It kind of sucks. I might be able to do some on Discord later. But I do have some keys to give away. I'm going to open up a giveaway here for some PC keys for Path of Exile 2 early access. This does not include the $30 packs with the points and stuff like that. It just gives you access so that you don't have to buy it back. That's the idea, right? Yo, thank you. Appreciate it. DGR Hawk, Danger Hawk. Thanks for the 10 months, mate. The keyword is... Gimme PC key. Like that. Gimme PC key. Alright, that's open. We'll do that. And draw the... I'll draw... I don't know, like, what? 3 of those suckers? We'll do like 3 of those now. Rax figured it out. PN YouTube. What was that? That's a service or something? Arcus, thanks for the sub, mate. Oh, sorry, it's you have to use the hashtag. Give me PC key. Sorry, chat. You're doing the wrong one. It's give me PC key like this. There you go. Like that. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Not exclamation mark. Hashtag. Good job, folks. Good job. All right. Sorry, chat will be spammy for the moment, so sorry if I hold your questions until I do the giveaway. In the meantime, we're going to do some of this. If you didn't see earlier, today I'm also showcasing and volunteering to support the Australian Conservation Foundation, which is a organization that's trying to find and identify and penalize, I assume. Well, more like report, but you know, I assume they hire assassins to track down people doing illegal deforestation, like cutting down trees where they're not supposed to, which is straight up killing koalas and, believe it or not, an animal called the stuttering frog. The poor little frog has a speech impediment and these people are just destroying their environments. Poor little stuttering frogs. So rude. I'm on my BRB. Oh yeah, I'm on my BRB. But TLDR, here is 2023 and here is 2024. And we use our gamer eyes to play Spot the Difference and try and tell them if there's been any tree clearing in this area. So basically they need gamers to help identify and sort through this info and tag areas where they think there's been tree clearing. I actually think there's not been any in this one, right? Like this looks pretty good. I see some houses, so there's some people living in this area. And you know what? I think they're doing the right thing. I don't think they've been cutting down any trees. Well, I don't see any. I planted 6 trees. Bloody legend. Bloody legend. Northeast of center? Northeast. Yeah, like maybe an singular tree there. No, that's water. Oh, you know what? I think that's just water. I think those are dams. There is some missing. I don't see them. Yeah, those are just dams. Those are dams for sure. So that's not even trees. And you can do a little slider like this too. But yeah, like takes 2 minutes to sign up and you can volunteer and help find some, you know, help play Spot the Difference and help. Oh, actually the slider is a little handy here because it might be that these are just a little greener, but I think you like, if you're unsure, you kind of err on the side of tagging it, right? Bottom left. Bottom left. Because like we have to account for the fact that some of these are just you know, browning off, which is just normal. I don't know, I don't see any missing there. Someone's picking all the leaves off. Yeah. No, I think this one, there's like not much. I think it looks pretty good. This one looks pretty good. Yeah, I think this is just like greenery. I don't see any like obvious like missing gaps or anything. I'm gonna guess that there's actually none on this. Yeah, we're right. Yay! So those are the they do 3 practice ones at the start, which kind of gets you, just kind of gets you like comfortable with it and what you're looking for. And then yeah, they basically just have a bunch of these like before and after shots from just 1 year, and it's actually crazy like how much there has been identified. But they need more people. They're like desperate to get more people volunteering to do this. So I'm like, they were asking me if I wanted to show this off on the stream last week. So the backstory is I saw Barjo doing this on his stream. I was like, that's really cool. And then it turns out we actually know someone who works with these people. So we ended up getting in touch with them, and they're asking if I wanted to stream it last week and show it off. And I said, well, why don't we do the day before the beta? When there's lots of people who are bored, it'll be perfect. So hopefully some of you click the link and do some volunteering. There is a link, yep, on Twitch. It's below my stream, or in the !trees command, or on YouTube. It should be in the description. Again, I'm new to the YouTube thing, but I think live streams have a description. I think I put it down there. So there's a link in there. I don't know. I don't think there's any AI training aspect to this, but if there is, it's like we're kind of providing the data to help build tools to identify deforestation. So if it is, it's in kind of a positive way like that. But I don't think there is. It's not, I believe, part of it. But it certainly, in theory, could be used. So I'm not sure about that one. Start investigating for real. Yo! We'll do one of these and I'll draw those giveaways. So if you haven't hashtag GimmePC keyed in chat yet on the Twitch side of things, have a look at that one now. Oh man, this one is I don't think there's any trees here in general. Yeah, I think we got some outback here. There's no trees at all anyway. This place has already been fully deforested, unfortunately. Yeah, no, there's nothing there. So I think we just leave that one. Couldn't detect any clearing. I'm pretty sure there's no clearing on that one. They already cut them all down. You joined a team of folks who want to make a difference. Heck yeah, this thing's super cool. I think this is so cool. I remember seeing like a while back, there was like trying to help with coming up with medical solutions by doing like DNA folding in like a minigame. I was like, that's really cool. And then I saw this and I was like, that's really cool too. Might be some illegal reforestation. Illegal reforestation. So there's a difference in greenery levels here. This one's a little, there'll be a variety of images. Some of them will be like a little scuffed or a little grainy, or the weather was bad. So we have to try and account for that. I'm just kind of like looking at the top ones. I don't see any like missing. Maybe something down the bottom here could be worth looking at. But that also maybe just looks like difference in the photo, possibly, as well. This is kind of behind me a little bit, this one here. Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, maybe... Oh, this one here looks a bit interesting, though. There's this, like, section here, but the before... Yeah. I don't know about that one. I think that might just be differences in greenery. I don't see anything that's obviously missing. Second square from bottom left. This one here. So if we look at before and then after... Yeah, so we can see like the weather difference is kind of the overall color change there. And then like a difference in the browning off. I don't know. Top left too looks sus. You can see like gaps here. So this is where there's like no trees in these gaps here. And then there's, I think mostly just color changes as far as I can tell. Which I'm not too suspicious on color changes. And often you'd see like, you know, you'll often see like trails as well. When I was watching Bardo do it, you'd sometimes see trails that get cleared from. So those end up being super obvious. Yeah, I don't think one right from top left. One right from top left. You reckon this one here? I don't know. I don't see anything. Like, as far as I can tell, this shape of the, like, trees in this area is still there. Just kind of color changes, which are hard to pick up through the weather. So I think we go. I don't think there's anything in here. They have multiple people look at each image, so ultimately if I miss something, hopefully someone else catches it. But also, I don't want to necessarily, like, fill it with a bunch of false positives to waste kind of, like, review team's time, ultimately. If anything I'm unsure about, I would flag, though. Overherb, thanks very much for the 8-month sub, mate. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. All right, let me give away some of those keys here. I'm going to give away 3 for the moment. What I might do is, like, close it if I can, and then reopen the giveaway later. Just with the same list, possibly. We have Coco Star, and I'll DM you on Twitch, okay? Green Dot, congrats, and Robocock Prime. Good heavens, congratulations! You even have a Robocop avatar, amazing. Okay, let me DM you fine folks quickly here. Wonder if I should do these after stream. Might be hard to keep track of everyone. Let me get my keys up and ready to go. I'll take them over to this side of the screen. Make sure they're not on screen where anyone can see. Okay. So I have a bunch of keys thanks to some wonderful community members who sent some through, and also GGG did send some through as well. So these ones are from GGG at the moment. There you go, Robo. And next up is Green Dot. Let me send you a key, my friend. Green Dot. Where are you, Green Dot? Congratulations, Green Dot. And once again, there's a PC. You have blocked whispers, Green Dot. I will give you a chance. I am flagging this key for you. Please unblock me. Please unblock whispers so I can whisper you on Twitch. I was like, cannot send it to you otherwise, and I'll redraw it later if you don't. Kind of do that. I'll give it a shot later on, next up was Kokosar. The other people who didn't get drawn are like, yeah, redraw it, and there you are, Coco. All right, I'll check you later, Green Dot. So unblock your whispers if you can, mate. Otherwise, it'll get redrawn later on. All right, that's it sent off. I'm gonna pause that one for now. We'll do another one later, in an hour or so. Can I just stop the giveaway? Does that stop it, does it? Closed giveaway, there we go. Okay, giveaway's closed for now, stop spamming. Alright, let's do one more of these and then we'll do some more commentary of the Mercenary gameplay. Alright, so what do we got here? We've got some very big differences in greenery down the bottom left there, and some stuff that almost looks like it disappears. Like, there's still kind of like some pale green there, but it's a big difference though, isn't it? So these ones could be worth flagging just because I don't know what they are. They could just be green. Like, that could just be changes in greenery levels. Oh, that's water, you reckon? Oh yeah, you're probably right. That would be like a lake or a dam, right? And that one's probably dried up there. Yeah, I think you're right. Good call. Keep getting tricked by those dams. Good thing you fucks are here. You're good at this. You should do it. What's your backup plan tomorrow? I mean, I might do some more ACF. I'll try and find some more tree clearing. I haven't had a very high success rate yet. You reckon that one's water too? But underneath the lake? Yeah, what about the underwater trees? Yeah, while sitting in queue? I mean, yeah, why not, right? Why not try and save some koalas while sitting in the queue tomorrow? Yeah, I got a few backup plans. If the passive tree's out, we'll have some tinkering with that. If not, some of this and some Pokey Rogue is always an option. My badge should be fixed now? Great, I'll send it to you now, Green. You're welcome, Coco. Let me try that again. Green.b. There you go. There you go, mate. Sent through. Fantastic. Alright, those 3 are done. Let me close those spoilers so that people don't see those codes. Worst game of GeoGuessr ever. So where did we arrive on that? Because that looks pretty... I mean, that could be water, but I'm not so sure. The fact that it kind of looks so similar after it's changed does maybe make me think that it is water that's dried. It could be worth flagging just so that an expert can look at it. Because that's the thing, right? I would lean towards water. Yeah, I think for sure this is water. But this one, I don't know. B1 has been clear cut. A, B, B1. You reckon this? Where though? Because like I can definitely see like the water. Those are water for sure. This part that's right behind here is a little interesting though, isn't it? South of the water on the bottom square. Oh, I'll check some of the other ones you're suggesting as well. Don't see any trees. Yeah, there's not a lot of trees in here to be seen in general, is there? There is like quite a lot of changes in this one that it could be worth flagging anyway, because like this dark green here is a little sus to me. I don't know. It could just be some dying off, like this land is dying a bit. And then I think this is grass getting not as green or trees not being as green and then drying up water. And what do we got on the right hand side? So that's a creek, right? Or a river or whatever you call it. Is the green being added? So this is before and this is after. So the before is, I don't know, it's a little different, isn't it? Oh, the after's actually, hold on, wait. You're right. Good question. Oh, because the green's actually in the after, so it's probably not clearing then. It's reverse clearing. I think this is mostly just water and color differences here. I gotta make sure I get it the right way around. Ziggy's flagged. All of Ziggy's flagging is reforestation. I found the culprits of the reforestation. Nice. Okay, so before, after, before, after. Okay, so I think there's definitely something going on the right here, right? Like, because these must be trees for sure on some property. And some of them, I don't know, they're still there, I think. Yeah, wait, they look like they're all still there. They're just drowned out in the green a little bit. Reverse clearing. Kamaten, thanks for the sub, mate. Appreciate it, buddy. Top corner. This one up here. Before? After? Maybe this? That looks like something that's been maybe chipped away at a bit. Could also just be that the grass is kind of growing in there as well. Damn, I wish the technology was there so I could just like fly the drone over and zoom in a bit. Open 10, thanks for the sub, mate. Appreciate it. What happens when you click on before a second time? Does it toggle? No. Don't think so. You mean instead of clicking back and forth like this? Reforestation again? Yeah, before, after. Nah, I think everything's fine here. I can't really see anything go on. I assume there wouldn't be reforestation in farmland? Not really. Probably not really. Keep your eyes peeled. Land clearing takes many forms and can look wildly different depending on the landscape. Yeah, for sure. It's honestly, it's challenging. Even the practice ones they give you are pretty challenging. I got them wrong a lot, but that's like why they kind of want people to, you know, a lot of people to try to have a crack at it. Why they're getting gamers. Keep an eye out for some unusual landforms you'll see throughout your journey. Oh yeah, I'll try. Okay, what do we got here? Before. So this is our before. So these are all these little bits here are trees on some good old red Australian dirt here. It's interesting the shifts in the red that we have. That encroaching desertification. Okay, before, let's have a look at this side first. I don't see any obvious changes on that whole area apart from that orange there, which is a little weird. Middle section. No, it looks legit. Maybe like this area is definitely, you see this road kind of like crawling out here? Like someone's been doing doughies in this area or something, for sure. I don't know, that's kind of weird. Might be worth flagging. If there's like these roads kind of creeping out like that, I'm a bit sus. Right side of A4 and left of A5. Right of A4. So A, 1, 2. So A, wait, A's this way, right? A, B, C. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right side of A4. I don't see any changes in what I would identify as trees here. Mostly just wanting people to flag man-made clearing, also flag natural progression of forest loss. Both, yeah, because then it's up to them to like investigate whether it is just natural loss. Yeah, mostly color changes on the right as far as I can tell. Like, you can. I'm kind of starting to get a read on like what's just grass being brown versus green, which happens a lot in Australia, versus which are the splotches of the trees which stay consistent. Bottom left triangle looks less green. Yeah, I think that's just color change from what I can tell though. Yeah, I think that's the only one I would flag on that. As you go, you might get better at spotting less obvious clearing. Check the help menu for examples as often as you like. I should probably have a look at some of those. We'll do some commentary first though, and then we'll have another look. What does the help thing look like though? Examples of clearing. This might be good to have a look at. Oh yeah, I wonder if we can blow this up. We might be able to do it as a, oh yeah. Broadside clearing. Edge clearing. Oh yeah, like people clearing like edges around fences and stuff. And what was the other one? Thinning. One type of thinning is strip clearing, which involves trees being removed in a regular pattern. It's also harder to spot than broad scale clearing. Oh, we'll get these images up for later. So that's when they like just take trees out, but not like all of them, so it's not as obvious immediately. Strip clearing. Oh yeah, you can see the lines in there too. Oh wow. With the lines. That's pretty wild. Yeah, that last was some strip cleaning. Hopefully if I miss any, other people catch it, you know? That's the idea. You get in and catch it. You can't tell if it's natural or man-made, submit it and we will investigate. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Kim. Yeah, Kim in chat there is from ACF. Well, thanks for the advice. It's challenging. It is challenging. Some of you folks look like you might be better at it than me. Should give it a go. Wink, wink. All right, we'll do some more in a bit. Let's have a bit more PoE 2 commentary action first. And then we'll have a look at and try and find some more nasty tree clearing. Try and save some stuttering frogs. Those poor little stuttering frogs. Starting with tomorrow? Probably this, eh? Probably this. Explosions, yes. Haven't been able to watch your streams in a while. Hope you and fam are doing well. Thanks, Renrith. Appreciate that, mate. Good to see you again. All right, let's have a look. So we're picking up at the latter half of the, what was this? Red Veil. The Red Veil, this is called. The site of an ancient battlefield.
That must be what I'm looking for.
Some boss fights. Oh yeah, and spoiler warnings, I edit out most dialogues. There's not a lot of story and dialogue, but you will see boss fights. The Rust King. This guy's got some nasty attacks. Some kind of like elemental mixed stuff going on as well. But I feel like I remember having a pretty comfortable fight against him. Clean dodge rolls to avoid his little slaps there. That freeze build up is so good on him. And look at this, ready? He's just channeled that big skill that shoots off swords in a star pattern. And the freeze actually locks it halfway through like that. Kind of wild. Like, I don't know if that's generally how it works, but it's interesting to see it like hold the skill like that. So I used the new armor break we got, and you can see the armor break kick in underneath his name. And then after a certain duration, like the armor break does decay, unless you keep kind of tapping with armor break skills. The armor break only really contributing to the damage on the shotgun or, you know, the skill itself. I think it's like marginally helpful at this point. Probably better if you're playing more of a pure fizz setup. Whereas I'm doing a lot more cold and then fire. That is very satisfying. So
Never give up a fight.
I note that he's like, he's a guy who's summoning a bunch of ads, right? And that's exactly what you want with permafrost and fragmentation. So I'm trying to get the freeze on these little minions around him, which I do there, and there's like 3 of them. And we shatter and it's triple explosion on him. Oh! For the finish off. Oh! I'm like leaning, trying to get a better view. Oh, so good. Boom. So satisfying, right? So definitely look for those opportunities if you're doing the shotguns. We get ourselves another uncut gem. A few bits of armor to check out, just looking for little upgrades and side grades. Like, oh yeah, get some armor evasion hats on. I did find myself, interestingly, using a lot of off-class items. I used a lot of ES items and stuff like that. So I was using the attribute changes quite a bit. Deciding what to try here, we're looking at we have new options of incendiary shot, which is, as you'd expect, fire, but it's shotgun as well. Flash grenade, which I fell in love with, it's amazing, but I pick up high velocity because it pairs with armor piercing. Basically, it punishes an enemy who has armor break. It's a big single piercing sniper shot, but it is instant, it's not like a charge up. I think there might be like a charge up skill later on as well. Moving Bramble is a side boss in, it's actually back in an earlier zone I was in, but I pick it up when I come back to go in a different direction. So I am mostly playing with that rotation of armor break into penetrating round, which you can see that strips off the armor break, but it gives it a big damage multiplier when you do so. The damage is okay. I don't think it's that much better than just shotgun blasting, honestly. It's also unsupported though, so. We have a pretty comfortable fight against Brambleghast. That hit was good. That was a big hit. And look, oh, our first exalted orb. Our first exalted orb. I find quite a few in this run. I'm like, I don't have any rare items. What am I going to use this on? I actually, so I'm like, I'll augment the boots, and I'm like, yeah, let's exalt it. And then I cut away there. But I'll give you I'll let you in a little secret. I tried to use the exalt on the boots. I forgot that I hadn't regaled them yet. They weren't rare. Didn't work. So I cut away in shame. I shame cut. Oh dear. So here I'm actually looking at, I'm thinking, it might be interesting just to kind of explore / demonstrate the opportunities that you have for off-class skills. So you can, when cutting skill gems, you can actually just go to weapon type or category, I guess they are, and look at any of the other skills and take them if you want, or just go all gems and have a browse. I'm thinking, what's a skill that might just, I don't know, synergize in some way with crossbow skills? Flame Wall. Flame Wall puts a wall of fire down that you can then fire projectiles through, which catches them on fire to deal added fire damage. I'm like, sweet, I can do that. I might get that at some point. I can't take it now though because I don't have enough intelligence. 9 intelligence is so low, and I don't have enough. Which I think I do pick it up a little bit later though. Mercenary Senator, most people go for, which I'm totally. It's got a more identifiable archetype to it, the Van Helsing style character, which pairs nicely with a crossbow character. A fine pairing. Gemling's just a bit more kind of like nebulous as well. Like people don't really, I think, know what it is. And I think Gemling's, and then on the power side of things, I think Gemling's more of a late game potential thing. It's really hard to evaluate without knowing what quality he is, for example, or gem levels. So after we did what we did, we go underground and a cool story thing happens that I cut because I didn't want to spoil it. And then you come down into Fungus Vale down here and fight a bunch of fungus zombies, which I have a good time using my permafrost freezing and then exploding in this area. Very satisfying. It's also not a bad spot for some of those explosive grenades. Not much use for the penetrating shot and armor piercing down here. Look at that big old pack down in there, eh? You'll notice that the explosive grenades do have physics. They're like a physical projectile that bounces off enemies. If it hits an enemy in the chest, it'll bounce off them and fall at their feet. Which is rather interesting. You don't really think about it later on when you have multiple grenade projectiles going everywhere. But early on, you can be like, I'm trying to fire a grenade over their heads and it bumps into one of them. It also means that it's more likely to fall at their feet. Another ring! Magic this time. Cheers for removing major spoilers. Yeah. I was like, I don't need to show you guys dialogue and cool story moments that, you know, you'll enjoy more in person. Satisfying. Classes are gender locked in the sense that each character is a character. They're not like I don't think there's even needs to be an explanation. I guess there's just like, no, there's not. The Mercenary is a dude named Mercenary, John Mercenary, and the Ranger is a lass called Jane McMercenary. Wait, no, Jane McRanger. Her maiden name was Jane McRanger. The actual real reason is just that it costs a lot of money to make alternate genders and rigging and armor and everything for all the different classes, especially when there's going to be 12 of them. They said they might sell MTXs in the future that are like alternate skins like that, because in that case they offset that cost by, you know, people giving them money. Oh yeah, it's fungus. The chungus fungus among us here, Ervig, the rotten druid. He's a nasty guy. I think he might kill me, honestly. I've had a lot of upsets with this guy. Yep. Yeah, he's got this barrage. It's a bit like what it was a fire skill recently in Path of Exile. Kind of a newer skill. A bit like that, but fungus. And I gotta say, it hurts. Oh yeah. Pretty good signaling. You just have to get a little closer and actually keep moving against that skill. You don't want to be channeling a armor penetrating shot like that. So I'm doing the rotations of the stripping's armor away and chipping away at him with the penetrating shots. It goes all right, but I think probably just focusing more the permafrost and going freezes. Because like one hit took me to 59 there. It was probably a crit that one, but getting that freeze certainly makes things a bit easier. Yeah, you're playing as the mercenary, not a mercenary. So there is kind of like the sense that these are specific characters, but really the only thing that matters in the end is the fact that they found it not financially viable to do alternate genders of each class. Otherwise they probably would. Because like some players do care, right? Woo! Fungus Fusillade? I like that name. Fungus Fusillade. He's tough. He's a tough guy. And I don't think he really benefits range, right? Like this is an example of a boss design that range doesn't have much of an upper hand. I think melee actually is probably a little more comfy here, which means we should move into melee range more. Because he has that skill, which is he's like get out of melee. But that's pretty easy to get out of there. That's pretty easy to avoid.
Just had to be fungus.
Rare crossbow, augment, uncut gem, good loot from the boss. Very nice.
This'll stop
Yeah, I
him.
get that, Silver. I absolutely understand people, you know,
Time.
wanting to be able to gender set their characters or wanting to be a little bit more immersed or identify with the characters or whatnot. I totally get all that. I can simultaneously think it's not important to me in a game like this, but also feel like I get it for others. Unfortunately, it rolled pretty garbage. I actually decided to start disenchanting around here because my gear slots are mostly filled apart from the amulet slot. So I think we'll start disenchanting now, start getting more transmutes and more importantly, regal shards. So it's 10 rare items gives 10 regal shards, which is a regal. It's 10 to 1. Which is a bit, but those regals are very powerful. Oof. The big slams from those guys carrying the statues, dragging those statues along. That guy's a champion as well. A burdened wretch. Hey, splits are going. A few little champ packs and stuff here. They're nicely grouped up, so we get to use a few of those explosive grenades,
This'll
which
stop him.
are only kind of like situationally useful at this point. But you see those champions there, the magic monsters? They're they have like a fire. There's new like elite affixes. It's cool. They have a fire ability that charges up. It's very obvious. And unleashes a large explosion that leaves burning ground, which is quite devastating. Small bar below enemies' HP is their stagger bar. If you build that up through any form of damage, really any hits, pretty much, but physicals especially good, it will stun them. It will give them a heavy stun. And there's various things that interact with heavy stuns, but the main thing is they like fall over. Become vulnerable in some massive way. It actually does a lot more than that too. Like, so in Act 2, there's these guys that hold these giant millstones that slam you with the millstone, and they can only do that once, because when they slam it, the millstone's on the ground and broken. If you stun them, they drop it, so they can't do that to you. Like, there's cool details like that. I think there's another enemy that drops their shield when you stun them, if you give them a heavy stun, so they don't have the shield anymore. There is a difference between the heavy stun and stun. I'm not exactly sure if my terminology there is correct on the heavy stun. It might be called something slightly different. Heavy stagger, or it might just be called stagger. Don't quote me on the exact terminology there, but there is a difference between a stun and that.
Need more time.
I'm trying to think of like what a non-heavy stun is then though, because now I'm starting to second guess. Because there's a passive that I look at on this character that explicitly refers to that like heavy stun stagger thing. But it seems that there is presumably a normal, very short stun, just like Path of Exile 1, but I'm guessing that's kind of like the flinches when you hit enemies, so... Quite a bit of treasure tucked away in the various like graveyard areas, little nooks and crannies of the graveyard here. And those are designed to be kind of placed in dead ends and stuff. Like places that are a bit out of the way to reward you for exploring / catch you up. I use my first runes here on the double-socketed crossbow we picked up earlier and gets a very hefty amount of elemental damage. In particular, I end up really loving adding cold damage because even when you're not using permafrost bolts, with just, 1 or 2 runes of cold damage, you actually freeze every so often. It's quite awesome. I'm a big fan of crowd control in PoE2. So we pick up multiple projectiles here, and immediately I'm like, oh yeah. That flashbang is amazing. So this is flashbang here, right? They may have nerfed this by tomorrow. I know that Jonathan was kind of raising an eyebrow at my flashbang gameplay.
Need more time.
It may be a little nerfed tomorrow. It was probably a little bit overtuned. So actually, I have multiple projectiles and explosive grenades, and I was like, that's great. It's already way better. But then I pick up flashbang, and I'm like, oh my lord, this flashbang. So I put multiple projectiles on the flashbang, and oh baby, it's a revelation. I see God. It's a revelation. So that little thing there is interesting. You'll notice there was a checkpoint there, which checkpoints are generally placed where there's some sort of side area or special encounter or something. We just kind of come down here and open a grave, and I don't think there's anything else in the area. I think that grave is guaranteed to give a ring, right? Which is definitely a thing, this like jewelry in the graveyard thing. It's like kind of a reference to D2 almost, but yeah, we get an iron ring, which is flat fizz damage, so pretty useful, but it's just curious that we had that kind of, that checkpoint there. I jump cut here to the next checkpoint, which is at the entrance to one of the zones, which is more typical. What's your key? I'll test it. Nice. Epic keys? That's a thing? I assume my PC keys are for standalone / Steam, I guess. I don't know. Is fragmentation the only shotgun S skill? No, there's permafrost is shotgun, and also the fiery something. I pick it up later for a bit. It's like a dragon's breath shotgun skill, and there's also a lightning one too. So there's at least those ones, if not more later on. The shotguns are great, very satisfying. I have 2 keys to give out. How do you want to do it? You're free to pick some people randomly from chat if you want. That might honestly be a good idea because I have quite a few to work through that I might not really have a chance to get through them all. It takes a little while to do the giveaways, so that's very kind of you, mate. Thank you. Don't spam chat unless they say they want to do it that way. We have one of the bosses in the graveyard, of which there are several. They are pretty cool. And I definitely fall in love with Flashbang right now because this guy barely started. And he's Flashbangs. We get about enough time to... You'll see, this guy has a fair bit of armor. So we get up to like 72, 80, 100 stacks before we armor break him. Let's see if I can get it the rest of the way. 92, 100. I try to get... Okay, that heavy stun. He's actually heavy stunned while frozen. It was like 110 before I hit armor break. So this guy's got a lot of armor. I think I'd do it on his companion later. And she doesn't have anywhere near as much armor. I think she breaks much sooner. So you actually get to see the armor on the mobs. We can actually kind of like get a read on that. But this is a pretty fast Draven kill ultimately. Also, we just kind of dumpster him, don't we? Like, I kind of embarrass him. Poor guy. He barely got a chance to use any of his abilities. I think his partner does a little bit better, but yeah, wait, so we can see... Yeah, we can see. So he's fire resistant and has high armor. Gold armor there. Yeah, okay. I'll try and take more attention, pay more attention to that one. He didn't have any sunglasses, unfortunately, in his armor. No. Yeah, that fight came together quite nicely. The Flashbang's doing absolute work.
Never did know when to quit.
And then, like, when he wasn't getting heavy stunned, he was getting frozen. Because we just whacked on... You know, we had our permafrost and we just whacked some extra cold damage on our crossbow. We just scaled our damage up a little bit, so we were feeling pretty good in terms of damage. I hadn't found anything particularly busted, right? Like, I didn't have, like, a crazy rare or anything. Just a solid blue crossbow. Which you would hope to have by this point. But the runes make a big difference. And just good use of crowd control, for sure. You'll see the flashbangs even freeze quite often because they're getting the added cold damage. Love those flashbangs. Again, they probably were a little overtuned, so they might be a little weaker. I think they're probably dealing just a bit too much damage. Given the short fuse, large AoE, and stunning. The damage on top of that seems like a bit more.
Not yet.
Try to pre-stack some of those explosives. The flashbang's still really good on her. But I think she puts up a bit more of a fight.
Where'd I go?
Second round of flashbangs guarantees the stun. See how much armor she has. So she has silver armor. So she still has pretty high armor. Oh, she gets to 100. Oh, it might be because we're eating away at it. The symbol actually changes. So the armor disappears as we strip it. Like she had the armor icon and it went away. because we're up to 116. So she actually has high armor too. That was lame. But she's cold resistant unlike the other guy. She almost gets me with that one though. Because I was like, oh, I gotta reload. You gotta reload. You've got to break your way out of that bone prison. It's quite easy to do on some characters, but a bit scary if you're stuck reloading. Yeah, it's a big armor break for that. Probably would be fine if you just kept doing elemental damage, really, given how much armor they have.
Wow, you don't see that every
Ultimately,
day.
still pretty comfortable fight. She almost got me though.
I must make them pay!
While reloading feels awkward for about 20 minutes and then was pretty fine. There's some textures there, unfortunately. Yeah. Lachlan is a chunky boy. He does some very hard hits, and he's a little cheeky too. Because he does a slam that goes in front and behind. Quite often the conventional wisdom is to dodge behind an enemy that's slamming in front of them. But he actually then follows up with a behind slam, which is very cheeky. Flashbang's good though. This, see, I keep firing here. Bad choice. That thing slowly follows you, but when you're firing, it's about the same speed. I get the armor break at the same time as I shock him there. And so we get some nice damage off. Tenton has given away some keys and they're putting people's name into the wheel of names for a random chance to win. Oh, good on you, Tenton. Thanks, mate. Love the community, helping each other out, getting the beta to play some Path of Exile. 99% freeze. There we go. Free, shock up. It drops before the armor break. Don't quite get him on the big final shot. I noticed I'm getting a lot of shocks since I put the single
That's why I never wanted a family.
lightning rune on the crossbow, right? Like I put one lightning rune on the crossbow, we got like 3 shocks in that fight. I'm not sure how shock builds up, or if it's just a chance still. Because, you know, freeze builds up, but shock I'm not sure. So I do the flame wall testing. I'd just like to point out that this crossbow is just socketed and not crafted at all. I don't think I crafted it, did I? Yeah, no, it's still white. So I did that with a white crossbow. So those boss fights will look pretty comfy, right? We were pretty good. That's a white crossbow right there. The bolt speed is implicit. Which is kind of a meh implicit. There's really good ones later, like extra grenades and stuff. Extra ammo before reloading, whatnot. Bolt speed login. But then I'm like, alright, well now it's time to craft the crossbow. I think I end up doing a pretty good one. Do I have we gotta transmute that, don't we? Yeah, do that. Do it, Ziggy. 1 to 7 lightning. So not a high roll at all, but we can augment. Mana per enemy killed. I'm actually not mad about that. Mana per enemy killed. I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna have no problems now. Except maybe in bosses. Jonathan made a new tweet. Over 1 million redemptions. Amazing. Amazing. Over 1 million? They said they were prepping for like a headroom of 1 million. Crazy. Everyone's playing Path of Exile tomorrow. Hopefully the servers can let everyone play PoE tomorrow. So we move into the jungles, which is a pretty dope zone, filled with rowers and devourers and little nasty spiky insect creatures. All these corrupted vines and stuff. Quite cool. Very nasty rare devourer here. I actually find devourers to be not that scary though, compared to how I remember devourers being in the olden days in Path of Exile 1, right? They were quite scary. It's because they've made them a little slower moving. They kind of emerge slowly and then attack you a little slowly. They're quite cool, but they're more of like a area denial rock that you're dealing with while rowers are charging you and stuff. So they're like intimidating and kind of block you a bit. But they don't just insta-kill you. Yeah, so they like pop up kind of slow. It's not that like insta pop up slam like we had back in the day. These devourers have led a gentle life, apparently.
Freeze!
Cool, though.
Am I seeing things?
Side boss in this area. The Crowbell. This is one of the earlier fights they demonstrated. It's kind of a cute fight. It's got a little bit of waiting between phases though. So you'll see here, he's not really taking damage, and that's because he's phased, but you can actually still build stacks on him. So you can take advantage of that. So like you can build up freeze and armor break and stuff. I don't know if that's intended. Might not be intentional, that one. Get a freeze and also shocked. He looks like he's got about 40 armor. Doesn't seem to have any natural resistances or armor or anything. It's just a big meaty bird. Remember a certain rip of yours to reflective arrow? I've got a few devourer deaths, that's for sure. Here's a video from Jonathan. What a new video, eh? We'll finish this boss fight and I'll have a look. Thanks. A big old bell slam. It's a pretty cute boss. Like freeze him so I can use my flashbangs to build up stun. I feel like a bit of a bully for a while here. Don't worry though, I've definitely run into some enemies that give me some grief later on. But I'm feeling a little on top of the world at this point, as I recently power smoked. I get a stone charm there, which I think was stun mitigation. I'm not sure if I show that here. So those weapon passive books, they give you 2 weapon set passives, which aren't passives themselves, but allow you to split your passives between 2 weapon sets, which you can see up in the top right here. So that lets you like swap a weapon to have like a different skill with a different skill tree. But the books also give you 2 passives. So you can see at the bottom left here, it's you receive 2 passives, you receive 2 weapon passives. I note that specifically because people had, I know me as well, had been confused that weapon set passives give you passive points. They don't. It's just those books happen to give you both. I think you end up with like 20 weapon set skill. I'm not 100% sure on that. And then there's that ascendancy that can get another 20, which I'm on it. Oh yeah, I was going to look at this video from Jonathan. What have we got here?
Hi, I'm game director on Jonathan Rogers.
This, this isn't a, this, I'm being tricked. I'm being tricked. I have been.
Hi, I'm game director on Jonathan Rogers.
All right,
the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him.
You're fired.
Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell.
La boule. Gong.
There's a real video. What, there was a real video?
Too, you can
I've been. This is not the real video. Real video. Are these all fake now? Okay, here we go. Well done. Okay,
guys,
thank you.
We've just passed 1 million redemptions for Path of Exile 2 keys, and sales are still increasing. Now, obviously, this is great news, but it also comes with some downsides too. There are probably going to be some queues during the launch weekend.
Oh yeah.
Now, before our announcement when we were ordering capacity, we really didn't expect to have more than 1 million people online at the same time. We've already ordered way more cloud capacity, and those servers will be coming online very soon. But I do have some concerns about issues with the backend. We quite frankly don't know what our backend...
Someone's definitely going to make this into that Suffering from Success album cover, right? Jonathan Rogers, Suffering from Success.
...services are going to be able to handle as we go above 1 million users. Now, we've added more database shards, scaling everything we have up as far as it'll go, but we're really not sure what kind of limits we might hit. We never expected things to go this big during EA. So I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you guys so much for believing in this project. If we do run into server issues at launch, just know that we're going to be working as hard as we can to solve them. Thanks very much, guys.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Hey guys.
Yeah, I appreciate him sitting down and recording a quick video. Just let everyone know, because this is what I've been telling people. I've been like, everybody, it's gonna be wild tomorrow. Yep, it's gonna be wild. So I think them just kind of setting those expectations is important. Sweet Generis and I'm Not 2D, thank you very much for the subs. 127 months, good heavens, over 10 years, mate. And 4 years for you, 2D. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. That's a minimum of 30 million in pre-order keys alone. Oh my lord. And you know, some people bought bigger packs, right? Good heavens. How important was dodge rolling experience? I actually found myself dodge rolling a lot less on the Mercenary than I did on others, and probably because maybe a few reasons. I played in a way that was more
Raise your
about...
shield.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. I'm being tricked again. It's the meme video again. Leave me alone, meme video. So a few reasons. I found myself like engaging in a way that I was thinking about how I was engaging. So I wasn't getting myself into positions where I had to dodge roll as much, because if you get yourself surrounded and you have to dodge roll, you're actually probably in quite a lot of trouble. You've like made mistakes up to that point, and then you're trying to kind of claw yourself back from already a bad position. You know, you've already failed at that point a bit in terms of how you engage, especially on Mercenary. I feel is very like preparation and considered, you know. Yeah, it's gun class and explosion class, and it's probably reasonably beginner friendly, but it also really rewards, and maybe it actually works out quite elegantly, but really rewards like really like engaging kind of carefully and preparing. And crossbows and the charge build-up of grenades and the way Mercenary plays all works pretty well with that. And also, new players tend to do that more anyway. Like, they're a bit scared, right? Like, new players are scared, so they kill things and they backtrack. Like, they kill things at the edge of the screen and they backtrack a bit. They play a little more cautiously, and it works really well for that. So I didn't find myself dodge rolling as much because of that. And also, you're able to, you know, try and maintain a lot of fire while moving around. And then the third thing was probably that I had and used very liberally some very powerful crowd control. Freeze and stun I used a lot, and later I got access to electrocute right at the end, which looked like it was going to be very strong too. So here I'm just messing around. It's really not very effective at this point, but I'm just being like, yeah, look, you can get skills from other classes. There's no reason you can't use a sorcerer fire flame wall skill to enhance your damage. I think like the low duration at the beginning made it probably not really worth using. With a bit higher duration, it would be good for bosses. You think freeze or shock is better early on? I said shock, but did I say shock? I meant electrocute, because those are two different things. Shock increases damage taken. Electrocute is effectively stun or freeze. It's kind of the same thing. And as for what's better, I mean shock is increased damage taken. It's a damage scaler. It's not crowd control at all, whereas electrocute is. I don't think there'll be a streamer priority queue. I don't think they'd do that again. So in this situation, let me analyze what would I do in this situation. Well, knowing what I know now, I would 100% upgrade permafrost bolts. But there's a decent argument to be made for flash grenade, given how strong it is. But with how much permafrost is lagged, that's what I'd upgrade here. I don't know if I just take incendiary because it's new though. But incendiary is another shotgun skill. Yeah, at this point, you don't get a lot per level in permafrost, but it's a low damage per hit, but pretty high effectiveness skill. So even small gains are pretty powerful. What skill class is the most passive, least souls-like in its button coordination for an old person like me? Probably some kind of summoner. The Spectre skill is not currently working, so you won't be able to do that cool revive monster thing, but skeletons and whatnot, having a little skeleton army is probably a pretty good choice for that. And what else? Honestly, like, you don't have to press a lot of buttons on the crossbow necessarily. You certainly can. But if you might only be like two buttoning. Because your fire button is all one button. Doesn't matter what skill you use, it's all the same button to shoot. It's just the shoot button. But you might only find yourself like changing between like two ammo types or something maybe. Is Merc a two button guy? Yeah, I'm trying to think of like what two buttons would I like for Merc. I think you could. I wouldn't be surprised if permafrost fragmentation was like an endgame setup, where you just map clear on permafrost, and then whenever there's a tougher pack, use fragmentation. I don't know how that goes for single target though. There might be a third skill for single target, but you wouldn't be using it in the same context where you're using the other ones. So at any one point in gameplay, you'd probably only be using, 1 to 2 buttons maybe, potentially. I mean, I'm not going to play that way. I'm going to use all the buttons. I'm going to look at the control bindings and like, the alternate key bindings, and I'm going to try and rebind those things too. I'm going to get foot pedals. so I can load my, you know, 18th skill and load it with my foot pedal. What did I actually take? I took armor piercing rounds, did I? Okay, that's not what I would have picked in hindsight. I think I did that because I wanted to see the armor go up. I don't know if I checked the stats there, but it does go up a lot, like the armor shred. I wanted, you know, I was thinking I want more single target, even though I probably didn't really need it. The armor shred does go up significantly though. Levels on it are impactful if you are doing a physical setup. Then it's probably 1 to max level for single target damage at least. Not very useful for AoE. Oh yeah, some folks got some keys from Tentom. Thanks Tentom, very kind of you, mate. So this is a side area, but it's a decently important one to do. It's also a pretty hard zone though, as you can see. You need to be really prepared about how you engage with these rituals, because they're small arenas, a lot of enemies coming out of the ritual, and my panic button is flashbang. If I get surrounded, I throw a flashbang on at my feet, and I try and close my eyes. It's a good strategy, honestly. It works pretty well. A crossbow merc early game like this, unless you dip into some other classes for some tech, does not have an escape skill. I cut some story stuff there. Doesn't blinding yourself lower your evasion? It does, but if all the enemies are stunned and blinded as well, it's a fine trade-off. It's a pretty fine trade-off. If they can't see you, they can't hit you. If they're on their back, wiggling around like a turtle, they can't hit you either, so it's a pretty worthwhile trade-off. Reload speed does get better over time. There's a bunch of different things that improve it, including the actual crossbows themselves. There are some like slower loading and some faster loading ones. There's no quiver with crossbows. No, crossbows are tuned like two-handers, whereas bows are tuned more like one-handers, because quiver is the second hand. So bow users have secretly been dual wielding all this time. You guys can realize. Is there shotgunning in the game? There's literally shotgun skills. They've actually done it pretty clever. When you have a skill that's kind of designed to shotgun, sometimes they will combine their multiple small hits into one large hit instead of multi-hitting. So I get surrounded here again. I think I'd maybe just get out of this one with a flashbang. Yeah, emergency flashbang, go! You got to keep one flashbang just like strapped to your chest and just pull the ripcord when you need to escape. Woo! Yeah, these rituals are hard. They're a little scary. You definitely want to have some nice kind of crowd control, area denial, something you can kind of pre-stack. So placing some grenades before you activate it, maybe. Yeah, and an emergency flashbang. Or two. You have to do the rituals? You do. You do have to do the rituals in order to activate this final ritual. You have to find 3 rituals to get this last one. They're rituals that lead to the big ritual. This one's not as bad because it's a bigger arena, so you got more room to maneuver. Still pretty hard zone in general. Definitely a little spicy. Yeah, flashbang stun build up is really good. It's super satisfying. Again, they probably tuned down a little bit because it's probably a little overtuned here, but it's still going to be really good. Crowd control in general in the game is amazing. To work our way through a few waves of enemies here, we try not to get overwhelmed by, ideally. You think about pause drama? Pause drama? Why is everything drama? Do you mean like people discussing whether they like pausing or not? The king in the mists, a familiar face for some of us. And a nasty guy, and even though I've played the literal league this guy came from, I'm pretty sure I still fall for his like mechanics. He's got he plays a game of Simon Says with you, and I don't listen. He says keep running, but so I naturally do that one because I do that anyway. He's got another one where he tells you to not run. Yeah, he's got some chunky slams on him. I had found that no single one would kill me. But with like these large dots and stuff on the ground there, that corrupting ground there, you get hit by one of those in the wrong spot, you could be in a bit of trouble. Very nice stun there. Look how long that stun is. Woohoo! He takes a while to stand up, and then he goes into his new phase. Ooh. This isn't his final form. I quite like how the freeze decays off bit by bit, not all at once. Because like armor rate conversely just disappears all at once when it goes down. At least it does when it's like fully broken. Yeah, so pretty sure I was supposed to stop for that one. Pretty mechanical early boss fight actually. But yeah, the frost one decays, so you can kind of rescue it. You know, you might drop 20 points, but you can even just any skill that's doing a tiny bit of cold damage will bring it back up. So you're like your default attack that has 1 cold damage on it will stop the freeze from going away, which is amazing. Skill tree is out. No way! Really? Like official one? Uh-oh. He got me mid-dodge roll. He pinned me to the ground mid-dodge roll. Pretty rude. Unlucky hero, thanks for the sub, mate. Appreciate it, buddy. Nearly 2 years. Oh, I'm going very low here. Oh my lord, 30 hit points. That's very scary. I'm like, I think at this point I was thinking, oh, I'm probably gonna have to lock in and actually do his mechanics. So I'm pretty sure he says slow gone, and I'm like, which one is that? What does that mean? I'm pretty sure it's red means stop, right? I don't know, I'm still learning this mechanic. For the new players, this boss actually is a returning boss. He's changed a bit, but he was a major boss in an expansion a bit back. And he has a stop or go kind of skill set mechanic, where if you don't listen to him, he does bad things to you. He's a nasty guy though. He's a very nasty guy. But it's well worth doing this side area. You're gonna do it, but it could be one of those ones that you come back to a little bit later, because it's quite spicy. Yeah, so you will go past this area. You don't have to go into it on your kind of first trek through. You could definitely come back here later. So his skull that he gives you there, it does 2 things. It gives you 30 spirit, so it unlocks your first spirit. So you're going to do this, it's mandatory, but you might come back for it later, because it's a pretty gnarly fight. I know previous attempts, I got him on the first go this time, but only just, right? I know previous attempts at him, he had killed me. He killed me several times, so that's not unusual. But when you break open the skull, you get 30 spirit, and you also get your first uncut spirit gem that's in there too, which is cute. Spirit is how you get spirit skills. Spirit skills are things like auras, but also minions too. Some minions at least, permanent minions, semi-permanent minions. But it's beautiful that it doesn't reserve mana anymore. Such a good change. So War Banner is kind of like the Mercenary-esque one here, but you also have access to Herald of Thunder and Herald of Ash. But you'll notice that these take a fair bit of strength or dex, and this is actually pretty interesting. I did find that as the Mercenary, a couple things with attributes were kind of interesting. I would find myself off-classing gear pretty often in general in PoE 2. Good gear is good gear, even if it's energy shield and you're a strength guy. It's still good gear, potentially. So sometimes I'd be trying to get that. And I found that with this class being a hybrid class, strength dex, I actually did have to consider and decide to kind of go in one direction or the other a bit more. Like Herald of Ash costs a pretty high amount of strength at this point, to where you have to invest a bit more into it. Like if I wanted to run Herald of Ash, I'd actually have to invest towards it. And if I did that, then I would be fairly likely to at some point find a high-end piece of pure evasion gear, like a ranger chest, and not be able to wear it, which happened to me a few times. So yeah, you have to actually make some decisions about where to go with the attributes, at least early campaign here. But I don't have many choices here. What I end up doing though is looking at the rest of them. So we go down to all gems over here on the left. And I'm looking at Arctic Armor, which has got, it's when an enemy hits you, it deals cold damage back to them, that's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. Doesn't have a defensive aspect to it, but it's going to freeze enemies though. Potentially freeze them, so kind of cool. A little different to the old school one, We have Ghost Dance. Some of these might be new. I don't know if some of these have been revealed. Ghost Dance, which allows you to build up ghost shrouds. It's based on the Path of Exile 1 keystone, which allow you to restore some of your energy shield based on your evasion. So this is for monk style characters. But again, if you had the gear, there's no reason you couldn't use it on this character. And War Banner is, it works the same as banners in PV1, but I don't think it has an aura when you don't plant it. So I think it's only when you plant it. And ultimately, I'm weighing up like more attack damage accuracy. This is definitely going to be better for bosses. Herald of Ice does nothing for bosses at all, unless they have other monsters in the fight, potentially. So there's like a nice kind of buff here, but at the same time, it's like not necessarily gonna be active a lot in boss fights either. So I wasn't super sold on War Banner. Probably something I'd only use endgame. Pick up Herald of Ice because, you know, explosions. You just right click and activate there and it just stays active. It's great. We regal the crossbow and get big old fizz damage, as if I wasn't kind of doing nicely before this boss at least. And then we get ourselves a very nice upgrade on the crossbow. And I chuck that Exalt on there, but I think I get like dexterity. I chuck another one on there. 2 to 5 fire. Yeah, more damage. We're at a 5 property crossbow now. 2 Exalts used in Act 1, halfway through Act 1. Also, it was apparently a little odd that there was only 2 bits of currency in here. So I don't know if that's maybe not intended, but I almost forgot. Oh yeah, ritual. So I go in here and it's, oh, a regal for sale. Oh yeah, give me the regal. For the new players, ritual as a mechanic in Path of Exile 1. At this thing, you kill monsters in a ritual and you got points that you could spend on buying stuff from a little shop at the end. And it's the same thing here. But a core mechanic of ritual was forgetting to spend your points. So I see that's still true. Yep. Now we get to go into the croplands, heading towards Ogham Village. Oh, fair bit of damage there, didn't I? Jeez. Still kind of playing around with the flame wall, but it's not really being particularly effective at this point. Mostly just kind of for fun experimentation. Nice little flask upgrade. Don't neglect your life flasks. Well, flask, singular. So you'll see at this point I stop using, I'm not using too many fragmentation rounds. We have the passive skill tree notable now that causes our like shotgun pellets to ricochet off walls back at enemies, which is really fun. But also with Herald of Ice and freezing the enemies and the damage that I'm dealing with that skill now, I'm like, why wouldn't I just clear with permafrost? So like, I think probably if there's some tougher enemies that get frozen, it's probably still worth using fragmentation to detonate them. But a lot of the time I actually felt better just using permafrost, at least for this little slice of gameplay. I get a second uncut spirit gem there, which is really lucky because it's like right after I got the last one. But I ultimately I can't use 2, but what you certainly could do is have Herald of Ice for killing regular monsters and then another one for boss fights. So I could have gotten the banner or something. I think what I'd end up doing is messing with Herald of Thunder. New Path of Exile video? Did you mean the one where they announced the servers catching on fire? Yeah, we watched that one. Yeah, I pick up Herald of Thunder just because I hadn't used it before, so I just wanted to mess with it. If you shock an enemy, it causes lightning zaps that zap the enemies around you. It's kind of satisfying. I get an amulet. Whee! +1 all minion skills. Oh, not much good for me. It's got some evasion and dexterity if I recall correctly. I'm like, how much evasion do I get? Also, it took me way too long to realize, like, I just thought that they hadn't implemented like accuracy and DPS stuff on your character screen. It's on the skill screen, okay? You have to click there's a little little arrow. You have to click it to open up the skill info per skill. It took me so long to figure that out. I don't know why, I just forgot, I guess. Pretty sure that's been shown before. There's these like scarecrow kind of raven hybrid abomination things here with these big like crop reaping things that leap at you and go, ah! Pretty cool. We have Stone Charm, which is cannot be stunned if you've been stunned. So you builds up your stun immunity. Yeah, accuracy falls off of a range. The how of it and the specifics of it, I couldn't tell you. The idea is that, like, at close range, you have really high accuracy. So accuracy is rarely an issue for melee characters, for example, but even shooting at close range. But longer ranges, you know, there's some kind of drop off in your accuracy or something that happens to the evasion versus accuracy math. Can't say I really ever noticed myself missing, but I also was using like grenades and shotguns, so it's probably not really the sort of character that would feel missing a lot. Satisfying. That's Herald of Ice explosions. So you'll notice the enemies that are frozen when they die, they explode now. That's that Herald of Ice skill that we picked up earlier. I wonder how for slams and stuff like Volcanic Fissure melee but still have range. Yeah, because like AoE slams and stuff are supposed to not be victims of accuracy, right? Like they're supposed to just be guaranteed hits. I don't know if that's for players and enemies or not. Definitely some stuff to figure out here. This is actually like a little specific encounter. You go into that crop circle. Oh yeah, it's even on the map there. You get swarmed by these doggos in the field. I am playing with Weston here. So I assume there's a guaranteed rare monster there, which probably is designed to drop an uncut gem, but I did get an Exalt as well. Can't complain, pretty good. I have so far preferred WASD, but I probably haven't spent like enough time with click to move in PoE2 yet. Because I wanted to kind of like just focus and play, right? Like I didn't necessarily want to keep like relearning new control setups as I was playing. I felt very comfortable in WASD and will likely be playing that way. Clear space for a bit of knockback action, which I do do some shenanigans with later, but that's not in this footage. That's in my blooper reel. These piggies though, these flaming piggies that charge at you and explode. They leave like a pool of corrupting blood on the ground too. Trying to shoot them with shotguns before they blow up when is pretty satisfying. little scary. Elevated cheese. So I'm actually using the incendiary. I think it's called incendiary rounds, incendiary bolts. The Dragon's Breath shotgun here. But I'm also doing an enemy with in a zone with like a bunch of flaming enemies. I mean, they don't seem to have fire resistance, so well, that one does. The little guys don't. The big crossbow guys seem to. Presumably like the fire crossbow is just a bit higher damage, you know, and you can ignite with it. If it does the thing where it adds all of the small hits into one large hit, then I suppose that might be decent. I mean, it's certainly satisfying looking, isn't it? Hey, Zeus, how you doing, mate? How you doing? How many hours do we got till Path and some Exiles? Not too long now. What are we at? 16 hours? 15 hours? How easy it is to see the ground degens? I would say that it might be like a little tricky for some people to see those blood pools in this zone because it's pretty dark mud. Like it's kind of dark brown red mud, and then those are quite like dark red. So it might be a little hard for some people to see them. I didn't have any issues, but colorblind folk might. Which is it's been a thing historically for PoE as well. It can be a little hard to see some of those effects. You cannot equip a quiver with a crossbow, no. We don't use arrows or bolts, we use bullets. Clearly. I should have cut this moment from footage, my apologies. It's been seen a ton of times before. But it kind of jumps right into the fight, so I didn't end up cutting it. It's pretty it's a moment though, isn't it? Yeah. there's really not a ton of lock-in with weapon types and build types and stuff. You can totally do crossbow in another class if you want. Ooh, that was close.
The guillotine drops.
I think Executioner's guillotine skills, like it probably gets the award for the most avoidable boss slam I've ever seen in my life. It's like so slow and so signaled. And it's like such a big wind up. I don't think I've ever been hit by it. I'm gonna get hit by it like tomorrow. Limitation on number of skills on character. I think you have like, what is it, 12 skill slots? I can't quite remember the exact amount. There are some iframes on dodge roll by default. There's actually a keystone or something that removes them in favor of becoming sun immune. But dodge roll is kind of slow and also interrupts reloads and other skills that you might want to do. So you don't want to be dodge rolling constantly. You'll notice I don't actually dodge roll like too much on this merc. That helps that I've built up a bit of confidence at this point. You know, the less confident you are, the more dodge roll spam you'll do, but you work towards doing it less. I use the penetrating shot to get through his minions there to finish him off. Nice. Yeah. Reggio, thanks for the sub, mate. And Unlucky Hero and 2D, if I missed you folks, thanks very much for the subs, appreciate it. All right, I'm going to take a short break there. When we get back, we'll do another key giveaway. We'll try and find some tree clearing and do a bit more commentaries. So thanks very much for hanging out. I'm going to take a maybe 3 to 5 minute break, and I'll see you fine folks soon, eh? Be right back. Hello, hello. Welcome back, folks. Welcome back. Apparently, yeah, apparently there's some sort of skill tree stuff has been put out / I guess data mined at this point. I don't know if it's like, if there's a planner or anything, but if not, there probably will be soon. So I have a few messages to check out later. All right. We will open up ourselves. There's a planner on the DB site. Oh, cool. We'll have something to do tomorrow while the servers are on fire then. I'm going to do two things. I'm going to reopen the giveaway here on the Twitch side of things. So you find folks, if you would like on Twitch to get a PC key for Path of Exile, I'm going to give away 3 of those in a moment. It is hashtag gimme PC key, just like that in chat. And on the YouTube side of things, I'm gonna just drop some keys in the chat, but I'm gonna do something to make it so that bots can't just immediately redeem them. So, but do try to be quick, okay? Do try to be quick. But I gotta give you guys something. There's not really a good way to do giveaways for you right now that I have access to. So let me, while Twitch is spamming, let me come over to the YouTube side of things. I'll drop you a couple PC keys for PW2 in there. Give me 1 second. And while that giveaway is going as well, we'll also do some tree clearing investigations. Yeah, we'll try and find some more tree clearing. My success rate has been low so far. I need to step up my game. But while I'm doing this, I'm getting my keys. Where is that key? There it is. All right, so let me go like. All right, YouTube, here you go. Now, I'm going to put like, let's say, I'm going to put 3 Zs in the key, all right? That shouldn't be there, along with 2 dashes. So it should be pretty obvious that they're not supposed to be there, right? So just remove the Zs and dashes, and the key should work, all right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Okay, so what you're going to do is remove the Zs and dashes that are not supposed to be there. It should be obvious. You know what? I'll make it even obvious. I'll make it even easier for you. Okay, there's 2 dashes and a Ziggy D added to the key. Remove me from the key and you can use it. There you go. That's my method. That's my method. What's a Z? Sorry, you're disqualified. You're disqualified. I'll do another 2 just like that. All right. I'm adding 2 dashes and a Ziggy D. If you figure out where that is and remove me from your key, then you can have some PoE 3. Wait, no, that's not right. PoE 2 doesn't rhyme. Dang it. And then one more for you, YouTube folks. Thanks very much for coming by and hanging out for my first ever dual stream. Sorry you get the raw end of the deal on the giveaways and stuff, but I appreciate you fine folks watching my videos over this past more than a decade. There you go, there's 3 keys, good luck. Remove Ziggy from it, and enjoy some Path of Exile tomorrow, eh? Hopefully we all do get to. Alright. And I'll draw Twitch's ones in a while. I'll give you guys a little while to enter if you want. Yeah, I'm still BRB on the screen. I'll change it off now, thanks for the reminder. Munelli, thanks for the sub. If you didn't see earlier, I'm partnering with the Australian Conservation Foundation because they're rad. I saw them on Barjo's stream and I was like, that's really cool. Turns out we know someone who works with them. So we ended up getting them to refer us over. And I offered to showcase it today because I'm like, there'll be a lot of people who are very bored right now and can help us with this. If you don't know what it is, basically, there is a lot of people cutting down trees in Australia that shouldn't be. We're kind of chopping the tarts. Topping the charts. Chopping the tarts. It almost works because of the chopping the tree thing. Chopping the charts. Topping the chart choppers. Oh my lord. The tongue twister. I'm dying. This doesn't work. Bots grab them in seconds? No, I mean, another person got it. How would a bot get it? Who has pre-made a bot to remove Ziggy D from a key, right? Like, that's not a thing. You would have to code a bot the moment I said I was going to do that. I highly doubt it was a bot. I'm pretty sure it was just another person. Maybe someone who got the key, you could type in chat. It was me, I got the key. So we can just be like, yeah. Like I maybe there's some elite AI that is like listening to me and I don't know, running it, but. Okay, great keys to PC Elite. I'm sorry, I don't have any console keys to give you. I would if I had some, but I don't have any. Sorry, I play on PC. I have PC keys. Not any form of elitism or anything. That's what a bot would say. I'm a bot and I did not get the key. That's unfortunate. Well, now I feel bad. Now I got to give some to the bots. So the idea is that the ACF has got this initiative here where they're getting people's eyeballs, especially potent gamer eyeballs like ours, maybe yours, possibly. Maybe you're good at this. To do some spot the difference. To do some Where's Waldo on tree clearing. Takes like 2 minutes to sign up. There's a link in the YouTube description or in the Twitch chat. Let me go trees. This might go in the YouTube chat as well. Just ignore it. So, or below the stream. And please, if you have some spare time, want to help out, help save some koalas or stuttering frogs, then yeah, please get in and do some spot the difference. I need as many people as I can. They're desperate to get some people helping. What you do is this. You go 2023, 2024, and you see, is there any trees that have been cleared out? I mean, wait, what's this? There's a whole road running through this. Like, maybe that road is supposed to be there, right? But that's for the experts to decide. We flag it. We're like, yep, trees have been cut down and a road has been put through that area. Was it supposed to happen? I don't know. That's for them to decide. I don't know if this along here is tree clearing as well. Like it's certainly this line along here, which is also looks like a. Well, we saw the examples, right? What was it? Edge clearing? It looks like edge clearing, maybe. That's the koalas road. Well, we're gonna get them koalas. We're gonna get them koalas. So before, after, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I would probably just flag it to be safe, right? Top right? Oh man, I didn't even notice top right. Okay, yeah, there's a ton going from the right there. So this might be scrub that's been cleared, but definitely along here there's like, so this is before, and this is after. That's been just destroyed there. So we got a whopper this one, which we should not feel good about that fact. I mean, I feel good that I was able to flag some, but not it's not very fun to see, is it? Look at this gigantic chunk taken out over here. Man, how many koalas were living in that area? Clap your hands. So yeah, get on and do some of this if you feel so inclined. I know the koalas and the stuttering frogs will help. We'll appreciate you. Look, you get level ups. Oh my god, they gamified it. I didn't even know they did that. Yes, level up. Whoa. They need to add like the Path of Exile level up sound when you do it. You've checked 5 images already. I felt like I did a good one there. Holy my dopamine. Nice work. Let's see if you can get to 10. I'm gonna try. From now on, you'll see these pop up less often, so you can concentrate on detecting clearing. Okay. Oh man, this is okay, so we got like water. This looks like creeks along here. Whoops. Which don't look like they've changed apart from coloration. Before, after, before, after. There's like stuff kind of peters out here, but I don't know that I can see the trees. I think it's just kind of like the water, that water drying up maybe. Like it's probably, there's been more recent rains here that have carved out that and it's kind of, you know, disappeared since then. Why does 2024 always look drier than 2023? It could just be when the photos are taken, but it also could be a sign of things. Oh god. No. I mean, I can't really see many trees apart from some kind of small amounts just along this, and I don't really see any changes, so I don't think there's anything to flag here. Leave that one. Okay, before we got a lot of roads along here, or like property boundaries, either or here, which is where we want to pay some attention to. What's with this, I wonder, huh? Okay, so there's obviously this has been expanded out, like some some extra kind of road or whatever has been put in there. I wonder what the scale of this is. That looks like someone's like property boundary or something, right? Like it could be, depending on how zoomed out we are. Which, looking at like the size of what would be trees and stuff, and we're pretty zoomed out here. Satellite imagery after all. Like that's probably possibly someone clearing out along fence line or something. Huh? I don't know about this whole blotch. Like this sort of color change to me. Maybe it just looks like a seasonal difference or something. There's an extra road that comes in over here at the top left. Or something, right? But there's definitely like an extra line along here. Hard thing along that. The hard edge along it. There is. You reckon it is? It could be worth flagging then, just to be safe, huh? So maybe we just flag all that. Be like, yeah, maybe have a look at that, eh? Because, you're right, it does have a pretty, like, weirdly hard line, huh? Probably err on the side of flagging it. Everything on the right that I can see kind of just looks like color changes, nothing else. I think that's it for that one. What do you think, Ziggy? Does this work well? The gigantic passive tree link. Such a classic. Such a classic. Yeah, it's like, what do you think of my build? And it's like, it has as many letters as passive trees. Could be, yeah, this could be just like natural erosion or something like that, but that's not for me to figure out, right? Yeah, we're smashing some now. Okay, I don't see any, so before, on the left, after, I don't see any changes on the left that I can see. There's a change, that's just water on the right. The water dries up. This lightens up a lot. I wonder what the deal is with that. Oh, it's got the lines. Does that look like the lines to you? Remember this? What was this? Strip clearing. The lines? Seems like AI machine learning should be able to do. One of the... Kim in chat earlier was mentioning that there's like some stuff like that this might be contributing towards it or something, right? Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. There was a conversation in chat about it earlier. Yeah, like yeah, eventually maybe a tool could be built to do that, but it probably needs, you know, input first, right? Like it needs humans to help train that, which you might be doing. Well, the point is to help with that data. Good use for machine learning? Yeah, there are potentially many good ones of them. This is an example of a potentially very good one, right? This is usually how we train AI? Yeah, exactly. So you help them build tools to detect this sort of stuff. What happened here? Oh, right, yeah, this one. So these look like lines like what we saw as strip clearing. It definitely looks a lot like that, doesn't it? So maybe we flag all of that area. Yeah, we run a feedback loop where we use AI, but it has loads of false positives, so we need gamer eyes to weed them out and then improve the AI. Fantastic. Thanks, Kim. I have no idea if you have any interest in Path of Exile, so I hope that you're seeing some Path of Exile stuff today while you hang out to answer questions about the ACF has been interesting. Maybe you like PoE, I don't know. Maybe you've never heard of PoE. Maybe everyone's heard of PoE now, given how popular it is right now. It's currently blowing up. Over 1 million people tomorrow. Everything else here, I don't see any major changes, but that top is definitely very sus, isn't it? And I mean, this looks like it all might have been the victim of this sort of strip clearing in the past anyway, right? Like all these like lined out areas like this. Like it doesn't change in this image, so we don't flag it, but I think it probably happened in previous years and now they're doing up here too, so mega bummer. There's not a lot of trees in these images where we're detecting deforestation, chat. That's not good. That's not good. Eve, thank you for gifting a sub to Kim. Aw, that's very kind of you. Thanks, Eve. Appreciate it. I haven't heard of it before today, but I'm tempted. PoE 2 has that Witcher 3 aesthetic. Yes! Oh, wait. Okay, I have to show you a thing. Maybe some of you haven't seen this yet. But they just released a little music video, actually. And it gave me very, very strong Witcher vibes. And it is a callback to Path of Exile 1, which is very fun. This one. It's good. It's very good.
Silence Sirens call, strong as the tide. None could save her, nor could she hide. Shadows then rose, whispering low, lamenting the dark she came to know.
Sound familiar?
We may never learn what dreams that once had burned, what fate had destined, his gift had wrought for her maddening love.
So good, so good. It definitely reminds me of some of the songs from The Witcher that I really, really like. I love this sort of like immersive game world music like this, like some little songs that are kind of like from in-universe that are a little cool. But if it sounds familiar and you're having a hard time picking, this is the original. This is the original for the Path of Exile 1 players. Oh. Ooh. Right? No wonder, yeah? Yeah, it's the Siren's Call from Path of Exile 1. So for the new exiles joining us, in Act 1 of Path of Exile, so you could probably play this before PoE 2 comes out tomorrow. In Act 1, as you approach one of the bosses, the siren calls to you with this haunting song. And this was made 5 years ago. and I wonder if they like kind of took this tune and then wrote a song to it after the fact. Must have, right? But that's really cool, like they fleshed that out. So this character in game who sings this knows Merveil's song, which is very interesting. It's so cool. Yeah, how good's that? I love that. So I love the like immersive game world music song like that, but also kind of the tying it back to a, you know, in-universe kind of song like that. That's a historical callback for us is very cool. It's very cool. That is dope. Let me do this last one here, and then I still have to draw those Twitch keys. Sorry, I forgot. But some people posted some in chat as well, which is very kind of you. So these are like, there's some pre-existing roads on the left here that seem to like have become more firm, which could entail that they're, you know, those roads have been cleared out. I don't know if that's supposed to happen. It's mostly just that middle part there. Could be that someone's like, you know, this is where they like to go do, I assume probably they go do doughies in their utes while smoking durries and chucking VB tinnies around the forest, around the woods, you know, around the bush. And, you know, they get their chainsaws out and get on the, have a bit of a piss up and whip the chainsaws around in a circle as they drive their utes and, you know, going mudding or whatever. Not that there's much mud out here, probably. That's what I assume is happening, so we're probably going to flag that just for that sort of activity. Send someone out just to investigate that, just to see if that's going on. Getting the VBs up them, yeah, whipping the chainsaws around in circles, you do some doughies. This is a bit like what we were looking at before. Like, to me, that looks like a weather-based thing, but hard to say. There's definitely this section filling in. I don't really see a lot of trees in the first place, but... Oh, well, like, there's definitely some being lost up the top there, though. So that's probably worth a flag. And then, like, this part here, but not so sure. That's the other one that's got kind of, like, bigger changes going on, but it looks like it's... Yeah, actually, because there's this, like, straighter lines here that are being added to, so maybe those are worth a flag. You got it backwards? Oh, wait, have I? Am I doing it backwards again? Before? After? Yep. Okay, I'll probably unflag that one then. That's reforestation. Good. Before? After? Okay, I had it backwards again. Man, why do I keep doing that? Why do I keep doing that? Okay, no, but this one was right. I was right on the first one. Yeah, that's the VB tinnies over there. But then it looks like the right is a little bit of regrowth. Hooray, regrowth! Yay! See, it's good. It's good having 1,000 people to vet me as I do this. Oh, this one looks interesting. We'll do that one later. So yeah, go click the link and do some tree spotting. If you feel so inclined, chat. It'll be very cool to do. Let me draw those Twitch keys right now while we listen to the Covenant of Anger. Where is the thing? Alright, drawing our next winner is Mr. Charger. Congrats, make sure your whispers are open. Elevate. And Maxroll. Congratulations, you three. I will close the giveaway for the moment and we'll do some more later. Mr. Charger. I'll message you first, mate. Alright, where are my keys? 1 second while I send these through, folks. Alright, those are PC keys. Get on the site to redeem those ones. That's you, Mr. Charger. Elva, you're up next. Wish there was an easy way to do this. Just imagine if I just sent them like when I did it right. Just put the key into the... Oh my god, that'd be so amazing if I could just put the key in a MooBot and it would just send for me. That'd be amazing. There probably is some tool that does this, but instead of this scuffed manual way that I've been doing it over the years. Alright, there's the last one. And there's your key. Enjoy. Yay. Got some more people in the beta. Let's push those numbers up. Not that the servers need it, but let's push those numbers up a bit higher, eh? Over 1 million? Pa! Not enough. Let's get to 2. Maybe we can give away enough keys to get to 2 million. No, I'm not in the queue yet. Not in the queue yet. But I am I'm here to keep you company while you try and get your pre-download done. I'm going to try and do it after stream. All right, we're resuming some Mercenary gameplay commentary action here for a half hour or so. There will be some spoilers. You'll see bosses and zones, but I've cut out most of the dialogue and hard cut some spoilers I thought were a bit too cool to spoil. You missed a spot in the top left photo. You can't go back, unfortunately, so someone else has to get it. But they do have like, it goes, each image pair goes to multiple people, so that is a bummer. I must do better. What was I doing here? Why am I standing here? Oh, I was testing, I was trying to test like stun, yeah. Because I picked up a stun charm. I was like, what am I doing? I was sort of trying to see if I got stunned by like regular attacks from the enemies. I was wondering if stuns build up on you. Because I remember very early build of the game had that and it was awful. I don't know if they've changed that or got rid of it. So I was kind of just sitting there for a while to see if he would stun me. Didn't seem to be able to. But it might be that he takes a very long time to stun. There is a stun build-up system on players with shields if you're blocking. That's a thing. No hidden poise meters? I mean, that's basically what I was trying to say, yeah. I was like, oh, will this guy who's just a little, you know, little goober, will he eventually be able to build up a stun so that my charm activates? That one definitely stunned me, right? The explosion. And the piggy there. Do you feel hand fatigue with WASD? Less than usual. For me, I think WASD is probably better than click to move for hand fatigue. Because I tend to get like tighter wrist and hand on my mouse hand from like the constant back and forth and clicking, lots of repetitive clicking. So picking up loot and emptying inventories into stash tabs and stuff for me. A decade of clicking thousands of times a day on Path of Exile item labels. It's taking its toll. So what WSD is way better for me. Some people also benefit from going to a controller if they have RSI, but it's everybody. It's different for everyone. So Ziz was saying that for him, click to move might be better because it's his keyboard hand that gets more issues. Is there not a poison chance gem? I would not be able to answer that one. I would be surprised if there wasn't. Pretty sure I saw something for, like 2 gems for bleed. There'll probably be some for poison. If you're just going off data mining or stuff, it's probably not. Or, you know, spoiler post or whatever. It's probably just not been posted. Oh! Emergency flashbang. That was really interesting actually. You see how I got spat out? I got kind of like spat out of there. I had to pull the emergency flashbang ripcord, didn't I? Cause I get kind of bonked by the piggy and then knocked into that pack. Yes. How does that happen? I wonder. I'm actually wondering like how I get kind of. Yeah, I think that's actually the pushiness system coming into play. Because I was jammed in so tightly by those monsters, I was getting crammed in there. When one of them shattered to my right, it kind of spat me out. Pretty wild. Emergency flashbang. You gotta have it. How big do you feel the areas are compared to PoE1? Areas are large, and this is my probably biggest criticism or critique of the game, is I do feel like there's too much running around in zones. I brought this up with Jonathan several times and talked about my experiences in a few different specific instances where I found where I thought it was not good. So I love what they're doing with exploration, and the zones are like super interesting and immersive. I think a lot of people are gonna love it, but for me, I felt like I was running too much. And a bit too many situations where like I missed a pretty concealed exit that wasn't signaled well enough, and it had to do like a lot of backtracking. So yeah, it's honestly my biggest criticism of the game right now, based on my every like larger play session I've had with it. It's been an issue. It's gotten a lot better since the exploration's gotten better and they've done more like waypoints and stuff. But I do still, even on this playthrough, I had like an issue where around the Crowbell fight, I killed the Crowbell, and then I found the exit to Ogham, which I wasn't to go there yet. So I went to the ritual zone instead. Those are all in the same, kind of off the same area. So I went and did that. I came back, and there was like, oh no, wait, I was trying to find the ritual zone. So like I found the exit to Ogham. I killed the Crowbell in this zone. Did like several other like little encounters and stuff in there. Big zone, huge zone, filled with rowers and devourers and stuff. So I have a great time fighting through it the first time. I had to do another full lap, and the exit was tucked behind the Crowbell on like a little tiny offshoot. I was like, man, it took so long to find that, and it's a big zone to do another lap around. I'll tell you what. So that sort of thing happened a few times. Yeah, even in the first zone after leaving town, I found the exit to the, I don't know what it's actually called, the dark wood filled with werewolves, and I'm like, okay, cool, we don't want to go there yet. We don't want to go there yet, it's bad. We're gonna go get the devourer. So I had to do quite a lot of running and exploring around to kind of find the entrance to that, including a bit of backtracking. So even in that first zone, and I was kind of like of the belief that when you look at the world map and see where they are positionally, that's supposed to match to the zone exits. But I didn't find that to be fully the case. Sometimes because a zone exit was kind of like in the middle of a map or in some other some other place. But I'm wondering maybe if there's like, if that system isn't quite working fully. But yeah, hopefully they like they can probably improve a lot of that just by signaling exits and stuff a lot better. So if there's an exit to a zone that's important, you want to have, yellow paint. You know what I mean? You ever played any sort of like adventure game or shooter or something where you explore around? There's yellow paint everywhere. That leads the way, yeah? So they need some more yellow paint. It doesn't have to obviously be yellow paint, but like, a thing. Some sort of like stone cans that are placed in a suspicious way that kind of make you naturally go look at a thing that leads to the exit. We're picking up here, looking at the, oh yeah, this is where I finally figure out the support gems. You can unclick the show recommended gems. I'm like, man, there's not many choices. Oh, wait a minute. Look at the difference. Look how many choices there are for high velocity rounds. So you can uncheck that show recommended down in the bottom left here. And that gives you everything that can possibly be socketed into that skill. So anything that can link to it, which can include some gems that don't really do anything, but just technically you're allowed to be linked. But for the most part, it gives you a lot of extra options to explore. So, what do I end up picking here? Ice Bite was really good. This might be when I take Ice Bite. Ice Bite was great. When you freeze an enemy, you gain 35% added cold to all of your other attacks for a few seconds. Amazing. So I drop Frost Nexus, which is just chilling ground from Permafrost, and now running Ice Bite and Piercing, since I'm blowing up enemies a lot with that. It's weird that gas grenades is on this line. I think that might have changed, because like it's tier 5 but at level 7. It's kind of strange. Maybe it's supposed to be like that. Anyway, I obviously can't take that yet. Need two levels higher of Uncut, so that's not till Act 2. Galvanic Shards is a lightning one that does a bit of shock. A torch? Yeah, a torch, that sort of thing. Thank you for gifting a sub to Eron, Eve. Appreciate it. Thank you. Very kind of you. Do 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 do. Excellent. We change something else around here. Ruthless Support. Every 5th attack causes 500% more stun buildup. Imagine, I didn't actually test this on flashback. But that must be some like crazy amount of stuns every 5th. I just thought every 5th was a bit too long. You're probably going to go a whole boss fight without using it sometimes. So this is Rapid Shot, which is a channeled skill that has a bit of a delay before it starts firing. Kind of like a minigun, you know, you have to wind it up. And it builds heat as you fire. And the heat stacks up in the top left. Go up to, I think it's like 16 or something. And each heat stack increases, it does like 10% added fire damage to the skill. So it ramps. But also, it does like, I want to say it was like 6% added fire to grenades as well per stack. Yeah, I got up to 17 stacks there. I think that's the max. 17. So you can get like 17 times 6 added fire damage to a grenade shot. It wears off very quickly when you stop firing though. You like watch it on top left. It drops off very fast. So the heat wears off very quick. But the idea is you can kind of like, and then pop a grenade like that. And flashbang doing a pretty large amount of fizz actually works pretty well. Added damage is really interesting in PoE 2. They made it much easier to understand. Part of the accessibility part of PoE 2, I guess, but in Path of Exile 1, added damage kind of only like works from physical, right? You know, or it is flat added. But in this, added works for everything. So if you do added cold damage, it's like 50% of damage is added as cold. So it takes all the other damage and then adds, like, calculates 50% of that and adds it as cold. The kind of drawback is that, like, added fire, cold, and lightning gems have, like, less of the other types of damage as a drawback. So if you do added cold, it's like 50% less fire and lightning damage, but 30% added cold. So you can still use it even if you're using fire and cold, but just kind of skews the skill more to cold. It's almost like a pseudo conversion. It's rather interesting. Crossbow skills need accuracy. I was blinding myself, literally flashbanging my own face, and I didn't really experience any accuracy issues that I could point to. I don't think I ever noticed myself missing even once, but I was also using grenades and shotguns, so they probably don't miss much. It might be the case that some of the longer range ones or maybe later level enemies. Again, this is only to Act 2 though, so might be very different later on. Bitrate compression is pretty rotten in this zone. Sorry, it's a bit blurry. Added any damage that's kind of cool now? Yeah, the added damage thing is pretty cool. Pretty cool. How brutal is that? You see that? Oh, poor guy. You're like, hey mate, I want your uncut gem. He just kind of does a Titanic guy off the platform there, poor guy. But he drops an uncut gem, guaranteed. I'm pretty sure. It's a bit too sus that he drops that. Definitely seems like that one. Looking at cluster bombs, the grenade cluster, very yummy. Attribute highway action. Oh yeah. Is that a character select area? The passive tree has a big wheel in the middle that all of the classes start on, but just at different points. They're a little closer together this time around. And they'll start in the middle instead of kind of like spread out like they do in Path of Exile 1. I get the faster attacks skill, which I swap it from high velocity because I'm not really using that anymore, and put it on rapid shot, which it obviously makes a lot of sense on that. The whole thing with rapid shot, right, is putting down lots of fire that builds up heat stacks, so the faster you do that, the better. So we can, in theory, get a few more stacks in the same amount of time. So we can send that grenade out with a bunch of fire damage. Empty chest. Who keeps an empty chest? Maybe that's why I was outside. I mean, who keeps a chest outside, right? It's pretty satisfying the way those guys get like knocked back and then lit up by the rapid shot. So rapid shot's not really a very good skill for pack player, obviously, but you can kind of use it as at a group of enemies to build up stacks and then chuck grenades out. But probably most of the time you're just going to spam different grenades, right? It did serve a role for me in boss fights for a while though, until I got so many grenades that it was better for me just to keep grenading. But I'm not sure where it will end up in the end. Like, maybe it might come back around horseshoe style, where at endgame we might kind of start to hone in on a certain, you know, 1 or 2 different grenades that we use almost exclusively. In which case, rapid fire might be a big deal again. What was the implicit on that crossbow?
This place is right fancy.
Sturdy. Sturdy is just no implicit, so just probably higher raw damage. They have different like reload speeds and stuff though. Yeah, the Mind Over Matter and the Archmage stuff looks pretty interesting for sure. Ghost Chanter, I want to check out some of that mana-based cast. I love mana casters. The Bell from the Monk? Yeah, the Bell from the Monk is a skill gem. It's a really good one. I like it. Monk's amazing in general. It's probably a little bit harder to play, but it is very, very nice. Using weapon swap? Not at all on this character. I think you potentially would later on. And I mean, Witch Hunter's even got a node for it. But, no, I used it a bit more on some of the other runs I did, but not at all on this one. I just didn't find anything where it made sense to. I definitely foresee people doing some, like, melee mercenaries and some melee witch hunters and some maybe hybrid. It would be super interesting if that happens. I hope there's some, like, hybrid melee range. That is, like, just so rarely been done well in games like this. If there was actually, like, crossbow sword mercs going around in Path of Exile 2, I would be so happy. That would be amazing. You know, in a setup where it wasn't, like, just outright designed like that. Well, I don't know. We don't know much about Huntress at this point, right? We know what we saw a while back. Was Huntress hybrid? I only remember Huntress kind of poking with spears and stuff. I guess they had spear throws and stuff as well. But, you know, that's like a skill that's like a thing that's designed to be like pseudo ranged, I suppose. But like an actual ranged melee hybrid would be super interesting. Oh, I literally like left this random run in because this music's so good.
Wait a sec.
See my cursor jamming. Love this music.
Yes, another one. He's under there.
Look, there's no crossbow ascendancy, right? There's no ascendancy that says crossbow. They've made them very flexible, so you can play crossbow Deadeye if you want more projectile stuff, or you can play crossbow Witch Hunter if you want more explosions. You can play crossbow Gemling if you want to get a lot of gems and a lot of quality for them. You could buy Crossbow Titan if you want to be a thick crossbower. Not a goose, mate. Thank you very much. I bet Ziggy does not read super chats. Uh-oh. I missed my chance to not read that. Thank you very much. $10 dudes, mate. My buddy from across the pond. Thank you. I even tried to set up... Look, I literally had to research what a super chat was yesterday. So that I could set up notifications. They're very scuffed, but I did it, okay? Candlemass is a side boss here in the first level of the mana. And like some of these side bosses, drops a nice little character buff, so something you want. We do a very nice job of dismantling this guy.
Always did say religion is dangerous.
Cool creepy boss. What's a super chat? It's effectively like bits. It allows you to like pin a message and get it highlighted while doing a tip. Yeah, Mercenary's definitely got a vibe when it comes to his lines. He's a sassy, I don't know, what would you say, like kind of Occo. No, what? Like, I don't know what the terminology for that one is. Accent-wise, you know what I mean? But yeah, he's got a lot of sardonic. Is sardonic the right term? Sardonic lines. So let me see. Sardonic, grimly mocking or cynical. Yeah, that's pretty close. A little bit of coping humor, maybe. He's not full Cockney, but a bit of that. Bit of sardonic British humor, I guess. Lotus, thanks for the sub, mate. Appreciate it. Ooh, yo. Is that a tier 2 sub? Is that? Oh, that is. Thank you. Thanks for the double sub, then. Hello, McCoy. You are extremely late. What? How you doing? Level 16. Still loving the permafrost at this point. I've switched to a much more full Grenader style not too long after this, maybe, but I mean, we're obviously getting the Grenader wheel pretty soon. I found a lot of melee stuff in the start of Mercenary, so it's definitely, even though it starts with a crossbow, it's definitely intended that there's going to be some melee builds on them. So don't, the tree location has a lot of support for that. I had to remind myself that as I kept looking at clusters and I was like, oh wait, this is melee, I can't do any of this. These are the melee things. What determines your number of charms? Belts, but I didn't find anything that wasn't a 1 charm belt. So they probably aren't until much higher level. I would, if I had to guess, I would guess like maybe Act 3 or Act 4, quote unquote. Maybe where you get 2 charms and then maybe at endgame you might get a 3rd charm slot. It might even be the case that like not all belts have 3 charm slots. I don't know yet. We'll have to see about that one. Some nasty enemies in here. It kind of reminds me a little bit of like Lunaris, right? Where there's these like kind of gnarly mutants that are a bit scary, a bit spicy. Definitely some a little bit of caution's warranted as you're being like skewered by these vampires and beamed by these other ones here, these chaos beams. At the same time as the little swollen goobers are exploding on you.
Bloody beautiful.
I love how the mercenary says bloody beautiful when you find an exalt. Been exalt slamming that ring. I'm going all the way to 6 properties on it. Mana was rarely ever an issue for me on the Merc. When I ran out of mana, which was pretty infrequent, I usually always had mana flasks. I don't know that I ever really fully ran out, maybe once or twice in the early game. So I picked up ice shards here just to test. I didn't like it, but Jonathan told me I was using it wrong. Probably maybe an issue with communication with how the skill works. So I'm shooting the enemies with it, and Jonathan's like, no, that's not what you're supposed to do with it. I'm like, well, guy. Guy. Sir Guy. Lead producer of Path of Exile 2. Mr. Lead producer of Path of Exile 2. You're telling me I'm not supposed to shoot the enemies with this crossbow, huh? So you shoot the crystals on the ground, and the crystals get bigger, and they swell up, and then they turn into like a mine that blows up when the enemy runs into them. Or I think they can be detonated by other things, maybe. But it's a pretty low damage effectiveness skill when just blasting enemies with it. I'm like, no, I'm not using this. This is garbage. So you can see how they build up, right? Yeah, so it apparently can be quite effective if you like pre-place a bunch of it and then draw enemies onto them and stuff like that. So it's obviously in line with the Mercenary's kind of preparation flavors, but I think I just put faster attacks on it or something. I'm like, I'm doing no damage even faster now. But yeah, I don't know if we ever really get a chance to see it in its full effect there. I don't know, maybe like a little bit there. Yeah, but I know Jonathan was like, it was one of his main skills apparently, so it's supposed to be good, okay? I was thoroughly whelmed. Do you sleep before launch? Hopefully, I'll try. Launch is 6 AM for me. Not that we'll be able to play then, but you know, I'll try. Yeah, it seems like you wanna shoot him, knock an enemy into him, or do some sort of combo. I don't know. Jonathan was saying something, I can't quite remember how it works. Yeah, I think multi-proj would be a good choice on it. I wasn't about to drop multi-proj off Flashbang though. Love that multi-proj Flashbang. Inferno Hiss. The Inferno Hiss. That's a great name. Inferno Hiss. By currency you mean orbs, right? Yes, the orbs are what we refer to as currency. Currency items in Path of Exile are generally all crafting orbs. And they are used as a currency, both, you know, in worlds, in universe, and also between players. Like when you trade for gear, in Path of Exile 1, you typically give someone Chaos Orbs or Divine Orbs in exchange for their items, and vice versa. But we don't know what it'll be in Path of Exile 2 yet. Like, Chaoses might be too uncommon. I don't know. Don't know about where Chaos is going to fit. I don't know about Regals, maybe early on, but I don't see Regals being long-term main currency. I think Exalts probably will be new Chaos Orb. And it might be that Chaos kind of takes the place of, not it, I don't know about Divine, but maybe like a middle of the road there. It might also, it kind of depends as well, like Annuls could be a bit of a wild card. Yeah, Null Orbs might be, because like removing affixes from items is very limited. So Annuls might be something that people really value highly late game. Yeah, absolutely, Nicole. I'm really excited for it, honestly. I'm really excited for all the new players coming in and asking questions and just being really excited. Can't wait. Been very fun already. Yeah, there's Stink Stink, a classic Kiwi name. Wait, oh, is that D2? Or, Stink Stink was Kiwi, right? Yeah, there's only like kind of 2 melee weapons right off the bat. Just categories, I should say. You know,
yes,
hammers,
more.
which includes
Don't
clubs.
stop. The beast
What was this?
hungers.
Ooh, that's nasty.
I skipped some dialogue here in editing, so there's a lot more kind of story stuff here. The reason why I skipped some dialogue here is that I have blooper reel cut out the timer I send the boss up the elevator. So yeah, there's more dialogue here, but this actually is kind of cool though, because if you die in a boss fight, which I did intentionally, so that I could, you know, get a reshoot after I did a shenanigan, you if there's like a long preamble before a boss fight, it's shortened down to a short version. So normally there's this other stuff that happens here when you first come in, But you'll notice I just come in here and the cage and the other guys are all gone and the other stuff doesn't occur. So that's because this is my attempt to. Why you cut that out? Because at first showing's not really where you put the blooper reel, right? You don't put the blooper reel in the movie. The blooper reel goes after the credits, so it's in the blooper reel. Which maybe I get to show sometime. But that's really cool because it means, yeah, boss raid attempts aren't really annoying. Because you just jump straight back into the fight. It is time, my friends, to unleash the full power of getting skewered. Of flashbang and freeze and mercenary on Count Gregory. And I feel like I do, right? Look at this guy.
Need more time. Need a sec.
Oh. He kind of gets me stuck in there a little bit.
Your pulse quickens.
Okay, I just want to tell you, they did something to this phase, and it's amazing. He recites battle poetry at you, like some sort of like samurai duel in the snow. In between attacks, he does lines of poetry. It's so good. Okay, I had to tell you before it even happens because I know I'm leaving as much as I can for you to watch after launch, but I was like, this is so good. I just had to point it out. Okay, all right. Sorry, let me go back.
Your pulse quickens. The eternal impure, with bloodlust empowered. Our Exile endured, but soon all were devoured. In unending war, death waited at the door. Then hour by hour, men fell as summer sound. Killing for us.
Chills. I love it. I got goosebumps. It's so sick. How cool is it? It's such a cool fight. And that is so good. And it's mechanical too. Like the poetry gives you a beat. Like it's, you know, poetry has a rhythm, a beat to it. And that tells you when he's attacking. So you time his attacks to his poetry. So good. There's definitely a vibe.
Not yet.
I will take out your heart and savor its bite.
More time.
You are hunted.
And I'm pretty sure it's different poetry the second time too.
Fang, tooth, and claw. Tortured under the moon.
Yeah.
The pack suffered but endured. And howled now in tune. No tales were told. None new, none old. And the endless hunger grew ever stronger.
So sick. Oh my god. How good's that heavy stone where he like drops his sword and does a flip like that? So.
I will take out your heart
More time.
and savor each bite.
Yeah, I wonder what. Oh man. There's an Uber version of each of the act bosses, right? Sick. That's gonna be very cool.
Allow me to clear your mind, if only for a moment. The madness. It consumed my being. Oriana used it against me. Where has she taken the beast? I found messages from the desert. From the Vastiri? Yes. Find her. Kill her. But first, please, Stop the madness. As you wish. We must make haste.
Yeah, that was one bit I had to leave a bit more of the dialogue in after the poetry and how epic the fight is. Like, oh, I don't know, I can't jump cut that, I know. I did cut some though, so there is a bit more after that. So a bit more for you to see there. I cut a lot out of that fight on the story side of things, but I had to leave the little end bit there. Also, because I wanted to tell you a funny story, so the first time Jonathan showed me that, it's like, oh yeah, we added like a bunch of story stuff after the boss to like connect to, you know, why you're going to the place you're going and etc, etc. He was showing me that, and the guy goes and crushes the heart, and it was the funniest thing. The Pinnacle Tower Shield just goes clunk, like really loud, like just this really like dull big wooden thud. He like crushes his heart, it's like thump. This like wooden shield just plopping out of his belly. And we just both kind of like paused for 1 second and then cracked up laughing. It's like comedic timing. It was like pure slapstick. Like, way to ruin this moment. It's like, oh, he like crushes his heart. And then this shield going. That's so good. It was the most like removing you from the moment thing that could have happened. After such an epic dramatic moment.
Start rebuilding our poor damaged auger.
I cut a lot of story out here, just being like, yeah, you did the thing, good actor. There's a bunch more though, bunch more. His art was a pinata filled with a giant wooden tower shield. Love the view of the mouth as he was upside down, I didn't expect it. Pretty cool, right? Pretty gruesome. Someone's asking what class is this? Mercenary. Playing with crossbow. Mercenary starts with a crossbow, but you can use crossbow on anyone. I think it's very flexible in that regard. You're not very class locked in many ways. You can play a crossbow warrior or a crossbow ranger. Crossbow witch? I'm sure you can, but don't have to be much reason to. Burglar exploring? Interesting. There's lots of different classes and lots of different playstyles. So I hope you find the one that appeals to you more. Maybe you'll like the fluidity and the zoominess of the monk, which I found to be very, very fun. But I have to say, I love Mercenary. The reason why you would use a crossbow on a witch is because it's silly. That's a good reason. We'll pause a bit after this next little boss fight up here. But this is the start of Act 2. We move into this like little red zone. It's kind of like the little prequel zone. Love that permafrost bolt. Oh man. Crossbow witch, I'm gonna do it. Yes. Yes, do your crossbow witch. I want to see it. Yeah, over 1 million confirmed. Wild. That was their like upper number they were preparing for, so. And they've already crossed that threshold. Jonathan's like, oh my god, get me a cat. I need to sit down and have a little one-on-one conversation with people. Having a cat is that. We're sorry. The servers are going to catch on fire tomorrow. Be prepared. Increased grenade damage. Hell yeah. Grenade area of effect and cooldown. Extra projectile. Mwah. You think flashbang with 3 flashbangs is good? What about 4 flashbangs and later 5 with a crossbow? That adds a number. When's free access? We don't know yet. They're planning to launch 6 months to a year, but when is free access, or if there's a free beta before then, there probably will be, but we don't know when. This is a difficult fight. Act 2 kicks things off with a likely arse whooping. Probably some builds will come in here and do alright, but that's probably the edge case. I feel like most people come in here and struggle. Yeah, the hyenas are nasty. You got Wrathbreaker here, the boss. He's a spicy guy. And you're getting pelted by spears from the guys up on the cliff. And the ads are real. The ads are a real test. You see the hyenas crawling out of the caves down the bottom there. That's done though. Oh, God, I love the flashbangs. So satisfying. Huntress, yeah, the earlier Huntress demos against this boss was like really brutal. Huntress had a real tough time with this. It was definitely a struggle. This will test your, okay, have you, oh my lord. Have you prepared a way to deal with getting surrounded? My answer is kind of. Flashbang's pretty good. If I can put some grenades down ahead of time, we're okay. We don't really have any ability to speak of to escape a situation like that. So as long as we position well and use flashbang and lay down some explosive grenades and stuff, we're pretty alright. So I deal with that first wave there, okay. I'm getting hit by a lot of these spears and stuff though. It's really taxed my flask. So perfect example as well of the game killing you via attrition, not just getting one shot, right? So like I died there because I went down to half health after I lost my flask because I kept getting hit by spears and earlier pokes and the boss, and that second swipe on the boss keep getting me. He actually crosses over arms as well, which is really like interesting. Like I thought, oh, I'll reverse direction after he does his first hit, but he crosses his arms over and swings the other way pretty well. Yeah, when you die in this, you start the boss from 0 again. Like you have to one-shot the boss, so to speak. But your checkpoint is generally right outside the boss as well. You don't have to run. You don't have to do like a Dark Souls run, thankfully. It's a tough boss though. It's a tough boss. He himself is pretty nasty, and then his ads are very brutal. But we can put some damage on him though when I get the stun. I'm definitely after some upsets, trying to approach the fight a little more carefully here. Get into a bad position there though. Woo! Just get out of it. And I'm actually like learning to not get hit by all of the projectiles. Actually dodge that one. Probably immunity frame dodge there, I think. Big stun. But I'm being harassed by ads, so I can't really fully capitalize on it, unfortunately. I'm trying to use the like building heat combo, but I should only be doing that if he's stunned. It's too much time in this fight. You need to be on your toes in this fight the whole time. Have to wait till tomorrow to play it? Yep. That's when it comes out. Woo! That stun, he was like just slightly off being stunned, so I go for the full channel into a grenade, get a fair bit of damage off. A couple explosives, still managed to land. It's good, it's good. I think I get him here. Let's see. Oh no! Oh, I wasn't sure. I thought I got him on that one. Oh no, that was brutal. I actually want to see that again. Hold on. Because I actually still had flask charges then, so there was a few things hitting me at once. So, yeah. I should have been in that fight for a bit longer. It was so close. I'm like a little bit off top, so it would have been good to flask here. But I have probably developed the habit at this point of not like pre-using my flask too much. Even I probably could stand to here, but you know, not wanting to waste it when you have a limited amount over the course of a boss fight. But we're a little low, and we get hit by both of his slams and maybe a spear / one of his hyenas. Yeah, pretty brutal. Pretty brutal. I think I do like way better this next time around though. Oh, no, maybe not. Excellent. All right. Oh, dear. Yep. I go in with renewed determination to take him out. This is probably the one that gives me the most grief. Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, man, yes. Destroyed. I didn't worry about armor invasion too much at this point, which, you know, certainly if I had a bit more might have helped here, but I did later on. It was pretty nice when I started getting high armor later. I've noticed that like you can do non-heavy stuns on bosses and still get like kind of flinches like that, which is pretty cool.
Need a sec.
You can actually still flinch them for small interrupts. Love that. He's very close to a stun here. Come on, Ziggy, you got this. You kind of want to like try and stun him when the ads are dealt with though, ideally. So I'm trying to deal with the ads here. There we go. Get him. I forgot to reload. I lost half my stun. I lost half my stun phase because I forgot to reload. Like fumble, fumble, fumble. That's where you're like hands are shaking and you drop your shotgun shells and then the zombie bites your face off. Yep. Mercenary is all about preparation. But look at the damage though. That's great damage on that as you get that heat build up. Much better. We're just gonna run ads on me in 30 seconds. Come on, Ziggy, you can do it quickly. Ad break's coming. Take him down. Take him down. I love WASD. Yeah, I used it almost exclusively. Yes. See, this is where I'm like, okay, that's it. I've got this guy's number. I'll start to get this kind of rhythm going a bit now. Yeah. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. A little bit of that new lightning shotgun. Yeah, nice. And then they all jump in on you. Evil, it's evil. This will kill so many people as well. Thankfully, we got the grenades. We got the grenades. The grenades see us through. The stun grenades. Emergency stun grenades. Yes. Look at them go, dropping them. All right, I gotta take myself a short break. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Do some more key giveaways, some more tree clear identifications, and some more commentary when I get back. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye now. Hello, folks. Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, did it not keep playing music? Oh, bummer. I must have turned off autoplay. Rip. Sorry I missed your question, Irela Astora. I have a friend that tried to get into PoE but thought it was too complex. Do you think PoE 2 would be better for newcomers? Absolutely. Like it's probably the main thing that they're set out to improve about Path of Exile 2 outside of like modernizing it, making it look and play much nicer, you know, and making it a better looking and better feeling game. Outside of that was about making it much more accessible. So they've kept it a difficult game. It's still a difficult game. Path of Exile 2 is going to be hard, but a lot more of that difficulty comes from actual gameplay and it just being, you know, an actually hard game, not being a massively convoluted game. Firstly, they like trimmed a lot of the fat that's built up on Path of Exile 1 over the years. They made some very fundamental changes to how skills and things work that make things way more accessible, and made like a much better like in-game explanations of stuff with nested tooltips and things that you can click on to learn more about how things work. It's a big improvement in what I would call the bounce off rate. You know, people who like try the game and like, this is not for me, and bounce off. I'm sure of the 1 million+ people that I'm going to be trying the game tomorrow, there's still going to be a lot of people like this game is too hard and too complicated for me, or this game is not my vibe. I don't play games to be this stressed out. I'm sure there's still going to be a fair bit of that going on, but it's going to be massively better than Peri 1. But it is also a big question mark. Like, that's my perspective, but I am someone who's played a bunch. I do know for a fact that they have done a lot of testing with people who have, like, you know, never played these games before and tried out before and after various changes that they've made, and signs are pointing that it's a big improvement, right? Certainly it's grabbed a lot of people's attention. So we have no idea what's going to happen. Yep, that's a good quote to apply to this question as well. I'm going to drop some codes in the YouTube chat to thank you for the more than a decade of watching my videos, folks over on the YouTube side of things, and thanks very much for hanging out. What we'll do is I'll do a little different. Here, let me figure out how I'm going to do this. We'll go... I'm going to add... what am I going to add? I'm going to add... a bad bot. Bad bot. There you go, bad bot. There's bad bot in the code. If you remove the bad bot from the code, it will work. So you must remove the bad bot from the code, and then you can use it. There you go. That's our anti-bot measures for the YouTube chat. Best I can do. I don't think anyone can program a bot to do that quickly. Remove the bad bot from the code, and then you can use it. There's another one, and one more for the YouTubers. And I'll put one in over here, bad bot. There you go, remove the bad bot. And use that key, and get yourself in tomorrow, hopefully, if the servers can manage. We shall try our best, won't we? And on the Twitch side of things, I'm going to open the giveaway for you fine folks for another set of keys. So if you would like in Twitch to get yourself a PC key for Path of Exile, then type hashtag gimme PC key in chat. I redeemed one on YouTube. Thank you, Reggio. There you go, mate. Proof that the system is working. That's good. That's validating. Thank you. All right, you find folks on Twitch, get into that. And the YouTube side, have a good luck with the key get. Can I drop keys in chat? Yeah, just do the same thing where you like do something to make a bot. Because the way the bot scrapers work is they just grab keys. They recognize what a key is, they grab it, and they automatically put it in, and they sell the account or whatever, you know? So just do something to change the key. Because, like, no one's going to be able to code a bot that, you know, recognizes whatever random thing you come up with. It just doesn't work that way. Ziggy's doing his best to destroy the servers tomorrow. Yeah, more than 1 million? Not enough. Let's make it 1,010,000. 1,020,000. Let's go. All right, I'll give you a little I'll give you a little while to enter on the Twitch side of things if you haven't already. And in the meantime, let's find some trees. This one looks interesting. If you haven't seen this from earlier, Australian Conservation Foundation is trying to identify tree clearing using gamer eyeballs. They need our eyeballs to save the koalas and an animal, believe it or not, called the stuttering frog. Poor stuttering frog. They tried to ribbit, but they can't quite get it out cleanly. And yet people will destroy their habitats. Those monsters. With this, we can look at satellite imagery from 2023, 2024, and see if trees have been removed illegally by naughty tree murderers. And then we flag them if we see them, and the ACF, I assume, sends a team of assassins after them. Probably a bunch of crossbow mercenaries. Topical. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of color differences here, obviously, but that's just all green grass versus brown grass. That's Australia for you. It do that. I don't see any tree changes on the left that I can notice. Nothing nothing I can see. Oh, I'm still on the BRB screen. Oops, sorry. I keep forgetting that today. Oh my god, too much going on. Australia has an interesting justice system. Oi, fetch the boot. Time to give you a bootin' right up a clacker. That's what we do. Yeah, we get the boot. Fetch the boot. Oi, Mr. Prime Minister. This guy's been cutting down trees, what he's not allowed to do. Right, that's it. Get the boot. Yeah, no, this looks fine. I'm not seeing anything here, just the color differences. I'm trying to, not even seeing any of the roads change or anything like that. It looks legit. Looks legit. Which one is the tree? Presume these little kind of dark green splotches are the trees. But I don't think there's anything in that one. Yay! Koalas! Level 10! Oh! Amazing. Amazing. Level 10. Continue investigating. We got a lot of green here. This looks like property / farmland. But, you know. So let's have a look. Okay. Let's identify first where kind of the areas of trees are. So like these areas here are probably trees not supposed to be cleared. Along here. This is all already cleared. Well and truly cleared at this point. There's definitely a lot of changes going on in these two images, so it's going to be a little tricky, this one. So we've got our befores. Looking along the road. No changes along the road that I can see. You can see like the trees speckling the sides of the road and stuff. Nothing changes there. This top left property, I don't see any changes on. Yeah, it's a little tricky. This one's tricky because there's a lot of cloud cover this day, right? Like, that's going to happen sometimes. A lot of cloud cover, or assume that's cloud, could be mist. So it's pretty hard to see. Looks like this is, so this must be high ground then, right? Presumably, that might be mist, more so. Like, place the clouds to hide their clearing. Oh no, they've got fake cloud machines to cover up their crimes. What's the link for this? The links are in the YouTube description or in the chat command, !trees, or down below the stream. Why is the road so Minecrafty? Because the way that these images are constructed, to my very limited rudimentary knowledge here, is that they're effectively put back together via a code or an algorithm or something, right? Like they're a bunch of small images stitched together. So this is satellite imagery and it's kind of all stitched together. It could be like just the way that it wraps or the way that it's lined up. So yeah, sometimes you'll get like glitchy, misaligned images or something like that. It's pretty consistent, but yeah, you do get a little bit of Minecrafty angles and stuff sometimes. So there's tree line along there. That looks like a fence line with trees. Nothing has been taken out as far as I can see. There's like, it's very hard to tell with the cloud cover and stuff here. I'm just like wondering, like this green to me, I'm like, oh, surely that's grass, right? And these are trees. But am I wrong? Like, surely that's not tree area here. Like this green is not trees. That doesn't look like Australia tree green to me. But we do have like, yeah, like that. This is like, it's like, what is it? What would it be? Either just straight up grass or like, wouldn't be canola because you'd probably get yellow or something in one of these images maybe. It's crops. We'll just say crops. It's some sort of croppage going on there. Which is also why you kind of got the lines in it, I suppose, huh? But that does make me wonder, like, about this. Like, this to me looks like non-cleared farmland, right? Like, this looks like non-cleared, and then in the after image, now it looks like farmland. Or, like, crop, right? You got, like, the little lines, and then the dark green. So that's obviously, like, planted and watered, right? But over back here, you've got a lot of this, like, rugged terrain, like natural Australian bushland. Scrub / rocky kind of terrain there. So, like, that's sus to me. That's for sure something's going on there. Like, maybe just, you know, it was just died off at this point. So maybe it's nothing. But it seems worth looking into those. Middle row, third from left to right. 1, 2, 3. Middle. The top left middle seems a bit weird. Yeah, it's a bit hard to see because of the cloud cover, isn't it? But there is, like, lines along there. Which, it looks like maybe that's there already, but it's way more visible. Which could be just the cloud, like, mist or something settling in there. So, I don't know about that one. It looks like maybe it's just the mist settling in the low grounds or something. Although, I can't really... Maybe there's a path there, but I can't really see it there. Maybe it's just a bit easier to see because of the mist. If you think it is, mark it. I think that's the idea, right? If we're a bit unsure and it's a bit weird and needs an expert opinion, it might be good to mark. So I wonder if, like, maybe this here, like this kind of area as well, looks a bit sus, doesn't it? It doesn't look like there's any changes up on the top right or anything. Looks pretty legit over there. Everything seems kind of fine over on the right as far as I can tell. Yeah, so I don't know, that might just be like mist settling in, but a bit hard to tell. It could be that, like, oh, you know, that photo is not good enough, but it's definitely worth getting more satellite imagery of that in the future. Doesn't look like there's a lot of trees on the left-hand side. Or maybe, oh no, maybe, oh wait. Or it is? Wait, this is, I think this is all trees. All of this is like, is that all bushland? Like, this is the edge of the bushland, right? And then there's like lighter. Yeah. Or is that like, is that cleared back? Is that straight up? Let me have a look at the example images. So we have like edge clearing. What do we got? Thinning? Like that could be that. This would be good if it had a before and after. Yeah, that looks like a thinning, doesn't it? So probably flag all that. That's definitely a little dodgy, right? Not sure if trees or scrub. Definitely cleared. Yeah. It's a bit hard to tell like how far we are out, but you look at like these blocks, right? And this is obviously very, very zoomed out, so I think probably is a lot of trees. And this is obviously like expanded outwards. So like this must be some people's properties or houses or something in this area. And that's like gone straight out. It's like doubled in size in 1 year, right? Like the surface area there is like doubled. Odd. And then this is like already cleared and it's just like been resown or something. So I don't think there's anything going on there. It looks like there's trees here though that are gone. You see like that? No trees. Oh wait, no, that's no trees. Yes, tree. Okay, wait, that's wrong way around. Wrong way around. C3 needs flagging. C3. Oh, yep. You're right. That looks like it. C3 and C6. I was just looking at that one. Most of it looks like color changes, but like maybe a bit around there, so play it safe on that one. Funniest wrong order planting trees. Yeah. I mean, I have several times almost made the mistake of doing it the wrong way around. And I'm just like, we keep getting a lot of reports from this guy that are flagging reforestation efforts. The Australian Reforestation Foundation, our sister organization, has been replanting trees and this guy keeps flagging it. Alright, so very good. So yes, if you have a pair of gamer eyeballs and want to help, do definitely check it out. The Australian Conservation Foundation links in the description or in the chat. Check out those suckers. And while you're waiting for the servers tomorrow, maybe tomorrow you're waiting for the server fires to die down. Try and save some stuttering frogs, eh? Good cause. I don't think I drew the Twitch, did I? Yeah. Let me get your keys, Twitch. Drawing. First winner is Mexend. Make sure your chat DMs are open. HUDbot. And Guidizino. HUDbot looks like an actual person, not an actual bot, thankfully. Here you go, folks. Send you a whisper. I was supposed to also somehow, I don't know how I planned on working all of this into my schedule today, but I was also supposed to do more planning and organization, wasn't I? Remember? I haven't done much of that. Should probably try and do a little bit of that too. I want to be prepared. I mean, I don't need to like make a filter or anything today, so tomorrow even. Next send, there's your keymate. Let me just make sure I didn't send the same one to you. Yeah, that's fine. Oops. Okay, hold on, I'm getting confused. I gotta focus. I always like this simple process. I always struggle with. I end up trying to send people's names to a key instead of the key to a name. You know what I mean? Well, it doesn't work. Okay, yes, good. Copy the key into Twitch whispers. No, wait. Other way around. HUDbot. There you go, mate. And good. There you go, mate. There's your key too. Nice. Enjoy, folks. Enjoy the beta tomorrow. Hope you're able to play. Hope we're all able to play. Alright, I'm closing that giveaway for the moment. Boop, boop. That one's closed for now. Even misses my daily Ahoy bits every now and then. Oh, did I? No. I mean, I didn't miss your YouTube one today. I didn't miss your other one, that's for sure. Teammates have never played PoE, got keys, and here I am keyless. Oh, Farron. hope you managed to pick one up soon, mate. Good, your friends are getting in, though. Apparently PoE 2 is the #1 selling game on Steam right now. Yeah, I think it's been, like, topping charts, like, top 3 for, all week, basically. It's amazing. Actually crazy. Actually crazy levels of success for you know, grinding gear games of humble origins. Who have grown to this point that they are at now. Just quickly, if we take a note here. So this is planning my approach to taking notes and eventually being able to create content from our experiences in the beta. I just want to make sure that I got there's places to put the notes to incentivize the note taking, you know. So we'll do build journaling. That's fun. People like the build journaling. Good if it turns out to be like a good beginner's build. I don't know yet. It might not be. Mercenary Grenadier might not be good for beginners. I can't judge that until, you know, we're at endgame probably. 1.5 million launch seems to be going that way, doesn't it? What notes which hunting we take? I'm gonna look at that actually. That was another thing I wanted to do. And it seems like we'll have tree access, so we could do some rudimentary planning tomorrow while we wait for the fires to extinguish. So we need to. I've got trading notes over here, so that's those ones. Exploration notes I really want to do, so let's make that front and center. We'll convert this to a file. Zone exploration. Hidden. Let's say like loot tables. that sort of thing. This is where we put these various things. So we could do this on a zone by zone basis, which means maybe we just split it into acts as well. Oops. Oh my god, Act 10. I'm not supposed to reveal that one yet. This is all stuff that you folks can be like, hey Ziggy, I found this cool thing. And then we can, you know, go and have a look at it, which is really cool. Gone full Rambo build. Yes, I need to do the skin transfer to hide the chest armor. And then get the, what is it, rapid fire going. NDA violated. The return to Oriev. It's time to go back again. This time it's personal. I'm gonna kick Katava in the shins as soon as I figure out where they are. What else we got? Exploration notes, mercenary grenade journaling. Oh yeah, I want to do crafting and stuff too. I don't know if that's a thing to do here. I want to do a big like documentation right up on itemization, but that might be much later on. I think probably crafting and gearing progression might be a good one. It's kind of separate to the mercenary specific stuff. So this might be beginner. Well, let's flag it like this. Crafting. Maybe let's say gear progression. Crafting. Beginners. Progression. Oh, it's already got progression in the beginners campaign. So this is like noting kind of when essences start to kick in, when different tools start to become available, that sort of thing. I want to get a good picture of that for people, because especially that one I think is really important. And one of the most likely important features of the game to be underutilized, where like players new and old don't use their crafting currencies. We can tie that into trading down the line potentially. Let's make sure my reminders are here. PoE 2 is coming out. I haven't beaten Hillet yet from PoE 1. Should I try again soon? It looks pretty nasty these days. You gotta be a little bit more mechanical with him now. This software is Obsidian. Yeah, apparently there's some NVIDIA drivers and stuff out. Do your PC updates and stuff beforehand, eh? I don't know about drivers. Some people are risk averse on new drivers, but probably like the game ready drivers are probably pretty good. What is there anything else that you think would be really good to focus on as like early beginners guides, early things to really like explore and take notes of? You know, how we like to approach new leagues and things. We're doing a whole new game here. There's so many potential angles, right? So we've got like build journaling, zone exploration, gear progression, and crafting. These are the sorts of things that taking notes on would be very helpful down the line. How to have most fun. I literally was working on a guide for that, and then I decided that to not publish it because I felt like I was pushing a bit too much into the full kind of pre-launch guide category. So I dropped that video. It was half edited, and I decided that I would cut a few bits from it to turn into YouTube shorts, and then I wouldn't publish it. Yeah, probably unnecessary. I'm probably overthinking things again, as I tend to do, but I decided to not post that one. Yeah, I literally was going to do a video about like how to have more fun on your first PoE playthrough, but decided to cut that one. Pre-launch guide alert. Yep, pre-launch guide alert. Wee wah. New player, all the mechanics for life or strength or distance and presence are confusing. Yeah, that sort of stuff might be more of like a kind of a wiki answers specific mechanic question sort of deal, right? But there can be something to be said for figuring out which of those are important to bring together and explain and give some context to. So I kind of like that idea, maybe. Let's put a note down here. We'll make a tentative note here of potential topics, maybe. Potentials. So we'll say... yeah, I like that. Keywords and mechanics. And then we can convert it into a note if it's good. So some examples would be like, yeah, accuracy, distance, and how that stuff works together. Statuses. That sort of thing. How to identify items and value for pricing? Yes, I'm going to do some stuff on trade. I've got trading, gear, and currency exchange. Initially, that would be... that would probably be kicking things off as... just how the systems work. So, how currency exchange works. How gear trading works, and just seeing if there's any major differences between PoE 1 and 2, and then explaining for new players, since if it is like PoE 1, the gear trading is probably a bit obtuse for new players. That may not have changed. We'll see. I'm thinking it's probably going to be pretty similar. I wonder if it's still just one dev doing the trade side. At least they start off with the currency exchange. They'll never know the agony of trying to message 50 people to buy a piece of currency. Fried, thanks for the 2 years, mate. Appreciate it. Oh, thank you. And then yeah, the follow-up is the evaluating items. What's worth trading? And how much it, and pricing. That sort of thing. So that's a follow-up to that, isn't it? Because that's a whole new realm for a lot of people. A lot of people have only played action RPGs where you aren't allowed to trade. Or the trading is... they didn't realize was even a thing. How many people trade in D4? I'm curious. Because I know they kind of did re-allow D4 trading, right? After D3 not having any. Yeah, I wonder if we're going to get a lot of people in trade chat again being like, does anyone want to buy this thing? Hello, I'm looking to buy a thing. Hello, I would like to buy a nice wand, please. Yeah, I feel like probably D4 trading is, I'm guessing, is not used by many people. No Pixel Wizard. Yeah, I love Obsidian. Any default loot filters in the game? Every build I played did not have anything that I would identify as a filter. It was just default. Whether they do like a GGG filter, kind of like they've done in the past, I don't know. They haven't said anything about that. We know that Neversink's going to take a while before he does Filter Blade, several weeks potentially. And we know that filter will be a thing though. Like apparently it's going to be in there. So whether we can do some, notepad editing like we used to do back in the day. Because like when filters first came out, I made a filter in Notepad, right? That's what a lot of people did before Filter Blade existed. So maybe we do that again. My Obsidian looks horrible when I use it, constantly Googling how to do it. I recommend making a master note that is Obsidian stuff, like take notes on taking notes. Like, no joke. It sounds like I'm memeing, but it's pretty helpful to make an Obsidian master note, which is just like your shortcuts or things that you learn and don't want to, and you can just refer back to it. So you're just having like a master note for Obsidian, and even if you have different vaults, you can just like copy it between them. It's quite handy. Obsidian is a rabbit hole. It can be. You can just boot it up and tinker with it for 2 seconds and then start taking notes, or you can spend all of your days never taking notes and just and just customizing it infinitely. That's the thing. You gonna stream through to launch? No, I'll definitely have a rest and have some sleep before then. It's at 6 a.m. for me. It's 5 p.m. now for 15 p.m. now. Yep. Yep. Do. Just responding to someone who's sending a key for a giveaway. Has been given but unused. So that key's a maybe. Alright, nice. Thanks for sending keys, everyone, to give away and stuff. Very nice of you. Yeah, he's gonna wait. Is this a Mercenary Witch Hunter guide? Is this? No, this is a collection of my potential note taking over the coming days in the beta / early access. So we have our canvas, gear progression, crafting, beginners campaign. Let's make sure vendors, disenchanting. We might want some like sections on oops. Say crafting currency. I kind of want like a core crafting currency and then like a non-core, because you've got things like essences and stuff, which I would say are kind of supplemental. Crafting currency, supplemental. I don't know what like extras. I'll do. And then maybe I go progression. So this is kind of like where things kick in. Maybe might be interesting. I don't know. We'll just lay it out now. We can change it as we need. How to trade, currency exchange, ascendancy trial notes. Yeah. I need an ascendancy section. I forgot about that. That doesn't need to be here all the time, but when we start engaging with it, because yeah, I've got my Trial of the Sycamore guide, but we need Trial of Chaos guide, and we also need to figure out, ooh, how does the extra point getting actually kind of play out? Like, I know how it works because I kept asking them until I, was able to figure it out fully. It was very confusing. But like, there's questions about what levels they kick in. Let me explain further. Hold on. Let me just set this up. I'll explain as I go. So, Trials of Ascendancy. Yeah. Sycamores. Chaos. Ascending. So we will want to just have a section for Trial of the Sycamores to just like any supplemental notes. Mostly I'm pretty good on that. It's pretty covered. One thing I want to check actually is like, here's a question I want to answer. Can the floor 1 boss vary? People were saying it could. I went and reviewed their footage and what they were saying, and like, I don't think it does. I think floor 1 is always the guy that it is. I won't say in case you don't want the spoilers, but the guy that I showed in my video. But people are saying it is. I just want to double check that. Like, if anyone gets a different floor 1 boss to the one that I showed, just help me verify. Just be like, I got a different boss. Just let me know, eh? They did say were random? No. What they said, because I rewatched this, they said in the context of the Trial of Chaos that it could be random. So I think the Trial of Chaos can be random. I don't think the Trial of Sycamores can be random. I think its floor boss is always the same thing, but I want to verify it. So if you get a different boss, let me know. Trial of Chaos. And we need full note taking on that. And later level, well, let's say Key drops? Key? Question mark? Drops? Did you say key? Did you say drops? Exclamation mark key, exclamation mark drops. Oh god, I need to make a drops command for tomorrow. Ba-da-ba-ba. Did you say when they were going to put up a tree planter on the website tomorrow? I don't know if they've said if they will, even. Good night, Xander. Have a good one, mate. Good idea to get some nice sleep. You too. Have a good one. Thanks, buddy. I'll see you tomorrow. I bought the big supporter pack and a stunt on everyone in the first town. You're going to try, and then they're going to come at you with the goblins are going to drown you out. You have no chance. I'm wondering how crazy the towns are going to be. I mean, I'll be Aussie instances early in the morning, potentially, unless it don't get until midday. I actually wonder if like people who are like 2 a.m. in the morning start might actually be really good. You might not even have much of a queue, right? You're saying that way too well. Ah, yeah, I'm the voice of the goblins. I did, who is it? Who do I get? I get, oh god, what's his name? Let's parlay! People often say I sound like that guy. I'm that guy in the goblins. Janus, yeah, yeah, Janus Parandus, that's me. Ugh, gruesome. What application is this? This is Obsidian. Key drops and difficulty level system. So this is like the later runs of the trials and kind of like just how that kicks in. I also just want to like confirm Trial of Chaos doesn't skip, I'll say. Doesn't skip difficulty 1. I know this text is probably too small. I'm just doing a bit overview. When I'm taking actual notes, we zoom in. That is not how you spell difficulty. Mrs. D, Mrs. I, Mrs. FFI, Mrs. C, Mrs. U, Mrs. LTY. Fantastic. Why are all these women married? Hello, memes. Say to him, mate. Thanks for the 104-month sub, buddy legend. Appreciate it, buddy. Thoughts? I think GG will do 3 leagues of EA. And it'd be pretty wild if they like do leagues in early access, right? I mean, it actually kind of makes sense though, and it could be a way for them to effectively just like release new content like in the format they already use that's proven successful, leagues. So it's like, yep, we're adding a new kind of, you know, set of content to the game. It's a new league. I got that Matilda reference? Classic, right? Chat doesn't know Matilda. I know, I'm wild that some people don't. Crazy. Peri 2 missing a lot of Peri 1 skills on Peri DB. Is that intentional? Like no Cyclone? There's not every skill is going to be there, but also Peri DB doesn't necessarily have them all currently. So, well, also this Samurai, this is probably the biggest one to answer your question more specifically. Cyclone's probably a primal skill, or it's probably a sword skill, right? So it's just not in there yet. Like any skill to do with any non-existing class or weapon is not in there yet. So Duelist will come along with swords and probably skills like Cyclone. Or it could be Axe. Cyclone could be Axe. Cyclone seems maybe more like a Axe thing, maybe. Yeah, kind of. I'm berserking. Rah, spin around. Herder, spin to win. So Marauder will go with axes, and you know the things that go with axes, choppy skills. And it's gonna be interesting that like Marauder axe will actually feel different, right? And not because like axes and maces in PoE 1 are kind of just you slam the ground. I have an axe, let's slam the ground with it. But they're actually going to be making axes axe-like. That's cool. Yeah, and then Huntress with Spear. So there's a lot of melee weapons not existing, so a lot of skills will not be there until those are added. What else is missing? Assassin, and that'll probably come with daggers. And thus dagger skills. What else? Shadow with the traps. So Shadow's Assassin now, I think. I think they're calling Shadow Assassin. And yes, I assume traps and daggers are probably together with Shadow. I don't think there is going to be spell daggers now, is there? I feel like I remember them saying that that was like not a thing now. Because like attack wands aren't a thing, at least. They made like wand attack skills just spells. They just made them spells. So like Kinetic Blast or whatever, it would just be a spell. Which yeah, I get it. Like removes like a tiny niche, but probably is one of those accessibility things. Removing the bloat a little bit there. Did you mention anything about ascendancy nodes for Witch Hunter you would take? No, I haven't fully decided yet. I mean, you almost can't go wrong though. Yeah, oh, way more, Mokoi, way more. I think like, what's highest PoE launch combined? Like 400k? It's gonna be like 3 times that. They said they've got like over 1 million redemptions. Do druids even care about weapons? I think druids will have primal weapons, which will probably be like what claws become. Oh, I think that's what they're being called. Primal weapons. They'll be druidic weapon things. Don't know too much about that. We haven't seen druids since very early. Last time we saw it, apart from little glimpses, was Exile Con 1, right? This looks pretty good. Any other ideas for things to focus on? What's a guide you really like feel like you might really want, or a thing that might be fun to collaborate info on? It's going to be very fun to like share uniques and stuff that we get with each other, though. That's going to be awesome. Y'all better spam your uniques at me that you find. At me that you find. You find a cool item. Hell, even those like that ring that you craft. You link it at me in game. I'd like to tell you that you just have to link at Ziggy D. That's what I've been able to say for a decade. I don't know if I'll be able to say that. They're not letting us keep our names. Someone else is going to be Ziggy D. I do not know how I feel about that one. No, I know. I don't like that. I don't like that. Gem qualities? That's probably just data mined and it'll just be look up on a thing. But yeah, evaluating the what is it, Gemling Legionnaire is gonna require seeing that quality. You know, the Gemling Legionnaires might be the first people to see gem quality, because I don't think you really get GCPs until much later. Let's all agree to not take Ziggy D. I mean, literally just even saying that would do the opposite, right? It only takes one person to be like, oh, it's gonna be so funny when I do it then. I feel like there is a 0.000001 chance that I get my name again. So I'm gonna have to do some crangled version of my name or something else. I gotta think of a name. Yeah, that looks pretty good for now. RSI prevention, item management. You know, I do actually want to, and this might be a potentials. I do want to do a hotkeys. More look into hotkeys. So that might not be something I need to take a bunch of notes on, but just like a guide idea. We can do like guide ideas here. So we'll call this potential guides. Like, I think it's easily overlooked as just like a options menu, but I think it's gonna be more important than ever before. The way the game plays, plus WASD and that. Maybe recommend what stash tabs from PoE 1 converting to. Yeah, we'll need to see about that. Probably worth noting then. Stash tabs. Like what stash tabs are converting, what aren't. And what would be like the recommendation for what you should buy if you do buy some. Because before it was pretty much you'd be like, get a currency tab, get map tab. Will we even need a map tab now? Maybe not. Mr. Guy, respond to what? Hello. Hello, Ethan. I see your earlier message now. Can you do your best to answer this question? I am a new PoE player and I don't want to get spoiled by others in what build to go, or so on, and what should I do? So the question is, what would you tell a new player on how to figure out mechanics of this game? Yeah, you like asking how to figure it out for yourself, not what you should play, but how you should figure out what you want to play. Like what steps to take or how to view certain things. Yeah, I like the mindset kind of advice side of things. There's probably a lot that goes into this one. The answer, the initial answer is always literally pick what you think is coolest. Because that is most likely, I've found over the years, to be the right choice for people. If they're not wanting to follow a specific guide, to just pick what they want to be, what they think is the coolest, because that gut instinct is generally pretty solid. But that is obviously not that helpful. And you probably, don't get a lot out of that. So so outside of that, I think core mindset is try and view the game as a game of identify problem, identify possible tools, select tool to fix problem. That's ultimately the crux of what Path of Exile is, both games. It just so happens that Path of Exile 2 makes that process more fun and easier to do by yourself, which is really good for this. So it's a good time to be like figuring out your own way. Good rule for life, potentially. Yeah. So that is your probably number one mindset thing towards coming up with this, because if you take that approach and try to keep that in the forefront of your mind, you will look at that uncut gem that you get as can I find a tool? And you'll take a step back even and say, okay, what actual problem am I having right now? Because there's a big difference between just playing through the zones and you don't really think about why, but you're not having as much fun as you could be. Versus having a think, okay, what is the problem I'm running into here? Like I keep dying. Usually that's where it starts, right? It's like, why do I keep dying here? I'm not having... This is annoying. I keep dying to these stupid things. Stupid game. Throws mouse into monitor, bounces back, hits you in the forehead. To then take the next step and say, okay, why am I dying? What's actually going on here? Oh, I'm running out of mana. And I'm very regularly running out of mana here. Okay. That's probably the main problem. I'm unable to use this skill, which then gets me surrounded and I get killed. Okay, so there's a few things I can do here. Well, you might even say, okay, I keep getting surrounded by the little things, I'm getting killed. Okay, so maybe the answer is an AoE skill. Well, I don't know, maybe I've already got decent AoE skills. Maybe that's not it. Oh, I'm actually running out of mana. I'm running out of mana. So then you're like, okay, well, I'm still in the smallest mana flask. Okay, so that might help a bit, but we want to do more than that. What is draining all my mana? So you start to try to dig down and identify that problem. It's like, it's actually just this one skill. I had this exact experience on my Mercenary, right? Most of the time, no problems on mana. Made some changes to the build, started running out of mana, started getting surrounded, in danger of getting killed. I was like, okay, I saw the problem coming up. I was like, there's going to be a problem here. So what do I notice? I'm like, oh, okay, let's have a look. What did I add recently? These two skills. One of those was Gas Grenade. Holy heck, Gas Grenade costs 50% more than the other skills. So what do I do? I'm like, oh wow, that's actually a lot. So, okay, I can use that less. I can use Gas Grenade less. When I'm rambling like this, I should not flashbang you. Sorry, chat. This is supposed to be on dark mode. Dark mode, please. Sorry. There we go. Yes. I'm like, oh my lord. Gas Grenade's so expensive. But it's really fun because it goes... It blows up when I throw my grenades at it. And I really want to spam them so I can have a lot of gas to blow up all the monsters. So I don't want to not do that. So using less is an option, but that's not a good option. We don't want less of this. We want more of this. Like, okay, I don't really have a bunch of great support gem options to really make this explode it better currently, because I'm already using LMP on Flashbang, because Flashbang is happy face. So this one's already got multiple projectiles. We like that one. Check. That can't go there. Increased AoE on explosive, probably a bit more important because those are a little small. So we don't actually have a lot of support gems to use here. Let's go look at the other support gems. Oh, what's this one? Inspiration. Ooh, minus 40 mana cost. Literally solved the problem. Because I was pretty good before that point, so I knew that the only thing that was causing the mana problem was gas grenade. This makes a lot of sense, right? Literally the only thing that was causing it was gas grenade. Like I had been pretty fine on mana until I equipped gas grenade. So I was like, okay, so this is actually a situation where we can solve it on an individual skill level. Indeed, inspiration was a perfect solution. Still a temporary solution. You long term probably wouldn't use inspiration, but we use inspiration for, you know, a good while, and then as we get towards endgame or whatever, we get rid of that and nonsensical drawings to go along with my explanations. We cut that off because we, you know, we get a passive point, or we get a ring with something on it, or we happen to get mana gain on our crossbow. Crossbow. Oncoming Storm, thanks for the 99-month sub, mate. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. Every PoE1 player is adorning his tinfoil hat at the moment. Oh yes. Oh yes. Bring out the Ziggy 4 tinfoil hat action. Heck yeah. I'm learning too much. The visual assistance is a big factor here, isn't it? Beautiful. Beautiful. I don't need you open. So we have... These guys are looking pretty good. Anything in the canvas we're missing? No, it looks pretty good. Alright, we can get rid of that. Boop. Pre-download, still got to do that. Oh yeah, I should do a community post about my content plans. I guess that might be like, summarize this sort of stuff a little bit. I don't know. I'll think about that. Do that if I have time. OBS setup review. Oh yeah. So I noticed after like my first stream with this camera, which looks very nice, that it had a slight delay, probably because it's going through Camlink. Can you guys just give me a quick sync check? Sync check. I gave it a 10 millisecond delay. That should be enough, hopefully. I can't really, like, you can't really judge it from me talking that well because I kind of talk out the side of my mouth. Kind of lazy drawl anyway, so. Audio is still slightly ahead of the video. I always have to really think about this. This is the perfect thing for my drawing. Okay, so this was what happened. I had to add a... So wait, okay, hold on. So we have the new camera. This is going to help me figure this out. We have the new camera, which is like a bazooka or something. Which is going into a little device that then goes into my sweet MSI PC. The addition of this, compared to what I had before, added a delay. Like, it takes longer for this to get to there, right? So the camera... So let's just say, like, my mic goes straight into the PC, so it doesn't have to go as far. It's just a little arrow. So this is basically like no delay. So we can call this 0. Your forehead's blocking. Oh yeah, I made myself too big. You're missing my beautiful art. Oh no! Sorry. I think the man needs sleep. I have not been sleeping very well, no. I've been very busy. Okay, so this we call this 0. So this is like probably 10 to 20 millisec ms delayed because of this extra bit here. So I did this, and you folks think it's maybe still a little off, but it could be either way, right? Like, it might be that it's actually 5. So we actually have to be clear about which way it is. Looks fine on my end. I think it's probably close enough you can't tell it. It might be only like, you know, like 3 milliseconds off or something. Yeah. It's probably fine. If most people are saying it's fine, it's probably fine. Audio is a chunk ahead of a chunk of MS ahead. Audio is faster by 50? No way is it 50. Audio before mouth slightly. Yeah, okay. That's probably enough people noticing it that it probably is still. Let me add a bit more of a delay. I find it helpful when I'm doing this in post-production to where is this sucker? To make it really extreme. So if we like delayed mic by 100,000, I don't know, I think that kicks in real time. So now it should be like really obviously the wrong way. We're like, I probably visually clap first and then the clap sound happens, right? It's actually closer? No. What? It can't be. That's 100. Surely not. How does my talking look? I'm using exaggerated mouth movements. Pop. Blah. Blah. It looks better now. What? No, it can't be. It can't be. No. I'm going to do a recording. I don't believe you. Blah. Let me do a recording. I don't believe you. Surely not. 100 is crazy. Blah. I see blah, I type blah. I hear blah, I type blah. OBS recordings. No, no, wait, where are you? Yeah. I'm gonna do a recording. I don't believe you. Huh. Okay, hold on. We need to enhance. 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 It's on the side of too much delay now as opposed to not enough. Wait, what do you mean? As in the sound is happening a bit late? Yeah, it must be. Surely it must be. It has to be happening a bit late. Change. We want that frame rate. Hey, Rise, thanks for the raid, mate. We're just doing blahs over here. How you doing? Sorry, you came back at a moment where we're checking our mic sync, but otherwise we've been trying to save some trees. We've been commentating some Mercenary gameplay. We've been giving some keys away and chatting some Path of Exile too. Hope you folks have been having fun. Hope you get some nice rest before the release. And I hope the server fires aren't too long for us. All right, so I'm just trying to figure out, because like, I made a really ridiculously dramatic delay on my mic, and everyone's saying it's fine. So maybe you can confirm. I miss you, Rise. Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for the raid. Do a recording. Oh, let me see. I'm gonna do a recording. I don't believe you. God, you guys are right. It's actually pretty close. Audio is like a frame. The audio is like a frame. It's a frame out. You're right. It's actually pretty close. God, that's actually a bigger delay than I thought then. Well, I'm glad we checked. So this sound... It's a shame we don't have an extra frame. We need one more frame. So the audio, hold on. The audio happens first or after? Hold on, pause music for a second. Pause music. Okay, hold on. Louder. Enhance. Here's what we do. Ready? We go mark in, mark out, and then, no, over here, mark out. And then we do this. Nah, that doesn't help. That just makes it more confusing. It looks like the audio is happening like it's happening early. The audio is happening early, right? which means it's not delayed enough. That can't be right. You reckon we go to like 85? All right, let's try going to 85. The audio is earlier, but that would mean we need to delay more. Like if the audio was earlier, that would mean that we need to do this, ready? Where we, if I can do it, where we delay by like 0.2. Oh, you know, I think around 100 actually is pretty close. You know what I realize? I did 10. I did 0.1, which is actually 100 milliseconds, right? Because is that right? Because 100 milliseconds is 1/10 of a second, yeah? Is that right? 100 ms. I think your camera is off a focus here. Probably. Yeah, I gotta fiddle with the camera settings actually as well. 1000 equals 1. Yeah. So 100 is right. So I did it at 0.10 when I adjusted in post. Yeah. So 100 is close, but it looks like might be more like slightly more than that even. Do we go to 110 or do we go to like 90? Place a marker on the audio clip at sound peak, place a marker in the video and jog them to line up. I unfortunately can't adjust to the minute enough detail in DaVinci there with the amount of frames I have and stuff. You had 10 ms. Yeah, I had 10 ms on the settings, which was clearly not enough. Sorry, the ad break's probably going now, but no, this is fine content to have an ad break play over. It's not exactly what I would call content. You need 80? I feel like it's the other way, isn't it? This always confuses me, the direction of this. Okay, look, 80. And tell me what you think. And action. You can move it a subframe by the audio page. Oh, I didn't know about that. Other way for sure. Very slightly ahead. Feels perfect. Worst. Nope. Other way. See, I thought it was the other way too. It's interesting how you get a bit of a varied answer though. Makes me wonder if like it's a bit varied about what people actually end up getting. Like what if people's headphones are delayed? Is that a thing? So what if we go to 110? If 100 was actually pretty close, it might be more like 110. If audio was early, that means we need to delay more. That's it. That feels right. Anyone else? Any disagrees? That's right. Close enough for government work? On Fairlight, you can do subframe. No kidding. What software is that? Editing is DaVinci. This one is Obsidian. Both free. They're amazing. Changes hard. Deck looks good. I mean, if it looks good enough and you can't tell, then that's fine. But yeah, that's I'm glad I checked that though, because it looks like it's actually, this looks like some kind of robot. Like this is the face, and here's like the kind of eye lenses, and this is like a big chunky body. This is a leg and a foot, and then another leg and another foot, and he's holding up an MSI sign because he's fallen on hard times, and he has to spin a sign that says MSI with his robot arms. And he has a bazooka because he was a battle droid, but now is not. And this is what he's saying: 10 to 20 ms. Something to do with MSI. Only 10 to 20 ms. See? The drawing is a ScalaDraw plugin for Obsidian. That's what the drawing is. Oh my lord. The game can be open once it's fully open. I mean, you can open, you won't be able to play. Okay. Not getting my name? It's very concerning. Oh, yeah. In Path of Exile. Yeah, it's not ideal. Not ideal. I mean, I guess my account will still be ZiggyD, but I don't know if you add ZiggyD me in Path of Exile 2, whether it'll actually go to me. I don't know about that one. Make him go to bed so he functions tomorrow? Yeah, but I need to do things still. Okay, so we're pretty good on the notes planning. What else do I need to do? I gotta get the pre-download going. So that is in here. Boop. Hold on. Pre-download. I'm guessing I won't want to start this until I stop the stream though. I am a little overtired, I'm not gonna lie. Probably have to sign in. How do you actually do this? Accept terms of use, accept privacy policy, okay. Yes, I read all that just now. Wait, what are you doing with that iPad? Should I answer some of my infinite messages? Literally infinity messages. Download now. Oh yeah, there we go. Windows install OBS. Nice. Click Windows upper left. Looks like that's the one. It's actually installer XE. Wait, it's actually patching. It's not a torrent this time. Might actually be able to get that then. It's I'm used to them dropping a torrent. They've gone more profesh. I see, a bit more professional. We'll have more mercenary footage to do tomorrow while we're waiting for the servers to come up. So Act 2 mercenary action is we can watch that tomorrow while we're waiting for the servers if they're on fire. We also have passive trees too, huh? So PWDB has passive tree out, and official has the ascendancy trees. Let me get those ready for messing with tomorrow. Do the NVIDIA drivers update if you have one of their cards? Yeah, explicitly mentioned PoE2 update. Yeah, game ready driver. I believe that's a thing, isn't it? Path of Exile ascendancy classes in early access. Nice. The Mercenary. And we could have a bit of a look at the Gemling Legionnaire. I actually wonder about like the Gemling Legionnaire as like a good choice as like a beginner class one, because it's so flexible and you want to just swap builds to something else. It's one of the best choices, but then again, it's not like Witch Hunter doesn't work on most things. Trying to think of like what Witch Hunter wouldn't work for. It's almost anything. It just may not bring some things to like, I don't know, a summoner, for example. Probably wouldn't do much for a summoner. Culling Strike kills normal enemies, yada yada yada. Doesn't say anything about you or your minions, so I think it has to be you doing the Culling Strike. I mean, you can still do that even as a summoner though, can't you? Respond please, I beg you, I have an important question to ask. I only saw the question about the question, not the actual question itself. You can post it though. Go on. Decided what to send you, Merc. I'm like 90% Witch Hunter, yeah. But I mean, it's pretty hard to argue against come on, dramatic. This is ruining the dramatic effect. There we go. Zealous Inquisition, pretty hard to argue against explosion. Also, if you saw my footage from the Mercenary, that's a big explosion. It's massive. That's a big circle with an X in it. It's great. You give Thomas a train on your forehead, I'll give you $1 million. Only if we go half up front. So if you put half in my PayPal now, or, you know, pretty soon at least, you'll probably want to, I'll probably need to book the tattooist anyway. So if you drop it in my PayPal now, the donor link's below my Twitch stream if you just want to click over and do that. And then, yeah, and then we'll let that process and then we'll do that. Yep. Imagine if they refunded it. I think we can probably come to an agreement here, mate. Let's just be clear. I really don't want a Thomas Tank Engine tattoo on my forehead, but I mean, there's a price. There's a price. Think Mercenary would be good in late game? I mean, question mark. Sure, it probably would be. I don't see why it wouldn't be. I don't see why it wouldn't be, but like to answer with any more authority than shrug, probably? Question mark? That's about the most firm answer anyone should be able to give you. Because we really, what do we know about Endgame? Only, you know, the footage they revealed and the sorts of things in there. Do we have any context for any of that? No. Maybe it's actually really freaking hard and only the best of the best can even do tier 1 maps. Probably not, but you never know. The correct answer is, I don't know, shrug. You want Chain Explode in PW1 because combat sucks there. You know, I mean, yes, Explode does cover some gaps. But, I mean, you still want Explode because explosions. It's also a good argument. Does chance to consume bolts not work with grenades? Nah, grenades aren't bolts. They are a crossbow skill, but they're not bolts. What's a good physical spell for Blood Mage Witch? I actually don't know much about the witch side of things. I've not really looked too closely. Oh, I don't think I've ever even played a witch. No, because they added that after Exile Con, and I only played Monk, Warrior, and Mercenary since then. No witch for me. I haven't done any witch. Looks very cool. It's like on the bottom of my list of ones I want to play, not because I think it's bad, but because I think it's like gonna be awesome, but very different category, and I want to do that later maybe. I don't know what other games are, Ethan. I play Path of Exile. No, I play a lot of indie games these days, but I don't think there was ranks in Fortnite when I played it. You know, I had to build a fortress and fight off zombies when I played Fortnite. And I never played it after that point. Any awesome choices? I can really see people kind of like pulling their hair out with the ascendancies, right? Has anyone else noticed this? Because they haven't made the choices really obvious. It's funny. The whole thing that a lot of us complained about in Path of Exile 1 about like, you know, you have to play X ascendancy because it's the ascendancy for that playstyle. They've like clearly tried to not do that. And people are losing their minds. What do I do? People will be like, well, what do you mean? How am I supposed to play a summoner if there's not an ascendancy that's clearly the one for the summoner? Too many of these options are possibilities. What am I supposed to do? Everyone's got choice paralysis. Everybody's standing in the toothpaste aisle looking at all the ascendancies and being like, extra whitening versus antibacterial versus mouth freshening versus sparkle strips. This one's got a swirl and a stripe. That one's red and blue. That one's blue and red. Which ascendancy do I choose? That's only the one brand. What about the other brands? It's like, I mean, and it's the same thing with crossbows. Like, there's nothing in the mercenary ascendancies say crossbows. There's no crossbow here, there's no crossbow here. So you really don't have to do crossbow merc. Just so happen, literally the only thing on Mercenary that says crossbow is the fact that it starts holding one. That's pretty much it. Pretty much it. Beyond that, you can literally do whatever. Obviously, like, position on the passive tree informs some things. There are grenade nodes by Mercenary, so that's probably the most informative thing there. As well as some crossbow loading stuff and whatnot. But it's still a minority of the tree, and travel is possible. So there is some light informing there, and some light nudging. You know, if you play a summoner Gemling Legionnaire, you are gonna have to do a bit of travel on the tree. That is non-summoner stuff, but a lot of the nodes are, from what I saw, somewhat broadly applicable. Yes. Might matter of mana stacking enough HP for endgame, or is ES necessary? Not sure on that one, mate. Not sure, because the numbers on health are, we're going to have to wrap our head around a whole different thing there. I'm trying not to go into it with any pre-assumptions on that one, because I know I had this exact moment where I was like looking at the one of the ascendancy nodes, and I was like, well, compared to like 5k health, this seems like not a very good amount of stuff to get. It was probably like the darkness or the darkness mitigation layer thing. It might not be very good, but I was like, this doesn't seem like much. And then they're like, well, that's, you know, you're not going to have that much life. You might have like 3k apparently. Apparently like 3k might be high life. I don't know. We don't really know what the numbers are going to be like that for that. It seems like 3k life might be kind of endgame numbers. 3,000 life, and maybe like armor and evasion will play much higher role. What's going to happen with energy shields? And I'm wondering if energy shield's going to be a bit like early Path of Exile, where like the numbers were really high. but also like it was really tricky early on. I don't know. I think energy shield is going to be a tough one to evaluate. Could be really good, really good. ES numbers are big, but at the same time, that's only part of the story too. Like it might be that energy shield ends up getting like 6,000 energy shield builds or whatever, but the recovery options are far more limited than what they are in Path of Exile 1 right now. Like we have a ton of ways to recover energy shield in PoE 1, but it might be that it's kind of back to basics on that. So energy shield might not be super doable without some investment in that regard. Some decent looking Ascendancy stuff on there, I guess, though. Is Peak Conk unplayable? It seems like you can't throw it without 5 charges, and you can't get anywhere near 5 charges per second. It's not... None of those fast throw skills are supposed to be the skill you spam. They're all, like, potent supplemental skills. So, you know, possibly your second skill or third skill. In your, like, skill importance categories. Yeah, so I think like that's about getting a big poison, but it's not the one you're spamming. And you probably don't really even need to spam that anyway, right? Sounds really scuffed. Oh, we'll see, maybe. I don't know about poison and bleed ones. The other ones look like they have some potential. But it's pretty hard to judge the poison and bleed ones without knowing kind of like how that stacks up against other things. Remember, you can chuck support gems on them and everything, and a lot more support for using, you know, a variety of skills situationally. Whether that's worth an ascendancy point, that's really hard to answer. It's kind of cute though, right? It's kind of cool. Anyone knows if they're allowed to preload the game? You can do that now. How will you break the game? More flashbangs? I think that's probably a good answer. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna chuck some flashbangs. Yeah, I'm wondering. I should temper my expectations because they may have nerfed them since I played them. They were pretty good. Pretty too good. What does Gemling do? Gemling make your skills stronger. Now, Gemling does kind of like 2 things broadly. It makes your skills stronger and makes, well, I guess we could kind of group it into 3. Adds more flexibility in skilling and allows you to scale defenses off of investing towards skills. So it's all about them gems. Obviously, that's the theme. Sticking a bunch of gems in yourself. Look at this guy. I love that art. It's so funny. Because it's just gems going full gemling, eh? Just like the guys from PoE 1. Except he's got way cooler looking armor than those weird ones they're wearing. But yeah, it's hard to say how strong this is because like +1 levels of skills is like really strong in Path of Exile 1, but not as strong here. It seems like you get staves with +5 potentially pretty easy. I guess you can do that anyway in PoE 1, can't you? It seems like plus level skills is maybe a bit weaker, 1-to-1. I found it seems like there was more plus level skill items dropping, but I'm saying seems a lot because it's very much guessing. Quality is so hard to evaluate because I don't even know if we've seen much quality, have we? It's probably been data mined now, but that one's really hard to evaluate. Could be very strong, or it might just be, you know, it might be 10% damage boost. It's hard to say. The defensive nodes, this stuff is almost certainly going to be very good. I love this song. Souls of Cargo. Da, 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 da. Almost certainly going to be very good. Use additional copies of the same support gem. I think Gem Studded is also very good. You know, some of those support gems are incredibly powerful, and the fact you can only use them on one skill is a really hard choice. So being able to use them on 2 is potentially crazy good. Even just using multiple projectiles on 2 skills, for example, is potentially a big deal. And inherent bonuses from strength is doubled, for example, is potentially a lot of life, especially if you're pairing that with, you know, does that go through adaptive capability? It does, yeah. I don't really know if you get those though, how you spend your other points. If I was going to do this on a grenadier, what would I do? Early on, I'd probably just take plus skill levels. And I'd want to test... so it's quality first. Yeah, so I'll take quality right off the bat. It's probably the first thing I'd take. I just want to... Mostly just because I want to see how impactful that is. Like, I wonder in Act 2 normal, if you take that, if that's like a pretty big deal. Maybe it does some cool stuff across your, you know, your broad grouping of skills. I almost want to play Gemling. I don't know. Maybe I do Gemling tomorrow. Yeah. Not being able to respec though makes it a hard choice. I feel like I'm taking a little bit of a risk here. Not that Gemling's risky, but just that Witch Hunter's cool. And I might be sad that I'm not playing it. It can work for certainly any build though, can't it? So if we went quality, 3 additional skill slots. That one's really, I don't know. You can fill up all your skill slots by Act 2, but you probably won't be using them all, really. So the 3 additional skill slots is... Ooh, I don't know. You get to a point where, like, let's say on grenades, where your cooldowns are up by the time you use your 3rd grenade, so you can go back to the 1st. So having an extra 3 skills, where does that make sense? It's not just going to be spirit, you know, that takes up 1 or 2 slots, but probably not all of them. QWERTY, thanks for the sub, mate! Go sleep, man. Less than 12 hours left. Yeah, I should probably. Like, we can talk about this stuff tomorrow. We can do passive tree planning on that tomorrow. One more shout out to the ACF. Definitely, if you're looking to kill some time for a good cause, do go check out that. Where are my tabs? I'm getting delirious. I'm losing my browser tabs. There they are. Go check out the Australian Conservation Foundation's investigates habitat destruction here, and try and find some tree clearing. Use those gamer eyeballs. Do it! ! Trees and Twitch, or in the YouTube description. Have a look down there. And yeah, do a few of those. I know they'll be super stoked. They really want to get some more eyeballs on there. I might do some more tomorrow. Oh, this one looks good though. There's no changes here. No changes? Before? After? Before, after? Before, after? Oh no, this looks fine. No tree clearing here. Hooray! Hooray trees! Yay. No trees. Gone. Before? After? Oh, maybe. That one needs a closer look. No, I don't know. No real changes there. Oh, wait. Yep. Bottom one down there. Literally this one right behind me. Hold on. Hide, Ziggy, hide. Right behind me there. You see that? Bam, gone. Before? After. Oh, the trees are gone, man. Leave the trees alone, you jerks. Probably some here too. That one's maybe a question mark. I don't know about that one. The bottom one though, for sure. Also, this maybe? Is that whole thing like clearing? Oh my god, it might be. Oh no. That's really bad if so. North looks like replanting. Wait, before? After. No. That's worse on the after. That'll be reforesting? No. Before? After. Yep, that one too. This whole area. Yeah, no, that's gone. That's all gone. That's all gone! What? Poor trees, what the heck? That's like thinned out a lot, or cleared, or died off, or I don't know. That looks like a lot of clearing. I don't know. It could just be cloud cover lightening it up, plus being more pale. Hopefully, it's just that. We'll let them decide. We flag it. Clearing though. Little patch somewhere. Cut all the trees. Gonna have as many forest fires. It'll just be massive, like super fast grass fires. There'll be race car fires zooming across the countryside. Yeah, I think that's just color changes. Yeah, that's all that one. That was a lot down there though. Okay, I gotta stop looking. it's like I said, the next image loads, so I'm like, I gotta do it. I mean, that's a good thing, but maybe I'll do some more tomorrow. Yeah. Check it out. Do a few yourself if you feel like it. I will see you tomorrow for the day of days. The day where we will all do our best to be patient and twiddle, twiddle, twiddle. We taught Tully, my 2-year-old, she's not even 2 yet. We taught her that when she is being impatient and needs to wait for something, and she's feeling really emotional, to do this. Twiddle, 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 twiddle. Wait, where am I? You guys can't see me. Twiddle, 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 twiddle. She does like this. She goes, twiddle, 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 twiddle. Even when she's really upset, she still goes, twiddle, 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 twiddle. So we need to do that tomorrow, okay? Or it's so sad when she does it sadly. It's so cute. It's sad. Oh, so tomorrow we're gonna need to all practice and kindly practice and patiently practice with each other our twiddle twiddles, okay? Twiddle, 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 twiddle. We will twiddle our thumbs while we patiently wait for the server fires to burn out.